Chapter 1. Calmly, I storm into the club armed with my worst lipstick and my best vibrator. The makeup is my mask. I don't normally wear bright red, but tonight I'm trying to be anyone but myself. Good Carmela. Nice Carmela. Never broke a rule, Carmi. My window for living on my own terms is rapidly closing. That's why I'm in a dress my best friend Kaylee encouraged me to buy but has been hidden in the back of my closet for the last few years. It's something I'd never dare put on in public, at least not the normal Carmi. Black, strappy, straight neck, bodycon. I'd never ever be allowed out in this thing if anyone from my family caught it on me, and it's not even that bad. Good thing Club Twilight's on the other side of town in West Philly where I don't know anybody. It's in an old Victorian mansion that got flipped a few years back and turned into one of the hottest destinations for young people looking for a good time. I've never been here before, but more than that, nobody from my father's organization would ever be caught dead in a place like this, which makes it perfect. The bouncer doesn't look at me twice. I'm just another anonymous girl out for a little fun. I cling to my little black clutch as I walk through the crowd, feeling both elated and nervous. I've never gone out alone before. The few times I've gone dancing have been in big groups, but this is totally different. I have no friends to fall back on, no circle of girls to disappear into. It's just me, my red lipstick, my vaguely inappropriate dress, and my sex toy. I head to the bar. I can't imagine dancing sober. I ask for white wine and nervously sip it as my knee jostles up and down. I manage to sneak a glance at myself in the mirror behind the bar and resist the urge to start touching my hair. It's a nervous habit, and one I'm trying to break. This has to be the stupidest idea ever. If Daniel or Luca knew I was here, they'd lose their freaking minds and forget about Dad's overreaction. He'd probably try to ground me like I'm still a teenager. But joke's on him. If his daughter is old enough to get married off to some strange Russian man, then his daughter's old enough to lose her virginity in a nightclub to a stranger. Okay, that's probably not how he'd see it, but that's my goal. I saved myself. That's such a stupid phrase, like, having sex is ruining your body, but whatever. I don't even know why I waited anymore. My dad made it clear that he expected me to be pure until marriage, and I've always been the kind of girl that listens to her parents. Not sure I'm all that proud of it anymore. He praised me all the time, told me how strong I was because I refused to get emotional, and he even encouraged my fencing back when I was in high school. A nod or a kind word was everything to me, and I guess I thought if I really did follow his rules and try my best to be the kind of woman he wanted me to be, he'd reward me with more freedom, more responsibility, more something. Instead, I'm getting a husband I don't want, and I don't even know his name. That's right. I'm getting married to a man I don't know, have never met, and couldn't pick out of a lineup with a gun to my head. And now, this is my final act of rebellion. This is my one last fuck you, world. Before I walk down the aisle and do my duty, I'm going to have sex with a stranger and lose my virginity on my own terms. Except I have no idea how to go about making that happen, which is an unfortunate side effect of embracing the whole good girl thing. Now that I want to be bad, I have no clue how to get started. I skim the men sitting nearby. A few of them are on their phones, and a few more are standing in groups with other guys and random girls, talking and laughing. I don't know which of them is available, and even if there were some sign flashing above their heads that said, "Open for sex business," I still don't know how to actually initiate a little Bone Town transaction. Do I just walk up to the most attractive man I find and proposition him? He'll probably think I'm a hooker. It's not like I can explain myself. Hey, my dad arranged for me to marry a stranger, and I want you to fuck me tonight so I don't walk down the aisle as a virgin. Not weird or crazy, I swear. That sounds complicated. I slam back my first glass of wine and ask for another. I'm feeling hopeless when I finish my second and ask for a third. This was always a terrible idea. So what if I want to rebel? There are easier ways. I could get a belly button piercing or a tattoo on my butt. I could run away for a few nights and steal my father's credit card to fund a little luxury vacation. I could refuse to marry a stranger. But none of that would be enough. Instead, I chose this, because it's the last thing I can really control. A tattoo can be lasered away. A piercing comes out. My father can find me and make sure I say my vows whether I agree to do it or not. But my virginity will never grow back. And so, I'm giving it away tonight, even though I'm itching with how awkward and uncomfortable I feel, which is why I packed my favorite vibrator. Some stupid, insane voice in my head thought it would be a good idea to have it, just in case things went wrong and I needed a little helping hand. Like if I weren't in the mood, maybe it would assist? I could whip it out like, hey, stranger, I actually brought my own sex toy. I promise I'm not weird. As if tonight were about getting off and not just getting on with it. Irrational, I know. But for some reason it felt like a good luck totem at the time. Like if I brought a sex toy, I'd have more confidence or something. I'm aware how insane I must seem. I definitely feel like I'm losing my mind. The alcohol starts to help. I bop around in my stool at the bar, bouncing a little bit to the loud, pulsing beat. Honestly, people do this sort of thing all the time. They meet in places like this, build some kind of connection, and have a one-night stand. It can't be that hard. I just need to send the right signals. How do I let men know I want some no-strings-attached sex? Without coming across as a hooker, ideally? Although, it might not be so bad if I manage to pull this off and also earn some spending money. I try making eye contact with a few of the men sitting near me. One's around my age, maybe a little older, and doesn't seem to be here with anyone, but he's way too lost in scrolling on his phone. I catch the eye of another guy and try giving him a big, friendly smile, but I must look deranged because he quickly turns away. Not the best showing so far. After my third glass of wine, I've got a good buzz going, but I'm feeling pretty dejected. I ask for a fourth, even though I know it isn't a good idea, and leave a big tip for the bartender. I gather up all my courage and turn toward the dance floor, thinking this is the only way I'll be able to attract a mate, like I'm some kind of peacock in a nature documentary. I'll shake my ass, get all sweaty, maybe let some guy grind up on me, and that might go somewhere. I can do this. I can definitely do it. I throw myself around, take one step toward the dance floor, and slam into a guy so hard I spill my drink all down his shirt. "What the fuck?" the guy says, looking at himself, his big pig-like eyes going wide with shock. He's heavy-set with a shaved head and a thick nose. I'm guessing banker, maybe car salesman, hard to really say. But he's definitely bristling with testosterone in all the worst ways. There's a moment of pure horror where I'm gaping at the humongous soaking wet stain on his expensive-looking shirt, and he's glaring from me back down at himself like he can't believe this is happening, and neither of us does anything, like if we acknowledge the stain any further that'll somehow make it real. Then he must decide being wet sucks, and he grabs my arm. "I'm fucking soaked, you clumsy bitch," he snarls at me. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to, I swear it was an accident." My heart's racing with terror, and this is basically my worst nightmare playing out in real time. I don't give a shit if it was an accident, I'm fucking drenched. His grip tightens, and I realize he's drunk. Like, really drunk. His eyes are glassy, and his lips are pulled back in rage. He's roided out, and his top 3 buttons are undone, and there's a big glittering chain around his neck. His gelled hair looks like a helmet on his square head. I revise my initial assessment. Not a banker or a salesman. More like a cheap mafia prizefighter. Panic slams into my chest. Now I have to deal with this asshole. Placate him somehow. Fix his shirt or dry him off or give him money or something. And forget about sex tonight. It's not happening. I wasted my one chance. I'm getting married in 4 weeks, and my father won't be going out of town again before it happens. That means there won't be any other risky nights like this one, no last-ditch shots at keeping a piece of myself purely for myself. Seriously, I'm really sorry. Here, I have money in my clutch. An insane plan forms in my brain. I don't even know why, but the way he's talking to me, the way he's grabbing me, It manages to turn all my fear into pure anger. Fuck this guy for ruining my night. Fuck him for thinking he can touch me just because I made a mistake. I reach inside and grab onto my big lipstick tube. As I pull it out, the asshole yanks on my arm hard enough to hurt. Fuck your fucking money, you bitch. Say what you want about my father. He's controlling, he's manipulative, he's emotionally distant and borderline abusive. But he did not raise me to be soft. This asshole just crossed the line. He was being aggressive and douchey, but he kind of had a right to be. But the moment he hurt me, all fucking bets are off. I don't even think about it. Years of training click into place. I drop into my fencing stance, yanking myself away from him, and as he growls and comes for me again, I lunge the lipstick tube forward and jab it right into his throat. It's one hell of a strike. Pride blossoms in my belly. The end gets him as his momentum drives him forward into my strike, and he ends up stumbling to the side, gripping his neck and gagging. His face turns red in shock as he looks at me with bulging eyes. If this was a fencing match, I'd scream with excitement over my touch. Instead, I'm suddenly aware that a lot of people are watching me right now. Time to get the hell out of here. I turn and run. To hell with this. To hell with dancing. To hell with losing my virginity. To hell with having just one stupid thing for myself. Like I said, this was a really dumb idea. I make it outside. I'm shaking with adrenaline and cursing myself for being so dumb. It's a brisk evening. The sidewalk is mostly empty except for the line waiting to get inside. I hurry across the street and slump against a fence half a block away, my heart hammering. I should keep moving, get an Uber back home, hide out in my comfortable bed under my pillows and blankets, and pretend like this nightmare evening never happened. But I'm coming down hard, and I need a second to get myself together. My hand trembles as I tug at my hair. I keep seeing that guy's face, red and wide-eyed with shock, his big mitts at his throat. I could have killed him if I'd hit a little bit harder. Honestly, I'm lucky if he's still breathing back there. I pull out my phone, and I'm about to call a car when a man comes walking toward me from the direction of the club. For a second, I think it's my enemy, the musclehead, following me for some revenge. I wouldn't put it past the guy, but the man coming right for me is someone else entirely. I don't recognize him. I'm about to start running, but when he steps into the light of the street lamp, my breath catches. He's wildly attractive. Gorgeous even. Chiseled jaw, dark eyebrows, full lips. His hair is messy in that perfectly casual, tousled sort of way, thick and slightly curly. He's in faded black jeans, black sneakers, and a simple black t-shirt, and he's looking at me with the most charming smile I've ever seen in my life. His body's chiseled and built like he was born to be a professional athlete, and I realize I'm staring as his smile gets bigger. "You okay?" he asks. "I saw what happened in there." My mouth clicks shut as I take a breath. Get it together, Carmi. He's not that hot, even though he really is. "I'm fine. Just embarrassed. Is that guy—" He shakes his head, and for a moment, his charming smile slips away, replaced by something else. A strange expression. It's serious, almost emotionless. Black as night. A thrill runs into my core. "I took care of him. He won't be coming after you." I stand up straight, not sure what to make of that. He was following me? At first, but I had a conversation with him. The man comes nearer and leans against the fence beside me. He understands how things are. What does that mean? It means that he understands bothering you will be the biggest mistake of his life. His charming smile returns, banishing the darkness, but the threat of it lingers. It's disconcerting. My heart's still pounding, and I don't think it's from the adrenaline anymore. "Who are you?" "My name's Stepan, but you can call me Step." "Well, thanks, Step." I clear my throat and catch myself tugging at my hair. I force myself to stop. "I appreciate your help even though I don't really know what you did. Just a casual threat of violence is all." He tilts his head, studying me. That was one hell of a move in there, by the way. I flush with a mixture of pride and embarrassment. I don't even know why I reacted like that. The prick deserved it. I was about to get involved when you... He gestures in the air like he's waving a sword around. Where'd you learn that? I did fencing in school. Really? I guess that makes sense. You look like you were pretty good. I was okay. I glanced down at my phone, thinking I really should order that car. But something makes me stop. Actually, I was really good. I don't know why I say that. My cheeks flush with embarrassment. I'm not the kind of girl that brags about herself to strangers, but God, for one night, maybe I can be someone else. He laughs, and it's extremely endearing. Some people have the kind of laugh that makes you want to hear more, and that's definitely Step. It's low and absolutely addicting. I like the confidence. You saw me in there. I just stabbed a dude in the throat with a lipstick tube. Good point. How good were you exactly? Won the state tournament 2 years in a row. I could have fenced at any college I wanted, except my father wouldn't let me go to college. I'm extremely impressed, he says, clearly deciding not to push me to finish that sentence, which makes me like him even more. Show me that move again. What? Right here? You want me to stab you in the neck? I doubt you could. That idiot practically ran himself through for you. I snort and push him with my shoulder. He's easily twice my size and weight, and he feels like a solid wall. I catch a hint of his smell, pine and musk. It's surprisingly pleasant. Give me a saber, and I could cut you to little itty-bitty pieces. That's what it's called. The sword thing is a saber? Yep, depending on the fencing style, and there's a whole uniform that goes with it. Come on, show me. He pushes off the fence and squares up with me, but there's nothing menacing in him. Even though he's big and fit, and he just admitted that he threatened to physically violate a man for me, I don't feel like this is a bad situation. Stab me in the face. You really want me to? I turn my body and fall into en garde. Knees bent, off arm held back, foil arm forward. I bounce on my toes very lightly, keeping loose. I'm warning you. I'm pretty good. I want to see, he says, and that edge is back. But this time it's a playful edge. It's inviting, and I feel it. The spark, the deep pulsing want roiling in the air between us, and suddenly I know. This is how it happens. The weird alchemical magic everyone but me seems to be able to find. This is how two strangers meet and decide they want to fuck each other. Excitement burns into my core. I reach into my clutch again and grab for the lipstick tube. I'm very distracted by the way he's looking at me. His cocky smile, his handsome lips, his mouth slightly parted with anticipation, his body held loosely, like he's prepared to react to whatever I'm about to do, but not overly primed for it. He knows how to handle himself, and he's glorious, my God. He's absolutely stunning. My mouth pulls back into an elated grin. This is weird and crazy, but I feel alive in a way I haven't felt in years. And I lunge at him. I go in fast. My favorite fencing style is saber, which rewards speed and aggression, and I don't hold back. He seems surprised and takes a step, trying to put distance between us. He's too slow. My touch lands right on his chest, an inch above his heart. Got you, I say, feeling breathless and wild. It's glorious, this feeling. I love to win more than anything in the world, but for so long I've caged that emotion. Now it's back, at least for a little bit. This night was a disaster until this moment. I'm elated, my cheeks flushed with the thrill of a fight and the tension between the two of us. He looks down, and his face changes. At first, I don't understand why. He seems surprised and amused, and he slowly reaches up to gently take my hand. "What's this?" he asks. I stare at my weapon, and immediately, a tidal wave of embarrassment pours down over my head. I didn't get my lipstick this time. No. I ended up with something about the same size, a little bit larger, and very pink. Neon pink. And made from a soft rubber foam material designed to be gentle on a lady's private area. It's my freaking vibrator. Chapter 2. Kami, I just stabbed him in the chest with my sex toy. Oh my God, I'm so sorry, I say quickly, snatching it away. I jam it back into my bag, but he's looking at me with fire in his eyes. Was that what I think it was? I can explain. Do you walk around with a vibrator in your purse? Not usually. But tonight you are. Can we just pretend that didn't happen? I'm so mortified I can barely breathe. A second ago I felt like a warrior. I was deeply alive and in control. Now I'm back to being regular old frustrated Kami. He steps closer. The distance between us flattens. I want to run, but he doesn't seem upset. Amused, maybe a little turned on even, which is terrifying and exciting. The moment teeters between us, and this can topple either way. Either total disaster or exactly what I wanted from tonight. Show it to me again. It's a command, and behind that command is a whole slew of filthy, carnal promises, but only if I'm willing to obey. It's a pact, those easy little words, and a magic spell. It means all I have to do is play along, and tonight will take a turn. Where it'll go, I can't say exactly, but I know this is the closest I've ever come to totally losing myself. I open my mouth to refuse him, because that's who I've always been, good to a fault, but I stop myself. Despite how much of a disaster this has been, I have to remember, I'm someone else tonight. Carmela Marino would turn him down and slap him across the face, but that's not me right now. He doesn't even know my name, which means I can be anyone I want. This new person, whoever I am, likes the way he's looking at me. No, she more than likes it. She really, really wants more. I reach into my clutch and take it out. The little pink vibrator sits on my palm. I've never felt so vulnerable in my entire life, but he doesn't laugh. He doesn't act like I'm strange or broken or like I'm crossing a dozen different bright red lines. Instead, he plucks it from my hand. Not bad, he says, and licks his lips in a way that suggests he's thinking about what I look like when I use it, which turns me on in a way I've never felt before. Deep, pulsing, impossible to ignore. In your hands, this little toy is a deadly weapon. I bet you're good with it. I usually use a saber when I fence, I say, cheeks so scarlet I must look like I'm on fire. I'm not talking about fencing anymore. He closes his hand around my vibrator. Come show me how you use this, and I don't mean as a weapon. Oh my God. All my triggers pull. Explosions go off in my brain. This is the moment I wanted when I left the house earlier, and now that it's here, I can barely control myself. He holds out a hand. I stare at it, and there's another crossroad. Turn him down and go back to my life unchanged, no different than I was before. I'll follow my father's orders and marry a stranger like a good girl should. Or go with step and really become someone else. This moment, right here, is why I came out tonight. Because if I had kept going the way I was going, if I had just followed my father's orders, then I never would have experienced something like this. The sheer elation, the mortification, the embarrassment. My heart racing into my chest and the strange, tingling excitement between my legs. The nervous fear mingling with pure lust. Where do you live? I ask him, breathless and not sure how this is supposed to work. Not far. He steps closer. One of his hands rests lightly on my hip. There's that charming smile again, but this time it's laced with something else. If you follow me home, I'm going to put you to work. I want your legs spread and that vibrator rubbing up against your slick clit. I want to watch you come before I'll even touch you. Can you do that for me, little fencer? Holy shit. Nobody has ever talked to me like that before. Good little Carmi? Not a chance. Most men are terrified of my family, much less ballsy enough to say something like that. I think so, I whisper, more turned on than I've ever been before. A part of me wonders if I should tell him how inexperienced I am. I've barely kissed a handful of men and been felt up and awkwardly fondled by a couple of them, but nothing more than that. Nothing like this. That's a good girl. His other hand touches my other hip. He moves them around and pulls me lightly against him. My heart's racing as my hands push into his muscular chest. I feel his pulse, completely steady, like he's in control right now. How do we, I clear my throat, feeling awkward and lost. How do we do this? His smile is like liquid honey as he dips his mouth down toward mine. I think we'll start here. Then he kisses me, lightly at first, probing and confident, like he's testing to see how I'll react. And God, it tastes so fucking good. I react by losing my mind. I press myself tighter to him, sealing his mouth with mine. His lips part, and his tongue invades my mouth, and he releases a sinful groan of surprise as the kiss turns from nice to searing hot in seconds. I melt against him as his taste floods me, whiskey and mint like a terrible secret. A car rolls past. Someone shouts from the direction of the club. I'm only vaguely aware of the city around us. I'm too lost in this man, as his hands possessively grip my ass, and I find myself grinding in against him. It's the sort of kiss I've never really had before in my life. All the men I've kissed before this one have been nervous and too gentle. There's nothing soft about Step. He dominates me with this entire body. He runs a hand through my hair and grips it as he bites my lower lip. He peppers my neck with kisses right there on the sidewalk like he doesn't give a damn if anyone walks past. He stares down into my eyes, and I stare back at the most handsome, godlike man I've ever seen in my life. I'm going to take you home now, he whispers, his other thumb brushing across my cheek. He pushes it into my mouth and I suck it, whimpering in surprise at how much it turns me on. When we reach my house, I'm going to take you to my room. Then I'm going to strip off your clothes, put you on my bed, and stroke my cock while you get yourself off. When you're right on the edge and moaning for more, you'll suck my thick dick with those beautiful lips as you climax. Then I'll fuck you and use you however I please until tomorrow morning. Do you understand me, little fencer? Now is your chance to back out. My breath comes ragged and broken. I can't think of anything but the sequence he just laid out for me. Expose myself to him, touch myself until I come, suck his cock, then fuck him, lose myself for a night. Take me home, I tell him. The car comes a few minutes later. He ushers me into the back and keeps a hand on my thigh possessively the whole ride. The driver tries small talk, but quickly gives up when he realizes Step isn't in the mood, and I'm too nervous to form a coherent sentence. We leave West Philly and head into Passyunk Square. Step's house is right off the main strip. It's an immaculately well-kept red brick home with a brown and tan bay window and a black door. He unlocks it, and for a second, I think this is a terrible idea. I don't know this man. Not really. I don't know what he did back at the club, if he even did anything. I don't know what he wants from me, if he wants something other than sex tonight. He could kill me in there. Despite my fencing, I can't actually defend myself from a man like him. Following him would be crazy, and yet I do it anyway, because if I can marry a man without even knowing his name first, I can sleep with a stranger after having known him for all of a half hour. This way, he says, tossing his keys on a side table. His place is pristine and shockingly beautiful. Dark hardwood floors, white walls covered in tasteful photographs of landscapes and city views. I've been around money my whole life, and this man has money. He might even be more comfortable than my father, and my father's one of the most powerful men in the Marino Familia. I want to ask him questions. What do you do for a living? What are your hobbies? You don't like to murder girls, do you? But I keep my mouth shut as we head up the staircase. I'm so nervous I could scream. I'll give you another chance, he says, turning to me at the top of the steps. My room is through there. Once we cross that line, I won't hold back. Are you sure about this, little fencer? Assuming you're not going to murder me when we're done, I say, trying to seem light-hearted and jokey. But I must sound like a lunatic. I'm not really in the mood to kill anyone tonight, he says, and brushes a thumb across my cheek. Come take off your clothes. Then he steps into his room and leaves me on the threshold. Chapter 3. Kami. The room is surprisingly warm. Dark greys, browns, and navy blues. The bed is large with soft sheets and lots of pillows. Thick drapes cover the windows. It's a masculine space, but a comfortable and reasonably well-decorated one. But I have only a second to admire the room before I start watching him undress. He's a specimen. It's unbelievable. His smirk is so disarming that I barely even wonder if I should be staring right now. But how can I take my eyes off him? Broad shoulders, sculpted chest, sun-kissed tan skin, and tattoos. So many freaking tattoos. Dark, dangerous tattoos. I know inked men. There are plenty of them in my life. But there's something about his, like his body's a mural. Snarling wolves, a gun with no trigger, roses wrapped around a knife along his ribs. He starts to take off his jeans but stops as my mouth opens, and I lick my lips. That obscene V of pure sexual charisma disappears into his black boxer briefs, and I really want him to keep going. You're not going to just stand there and watch me, are you? Because that's not how this is going to work. That jolts me out of the moment. I clear my throat and look down at the floor. Sorry, I was staring. It's okay, little fencer. He takes off his pants, then comes to me. He's in only a pair of underwear, and his very impressive bulge is clearly hard. His shaft is thick and long, and I can clearly see the outline of the tip of his cock. I picture it in my mouth and my heart starts racing. His hands touch me. He gently pushes the straps of my dress down. Then he kisses my neck and runs a hand into my hair, and my eyelids flutter as he slowly takes off my clothes. He pushes my dress down, revealing my strapless bra, and kisses my collarbone and my chest. He praises me as he does it, which sends me into a whole new dizzying level of need. I've never heard a man talk so openly about wanting me like this before, and it's intoxicating. You really are beautiful, my little fencer, he whispers. You don't have to call me that. My name is... He shakes his head and kisses me before I can blurt it out. I mumble it into his mouth instead. I like calling you my fencer instead. He touches my lower lip with his thumb. I think that's better for tonight. Okay, I say, shivering, and I realize how much I like that. I can be her then, his fencer, this man's woman for the night. Suddenly, a whole persona populates in my head, built from all the pieces of my life that I like, my athleticism, my confidence on the fencing strip, and filled in with traits I wish I had. I kiss him back then. I run my fingers through his hair as he takes off my bra and lets it fall to the floor. My nipples are stiff and brush against his warm skin as I push myself against him tighter. He bends down and kisses me, then picks my clutch up off the floor. I watch him pluck out the vibrator. Now, little fencer, he whispers. He licks it, rolling his tongue around the end before grabbing my hair. Open your mouth. He makes me lick the end. It's not very big, but I suck it anyway, aware that his cock would fill my mouth and then some. He sucks my nipples, rolling his tongue around them, before dragging me to his bed. Open your legs, he whispers, kissing my chest, encouraging me. He kisses my neck and lips, and I'm trembling as I take the vibrator from him and open my knees. Turn it on! The vibrator has one speed. I'm insanely used to it by now, and it hits me just right. The little guy starts to buzz quietly, and anticipation fills me. Lower. He kisses my chest and licks a nipple. There you go, baby. I press the tip against my slit, moving it up and down over my panties at first. You like that, don't you? He kisses my lips, burying me, hungry and dominant. Keep going. I slide it up and down, moaning softly. He pulls back to watch, stroking himself over his boxer briefs. I stare at his incredible body, shaking with pleasure. Then he reaches forward and tugs off my panties. I lift my butt as he slides them off. He tosses them to the floor and grabs my wrist, taking control as he guides my hand to my pussy. I'm so fucking wet. It feels so goddamn good when the vibrator glides up and down my lips. I don't think I've ever been this soaked before. Not on my own, at least. You're so fucking pretty, little fencer, with that dripping pink pussy and your hard nipples. You love this, don't you? I bet you taste so fucking good, too. Oh, shit. I moan in reply as he holds the vibrator over my clit. The second it feels like it's becoming too much, he glides it back down and up again, then releases me and leans back. I watch him take off his underwear as I stroke myself after. That's right, baby. Keep going. He fists his thick, hard cock, kneeling at my side. God, you look so fucking pretty like that. Your legs spread, that vibrator rubbing up and down your slick pussy. You're a filthy little fencer, aren't you? With that athletic body of yours. I bet you know how to use it too, don't you? I want to learn, I moan, which is closer to the truth. Oh, fuck, I'm so close. He grabs my hair tight. Mouth, he commands. I open and he slides his dick between my lips. I don't really know what I'm doing, but what I lack in technique, I make up for by sucking and moaning and not giving a shit if my spit drools down his shaft. I'm wild and mindless, and having a cock in my mouth as my vibe works up and down my pussy is kicking me into an entirely new realm of bliss I didn't know could exist. That's right, baby. Your pretty mouth feels so fucking good on my dick. Keep sucking me like that, you bad fucking girl. God, you want to come, don't you? You're moaning and shaking. Look at you, so beautiful. I want to taste it, baby. I want you to come, and I want to taste it when you're done. Shit, I'm coming, I gasp, pulling back from him. But he buries his dick in my mouth as the orgasm rips into my core. I shudder as it hits me. The vibe presses against my clit and I'm destroyed. I shatter with his cock in my mouth, moaning the whole time, and I nearly black out from the pleasure. Slowly, though, I pull the vibrator away, groaning as he pops his dick from my lips. As promised, he takes the vibrator from me and stares into my eyes as he cleans it with his mouth. Holy fucking shit. Exactly what I thought, he whispers and bends down to kiss me. I can taste myself on his tongue, and a warm thrill echoes down my spine. I didn't think I could actually want more sex after getting myself off. But I was wrong. This man oozes confidence and bliss. I decide right there, kissing him with my taste moving between our mouths, that I'm his for tonight. Fully and without hesitation. Whatever he wants, whatever he demands, I'll give him, because I know that I'll get even more in return. Then he's between my legs. He's kissing me and pinning my hands above my head, and I feel his tip press against my aching entrance. Fear spikes, and I should tell him that I've never done this before, that I've never had a man inside me before. I feel him glide along my pussy before pressing his tip inside. He lets out a low groan. Fuck, baby. I knew you'd feel good, he whispers, easing himself between my legs. And with that, without any fanfare, without any trumpets or shouting or wedding bells, and entirely because this is what I choose for myself, I'm no longer a virgin. My back arches. He's big, and I've never had anything his size in me before. It burns and aches, but underneath all that is a low hum of pleasure as he slowly slides himself deeper, until I'm full to the brim. He buries my mouth with his. My nipples are hard and my legs wrap around his hips. He moves back, hips grinding into me, going slow. I'm moaning and whimpering, half from pain and half from bliss, not sure which way I want to go. Keep going, I beg him, wanting this so badly it kills me. I'm the fencer tonight, strong and smart and sexy, Not boring old Carmy. Fuck me, please, I plead, not even sure why, because he's not showing any signs of stopping. He lavishes me with attention. He kisses my neck and breasts. He bites my lower lip. He tells me how good I feel and how badly he wants me. He grinds himself, in and out, almost like he knows I'm getting used to his size, like he can read my body's reaction. And slowly, as he tells me how he wants to fuck me from behind while he makes me come screaming with my vibrator, the pain recedes, replaced by raw pleasure blooming in my core. He fucks me after that. Not the slow, gentle grinding, but dirty and good. He fucks me as I push my hands against the headboard, and he fucks me when I roll onto my belly and let him grab my ass and spank me, and he fucks me when I ride him with sweat dripping down my breasts. He licks that sweat off and fucks my mouth. He fills me to the brim and comes inside of me, and he licks my pussy until I scream, and he fucks me again after that. More than once, the vibrator appears, sometimes shoved in my mouth and sometimes on my clit, making me come screaming. It's late when he's finally done with me. I'm sore, but in a good way. I use the bathroom, and when I come back out, I scoop up the shirt he wore to the club and pull it down over my body. But I notice something in the dim moonlight. A dark red stain near the collar, like a drop of blood. Come back to bed, he orders, and I look at him for a second. Why would there be blood on his shirt? What did he do to that guy after I left? But he's giving me that lusty, lidded smile of his, that charming smirk, and my hesitation fades as I crawl under the covers with him for a few hours of deep, black sleep before I have to be myself again. Chapter 4. Lev I brush construction dust off a long empty counter and dump out a bag of expensive Rolex watches. It's 6 in the morning, and nobody else is here yet. Technically, nobody needs to be here for another week at least. Fed Jewelers burned to the ground over a month ago, but now it's rising from the ashes, all thanks to the time and money I dumped back into this place. The front looks good. Better than it did before the fire, honestly. The display cases are mostly empty, and I take my time setting them up. Each watch gets nestled on a little pillow and lovingly lined up facing the customers. I grew up in this place. This store was my whole life as a kid. My father started it when he was a young man, and he grew it into a pillar of the diamond industry in this part of Philadelphia. Before it all burned down, millions of dollars flowed through this storefront every week. Now we're back. It feels good. It feels fucking right. It'll never be the same. But this time, it'll be mine. I hear the back door open. Alexander appears, looking out at me, shaking his head with disbelief. I can't believe you're here earlier than me. You're lazy. Are you surprised? I throw him a big grin. It's like putting on a pair of pants in the morning. No, it's like slipping on my mask. The smile says, look at me, I'm happy and harmless. Alex knows me better than that. We practically grew up together. He was my older brother's best friend, back before Stepan died in a gunfight with a rival crime syndicate. After Step's death, Alex and I got close, right up to the point where Alex married my sister, Natalia. It's fucking complicated, but at least he's a good husband. I can respect him for that. And once my sister gives birth, he'll be a damn good father. All because he cares. He cares so fucking much it drives him crazy. It turns him into an annoying perfectionist, and it nearly got him killed once already. But at least he cares. That's more than I can say about myself. Honestly, I thought you'd take some time off. Alex slides a coffee over to me. I accept it with a nod and take a sip. Given your situation, I'm getting married. I'm not about to succumb to venereal disease. Alex's eyebrows raise. You sure about that? The disease, not the marriage. Fuck off. Little does he know, I've been totally celibate, with the exception of one incredible night. I'm just saying, you can take a break. You still haven't even met your future wife yet. Don't even know her name. That fucking kills me. Aren't you curious? I shrug lightly. Adriano said she's pretty and loyal. That's all I need to know. Adriano doesn't exactly have your best interests at heart, you know. He fucking better. The son of the Don of the Marino Familia is the one who worked with me to set up this arranged marriage. It's how our two families come together. Russian and Italian working in perfect harmony to import drugs through Canada and to make everyone rich. But that deal is predicated on me getting hitched to one of his cousins. My sister Natalia was supposed to be the one marrying an Italian, except she ran off, got knocked up, and said the vows with Alex instead. So now I'm taking her place as the sacrificial lamb. That's what I do for this family. Step died, and I took his place as heir. Nat fucked up, and I took her place at the marriage altar. I hold this place together. That's why it's all going to be mine, sooner rather than later. Sometimes I don't even know why I want it. A rotten family with a rotten business bleeding rotten blood all over this city. Only that's me, rotten deep down to the core. Look, take it from me as a married man, married to my sister, so be careful about what you're going to say. Alex laughs and shakes his head. I just mean, you can either go into this and make your life hard, or you can go into it and make it easy. You know what I'm saying? Not remotely. I finish the display of Rolexes and step back to admire the display. How's this look? I'm saying. Have an open mind. You can struggle against your situation and act like a dick to the girl, or you can do your best to get along. Are these things straight? I frown and reach back in to adjust a few. You really don't give a shit about this wedding, he says with a sigh. We're still talking about that? I give him another cocky grin. I'm just messing around. I know what you're saying, all right? I plan on taking it seriously. Adriano's going to introduce us in a couple of days, and this weekend we'll say the words and get it all over with. Then I'll go back to living my life. I don't know if it's that simple. I mean, she's going to move in with you, right? If she wants to. Alex rubs his face with both hands. You haven't thought about this at all. That's logistics. I've been busy worrying about this. I gesture at the nearly finished shop. My time's been better spent here. Alex doesn't seem convinced, but that bastard thinks he knows everything about relationships now that he's living in blissful matrimony with my fucking sister. The guy should be more careful considering he knocked her up before putting a ring on her finger, but that's an old argument, and I'm putting it behind me. He finally gives up trying to lecture me about the right way to be a husband, and we get to work. I have a lot of thoughts about my friend Alex, but at least he's one of the hardest working men I've ever met, and he's got a solid mind too. By the time our two employees, Dasha and Katerina, show up, the place is starting to look like a store again. The girls take over putting the front together, while Alex and I deal with back-of-the-shop issues, which are mostly fake Rolexes, fake Patek Philippe's, and fake Omegas, and how to unload them. We deal in legit stock for the most part, but we're a criminal organization. I'm not even remotely above fleecing some unsuspecting rich assholes and selling the rest wholesale to even less scrupulous dealers all over the country. Work keeps me occupied. It settles my mind and focuses me. Despite the smiles, laughter, and charm, it's hard to keep the bad thoughts at bay. I've been sated for a while, ever since that night with my little fencer, but even that nearly went sideways. I still remember the way she jammed her lipstick tube into that drunk asshole's throat. When she ran off, the guy started after her, and for a second, the dark thoughts nearly won. I had my knife out and on him, edged tight against the tip of his collarbone in the soft flesh right there, hidden from the onlookers between our bodies. And the voice in my head screamed for blood, screamed for his pain. It wanted him to hurt. I cut him slowly, and his eyes went wide in horror. And the only thing that stopped me was knowing I wouldn't catch up with her in time if I kept going. Follow that girl, and I'll kill you. The fear in his eyes felt so fucking good. Almost as good as what I did with her later on. You want to grab some lunch with me and Nat? Alex asks me a few hours later, and I turn him down. He heads out, leaving me alone in the back. Despite knowing better, I go over to the small personal safe I keep tucked under my desk and unlock it. Inside are diamonds, cash, a loaded gun, and a small pink vibrator, my trophy from that night. I raise it to my lips and lick it. I smell it, breathing in the dregs of her scent. She's fading from it. I don't know how to keep my little fencer close, but this is the best I can do. In a few days, I'll be married, and that girl won't matter anymore. But I can't get her out of my head. I'm obsessed in a way I haven't been in a long time. It should scare me. The last time I got like this ended with blood on my hands. But for some reason, it has the opposite effect. Even though I'm getting hitched, at least I can still feel something. That night proved I still have emotions in my cold, black heart. They're quiet and dormant, but still there. Now I'll have to resign myself to a life of mediocrity with a woman I don't care about, with only this small pink vibrator as a reminder of what life could have been like if only things were different. Chapter 5. Carmi. Istar at the wedding dress hanging on the back of my closet door. "What do you think?" Luca asks. He's lounging on my bed and grinning at me. Daniel's in the door, arms crossed. "Dad almost didn't want you to have it." "Dad's a fucking prick," Luca says, yawning. "We'll have to get it altered and shit, but..." I step forward and run my hand down the fabric. It's not my style. Too conservative, too old-fashioned. But I love it so much. I remember seeing this dress as a little girl. It's one of my earliest memories, and one of the very few with Mom before she got sick. I squealed as she unzipped the garment bag and held it up for me in the light. I thought the rhinestones were the most beautiful gems I'd ever seen in my life. "Maybe you can have it one day, little girlie," she said, laughing as I tried to crawl under the skirt. I was 7 years old. She was dead by the time I turned 9. And now here it is. The same dress. It's smaller than I remembered, dirtier, more wrinkled, cheaper. "It's perfect," I whisper, pulling it close. The boys go quiet. My brothers remember Mom better than I do, and maybe that's harder for them, but it always makes me jealous. Luca is 4 years older and Daniel is 6, which means they both got way more time with her than I did. We're all scarred by her passing in our own way. The family was never the same after she was gone, especially not our father. She was the love of his life, and her death broke him. Now Bruno Marino is a cold, bitter prick. The kind of asshole that nearly didn't give his only daughter her mother's wedding dress and refuses to tell her the name of the man she's supposed to marry. "I know this is hard, but you're doing the right thing," Daniel says from the doorway. He gives me a single approving nod, which is the best I'll get from him. "Yeah, seriously. This is all sorts of fucked. But it's how it goes in our world, right?" Luca stretches and grins at me. "Should I throw you a bachelorette party?" "Pretty sure you don't do that for your own sister," I tell him. "Good point. It'd be too much fun for you anyway." Daniel rolls his eyes and walks away. I lift the dress off the door and hold it against me. "Can you tell me something about my husband? I mean, what do you know?" "Not much, honestly. I'm not supposed to say anything. Dad doesn't want to give you any reason to have cold feet." "I know, but I'm marrying him in a few days. We're meeting in a few hours. It's kind of too late to back out, right?" Luca sighs loudly and glances at his phone. "Just don't tell Dad I talked about it, all right? I don't feel like listening to him bitch and whine about it." My heart rate spikes. I try to act like this is no big deal, but I've been needling my brothers for any scrap of information about my arranged husband since the day my father told me it was happening. This is the first time either of them even admitted to knowing who he is. "Just tell me anything." He's a Russian guy. Apparently people like him. He's not a Zaitsev, but he's one of the important up-and-coming families. "Name, Luca. Tell me his name." His grin says he knows, and he's having fun fucking with me now, which is typical of him. My middle brother can be a vicious bastard sometimes. "He's got a nice house in the city and helps run their jewelry business. Apparently, he's got a good mind for it, too. I hear he's popular with the ladies, but the fucker better keep his dick in his pants and better not embarrass my little sister. Luca, I say sharply. What's his freaking name? Fedorov, he says. I wait. He doesn't elaborate. First name? Lev. I roll it around my tongue. Lev Fedorov, which means soon I'll be Karmi Fedorov. That feels too strange and foreign, and I quickly banish the thought. I hurry to my phone, dress forgotten, as I quickly start trying to find my future husband's social media profiles. There's nothing, Luca says, looking pleased with himself. He's a pro. I'm sure he's got profiles, but nothing under his real name. You know, can't risk drawing too much attention to himself. I curse in Italian, some of the only bits of that language I know. He's right. The name Lev Fedorov only brings up a few creepy-looking boomers, and unless my father's marrying me to a 60-year-old man who lives in Florida, I'm pretty sure that's not him. But at least I have a name. I quickly dive into my favorite group chat in the world and reach out to my friends with family in Philly's underworld. They're all girls like me who went to the same private schools and were kept cloistered away from the same bad news guys, and who completely understand what I'm going through even if they haven't been arranged to marry themselves. Not yet, anyway. I don't remember who, but someone a few years back once named the group Mob Girlies, and it's been that way ever since. Karmi. Anyone know someone called Lev Fedorov? Gia. Don't tell me it's him. Sophie. It's him? Gia. You got the name for real? Karmi. I got the name. Gia. This is huge. It's huge. Sophie. I'm sleuthing right now. Plus hold. Franny. Siri text Mob Girlies, all caps girl, I am in the car, but I am freaking out, but I don't know who this man is, but oh my god, I'm losing my mind, we got the name. Gia. Please don't text and drive, Franny Panties. You're gonna get yourself and Siri killed. Gia. R.I.P. Siri. Karmi. Franny can't be trusted behind the wheel with a phone nearby. Franny. Siri, text Mob Girlies, that's not funny, bitches. Sophie. Can we get some quiet, please? I'm sleuthing. Gia. Let the girl work. Cook. Sophie. I'm grinning to myself and typing rapidly on my phone. Luca slinks away, shaking his head and muttering under his breath, and I collapse onto my bed. He's right. Lev really doesn't have much by way of an online footprint. I'm usually pretty decent at stalking people, but I'm coming up with mostly nothing, except a few small clues. First, his family owns a jewelry store in the Diamond District, and it's supposed to be very successful, huge even. And second, he grew up in the city and went to a private school near here. His name shows up in an article from years back about their high school wrestling team. Apparently he was pretty good, but based on the year this thing came out, I'm thinking he's at least in his late 20s, around 5-ish years older than me. Sophie. Karmi baby, bad news. Your future husband is a ghost. Gia. Gasp! Karmi. What's that even mean? Sophie. I'm digging around and there's nothing. Just the stuff I bet you found already. Fed jeweler, went to Holy Ghost, whatever. But past that, total blank. Gia. Double gasp. Gia. Should I ask around? Check with the bros? Karmi. No, it's okay. I'm meeting him soon. Gia. Triple gasp. Karmi. Gia's got asthma again. Sophie. I'll keep on sleuthing, but IDK maybe just see the guy in person and check his vibes. Franny. Siri text Mob Girlies. I bet he's got huge vibes. Ha ha. Gia. Franny Panties just said, ha ha, out loud to Siri. Karmi. I'm not in love with a blind first meeting, but I guess if there's no other way. Sophie. Sorry, babes. No pics that I can find. The guy's either a recluse or his family's got some seriously talented hackers on the books. Knowing his business, he killed the last 10 men that took pictures of him, just to keep any evidence of his existence off the web. Still, it's weird and a little much, even for a mafia guy. Men in crime families need to have lives, and the world works through the internet more and more these days. I find it amazing that my future husband is probably one of the last humans in existence without some form of social media, especially someone under the age of 60. I get up and walk over to my mother's dress again. The fabric's soft under my fingertips. and I wonder what she felt like wearing it on her wedding day. Was she excited to marry my father? From everything I've heard from my brothers and people in my family, my parents were legitimately in love. Was she nervous? Did she rehearse what she'd say for hours in front of the mirror? It's strange, trying to imagine my mother as a young woman. I'm about to get married just like she did, but I couldn't feel any further away from her than I am right now. She married for love. I'm marrying for business. I wonder if she would have been okay with this arrangement. Not that it matters. I had my moment of indiscretion. I got to live my life for one single night, and it was one hell of a night. I smiled to myself, thinking about Step and the way that beast touched me, the way he throbbed between my legs and whispered filthy things in my ear. I've been holding on to that memory since it happened, keeping it close to my chest like a precious jewel, afraid that if I tell even the mob girlies, that'll somehow taint what happened. That night is mine. It was good, and I was free, and it's mine. No matter what happens after here, my future husband won't have any of that. I'll have given a piece of myself away to a total stranger, but I'll have done it on my terms. Good little Carmi isn't so good anymore. I turn back to my phone, not expecting anything, but another text comes through. Franny. Okay. I'm home, and I gotta say I'm deeply, deeply disappointed in you ladies. Franny. It took me all of 30 seconds to find a picture of our man. Carmi. What? Sophie. How? Gia. She's lying. Franny. Panty's got taken over by Siri. She's been body snatched. Franny. You're all so terminally lame. Franny. Behold, your future hubster. A blurry photo comes through. It's a yearbook headshot of a handsome young man. I stare, and a cold, impossible horror settles over my skin. He looks familiar. Young and a little softer. But I know those eyebrows. I know that jaw. I can feel the stubble against my cheek. I know the weight of his fingers gripping my hips. I smell his musty, spicy scent. That charming smile's been stuck in my head like a brand on my skin. Carmi, where did you get this? Franny, my brother went to Holy Ghost and graduated that year. I just flipped through until I found the right name. Not hard. Sophie, my God, she went analog and it actually worked. Gia, Franny panties, I take back every mean thing I've ever said about you. Gia, mostly at least. Franny, Siri text mob girlies, bask in my glory for I am the smartest in the group. Sophie, she's going to be a monster for week after this. My hands are shaking as I put down the phone. I stare at the ceiling and sweat prickles my skin. This can't be happening. This can't be real. There's no way in hell. I feel sick. I feel like I might puke all over my flower comforter. But when I look back at the picture Franny sent, it's still him. It's the man that took my virginity. The man that told me his name was Step. The beautiful, gorgeous stranger that I stabbed with a vibrator and proceeded to have insane sex with for one perfect night. My future husband. That bastard lied. And the next time I stab him, it won't be with a sex toy. Chapter 6. Carmi, I'm shaking on the drive over to the Fedorov house. Dad's behind the wheel, not speaking. Daniel's up front with him, and Luca's in the back with me. Nobody's talking, and the tension is high. I've been told a dozen times how important this marriage is, but it never felt real until right now. The Don himself wants this to happen, and Dad knows his brother's temper can be very dangerous when things don't go his way. Which means I've been told a dozen times I better not fuck this up. But how the hell am I going to keep it together? It's him. The man from my one night of rebellion. I looked at that high school yearbook photo 50 times leading up to this car ride, and I'm absolutely sure it matches the man in my memory. He's older now, somehow even more handsome, but it's definitely him. I don't know why he lied about his name. I don't know what he was doing at that club that night or why he followed me out into the street. I don't know why he took me home and fucked me, but it happened, and I feel like my world's falling apart around me. He wasn't supposed to have this. That's all I keep thinking. He wasn't supposed to have me. My virginity was meant to go to the man of my choosing, and I definitely did not want it to be my future husband. And he still somehow took it from me. I'm pissed. I'm sick. A million emotions rush through my body all at once, and I feel trapped because I can't tell a soul. I trust the mob girlies with almost anything, but I can't trust them with this. It's just too big. If anyone found out what I did that night, it'd ruin my life. Dad would kill me himself. But as the car parks and Luca grumbles at me to hurry up and get out, I realize something. Lev's going to recognize me too. He's going to know that I was out trying to sleep with some random guy. How's he going to react? Is he going to lose his mind and refuse the marriage? If that happens, I'm dead. Literally, not figuratively. Dad will shoot me in the head. I feel like I'm marching through waist-deep running water as I follow my family up the steps of a very nice old City Row home. It's an expensive house, and I'd probably feel a little impressed if I weren't too busy freaking out. Maybe I can run. If I brake to the left and keep going, maybe I can get away. I'll live out my final days somewhere out west and change my name to Serena Rose. I'm glad you made it, Mr. Marino. A man's voice. He's older, around my father's age. Call me Bruno. You must be Oleg. The men shake hands and exchange pleasantries as we're led into a formal sitting room. Lev's father is a burly Russian man with a loud laugh and sharp eyes. I can see some of Lev in him, the same brows, the same hair, though Oleg's is graying and thinning slightly. He's in expensive but understated clothing, just like my father. Both have on glittering gold watches. Daniel and Luca join the conversation, and I'm left at the end of the couch, losing my mind. Oleg seems completely uninterested in me and instead focuses on my father and my brothers, asking them questions about business and family like he's trying to dig for information. Which is fine because my brothers are doing the exact same thing. Everyone's feeling each other out. My apologies. It seems like my son's running late. Oleg gets to his feet, a flash of annoyance on his face. If you'll excuse me, but he doesn't get far. The door opens, and there he is on the threshold wearing a slim-fitting suit that shows off his muscular torso and makes him look like a capitalistic kingpin surveying his corporate holdings. I nearly scream. I'm so nervous my legs are shaking. It's really him. Step. No, Lev. No, my future husband. Whoever he is, he's standing right there, shaking my father's hand and turning toward me. We lock eyes, and I know he knows. For an instant, he goes very still. The charming smile falters. The mask slips for only a beat, and he looks at me with real surprise. Something ugly and dark slips across his face, but it's gone a second after. He shakes hands with Luca and Daniel before Dad brings him over to introduce me. This is your future wife, my daughter, Carmela, Dad says, gesturing to me. I stand on unsteady knees. I try to meet Step's gaze. No, damn it. His name is Lev, but I can't manage it. Instead, I thrust a hand at him. Everyone calls me Carmy, I mutter, looking at his shoes. They're dull, like he wears them too often. Good to finally meet you, Carmy, Lev says, slipping his hand into mine. His grip is firm and warm, and I can't help but think of that palm on my ass and his fingers in my hair. Holy shit. This can't be really happening. I'm about to vomit all over the floor. There's an uncomfortable beat as Lev stares at me, still grinning, the image of a dashing young man. Except we both know how supremely fucked this is. Then the men take over. They start talking business again, and I'm forgotten for a little while, left to sit on the end of the sofa and stew in my misery. Lev hasn't called me out yet, but he keeps throwing me looks, occasionally dark and rage-filled, but always covered by his ease and his laughter. He's got my brother telling him stories and pouring him drinks from the bar cart in the corner, and I can already tell they're going to rave about my future husband on the ride home. Meanwhile, Dad and Oleg are having a head-to-head near the window, both holding a glass of whiskey. I'm forgotten. At least I think I am. Except Lev reminds me over and over that he knows I'm there. His gaze is like poison. We should give these two a few minutes alone together, Oleg announces, and gestures at my brothers and my father. Why don't we go visit the game room and let them talk? Fine with me, Luca says, and elbows Lev like they're already best friends. Oh my God, those two are going to be horrible together. Just be careful, okay? We wouldn't want any accidental babies before the wedding. Luca, I hiss at him, turning pink, but all the men find that hilarious. Daniel squeezes my shoulder on the way out. I think that's meant to be reassuring, but it only feels possessive, like I'm the object here getting passed on to my new owner. Dad laughs loudly at some joke Oleg makes, and my brothers follow them into the entry hall. Lev walks casually to the door and closes it very quietly behind them. Then we're alone together. My heart's racing in my chest. I stand on the opposite side of the room from him and consciously put the coffee table and the couches between us. I thought your name was Step, I say sharply, and I don't even know why that's the first thing out of my mouth. There are a dozen better ways to approach this, like maybe acknowledging how fucking crazy this is. Instead, I'm pissed. His smile fades and disappears. What's left is cold, a black void of emotion. He looks at me like a predator. It seems we were both lying that night, he says, and though he doesn't walk closer, the way his body shifts makes me feel like he's tensing for something. I didn't know, okay? I didn't know who you were that night. Are you sure about that? Adriano didn't put you up to it. I glare at him, fighting back outrage. Absolutely not. You think my cousin can order me to freaking sleep with a stranger on top of marrying him? He lets out a soft sound of acknowledgement. I'm frightened, terrified actually, but also strangely thrilled. I never thought I'd get anywhere near this man again in my life, and now it turns out I'm marrying him. I'm disturbed by this turn of events, but that night flashes back. The pleasure. How good it was. His hands all over my body like he was worshipping every inch of my exposed flesh. Like he couldn't get enough. It was intoxicating. And while I don't see that same man standing in front of me, while he seems colder, more distant, even angry, maybe we can have a taste of that night one day. I don't know what you're capable of, he says softly, and the accusation is clear. Listen to me. That night never happened. We never met before. Do you understand? You think I want people to know? I have no idea what you want, little fencer. I flinch at the nickname. Don't call me that. He takes a breath and blows it out, obviously fighting to get himself under control. But what's he struggling with? I'm tempted to walk toward him, to close the distance between us. It doesn't have to be all pain and anger. It doesn't need to be a lifetime of hate and acrimony. If we can hold on to that night and let ourselves be those people one more time. From now on, we're colleagues, he says, tone completely flat. And I go very still. What's that mean? You and I mean nothing. I have no interest in a wife, and I'm doing this out of obligation to my family. I assume it's the same for you. No, I actually really wanted to marry a total stranger. I volunteered for it. He doesn't find my sarcasm amusing. Then we cut a deal right now. That night never happened. You'll be my wife in name only. We'll live our separate lives and do the bare minimum to appease our families. Beyond that, I have no interest in you, and I don't expect you to ask anything of me. Am I making myself clear? Slowly, the tiny speck of hope that was growing in my guts withers away and turns to bile in the back of my throat. I hear you. Lev. I put emphasis on the name, mostly because I'm trying to hurt him now, because I feel like he's hurting me. It doesn't need to be this way, except my future husband is a fucking asshole, and that's how it's going to be. Good. I'm glad you understand. Now, we'll go out there, we'll smile, we'll pretend like we had a nice productive conversation and you won't fuck this up. We never met. We don't know each other. Understood? You don't have to be such an asshole about it. Actually, I feel like I do. His jaw works. Is that a little emotion from the Ice King? I don't give a shit if I pissed him off. That night wasn't about you, I snap at him, letting loose now. He wants to be enemies? Then we can be enemies. I just wanted something for myself. All I wanted was to lose my virginity to someone I chose, and I had the bad fucking luck to end up in your shitty bed that night. So don't misunderstand anything, Lev. We'll get married. We'll act like it's all good. But I have no interest in you at all. His surprise thrills me. I like that I got under his skin. He stares, and for the first time, he looks like he doesn't know what to say. Your virginity? Yes, dickhead. I was a virgin that night, and if I got my way, you wouldn't have been involved at all. Guess we both got fucked. Surprise turns to anger. It's cold and terrifying. A real fury. He comes toward me, jaw working. You were going to throw yourself at some stranger? All to avoid sleeping with your husband for your first time? I was taking control of my life. I shoot back at him, standing my ground, even though I want to run. Like I said, it had nothing to do with you. That could have been anyone. You could have gotten hurt. What the hell were you thinking? He stops on the other side of the coffee table. 8 feet separates us at most. What do you care? I nearly cut that fucking prick's throat. I rear back in shock. The casual way he says it sends my pulse skittering. I remember his shirt, stained with blood. You did what? That guy was going to follow you out into the street and do God knows what. I made sure he'd think twice before bothering a woman ever again. And there you were, stumbling around, throwing yourself into a stupid situation. You couldn't have been more out of control if you tried. Screw you, Lev. You don't even know me at all. I feel like I know you very well now. Don't be disgusting. I jab my finger in the air between us. You want to forget that night happened? Then you stop throwing it in my face. You want to be colleagues? Then you don't get a say in what I do. He lets that sink in. I glare at him, and he glares right back. This went so absolutely fucking terrible. And I don't know how we ended up here, but I don't think I've ever despised someone so much in my entire life. He could have handled this so much better. I gave him my freaking virginity that night, and he's acting like the whole thing was a mistake. I want to scream into a pillow and sob myself to sleep, but I absolutely will not give him the satisfaction of knowing how much this hurts right now. You're right, he says, the icy chill coming back into his voice. Do what you want, Carmi. I don't give a shit. Just make sure you smile when your brothers come back. Which is exactly what I do. I plaster it on my fucking face, a big old grin like I'm having a great time, and I can tell my dad's pleased by how the trip went. And when we get back home, I puke my guts up in the bathroom and have to scream at Luca to leave me the hell alone when he asks if I'm okay. Because I'm not okay. I'm not remotely okay. Not even freaking close. Chapter 7. Lev, I hate this shitty club. Everything about the place is gaudy. Mirror surfaces, slick lights flashing over the dance floor, an enormous DJ booth in the shape of a heart. Even the bar serves overpriced, absurd drinks. Who the hell wants a $20 sugary martini? I sip my whiskey and wait. I let the noise pound down around me. Bitterness floods my throat. How the fuck did this happen? I close my eyes. My fencer's moans fill my head. Her lithe, toned, athletic body stretches on my bed, and she looks at me with a heady mix of lust and impatience. Her little toy pressed to her pussy, making her moan. My cock between her legs, shattering her to pieces. Sweat on her breasts, my tongue licking it up. I've been obsessed with that girl since that night happened, and I kept telling myself I'd never see her again. One final mistake before I got married and pledged myself to an Italian girl I'd never even met. What was supposed to be a fling turned into a nightmare. Because she's been everything. She's been everywhere. Each night, I go to sleep, and she's in my dreams. Each morning, I wake up, and she's the first thing I think about. My little fencer curled against my chest. I haven't felt like that in a very, very long time. And I fucking hate it. I hate her for dragging it out of me. And I want her so badly it makes me sick. Seeing her standing there in my father's sitting room was like witnessing an atom bomb rip apart everything I've ever known and loved. It took all my years of keeping my charming mask in place not to flip my shit. How is it her? That fucking girl. I'm obsessed with her. I want her so fucking bad it makes me physically ill. And I despise her for making me feel this way. I assume you're not here because you like the ambiance. Adriano Marino sits down on the stool beside me. He studies me for a moment, not unfriendly. I remember the night he held a gun to my head and nearly killed me. He would have done it too, if it weren't for Alex saving my life. Now we're cool, water under the bridge. Though I won't forget. I'm here to make sure our deal still stands. I pour more whiskey into my mouth to keep myself from begging him to tell me everything he knows about my future wife. I crave her so desperately, it's pathetic. Nothing's changed, he says casually, checking his phone. He knocks out a text before putting it back. How's it going on your end? I've been putting out feelers. There are a few men who will back me when the time comes. Only a few? I have to be careful. I only get one shot and nothing more. Adriano nods slowly. It's not an easy thing, deposing your own father. You know you'll have to kill him, right? I understand what it'll take. And when Italians help make it happen, your Pakan isn't going to object? I'll handle Zaitsev. Don't worry about him. I'm worried about everything, Lev. It's what makes me who I am. Adriano's smile is distant and tense. I don't know the heir to the Marino familiar all that well, but so far he's been consistent and reliable. When we set up this marriage arrangement, there were 2 layers. The first is the public deal. Our families become intertwined. The war between the Russians and the Italians ends forever, and we work together to import a new flow of drug product through a Canadian pipeline that Zaitsev Bratva's been building. The second is private between me, Adriano, and Alex. I agreed to marry the girl, to marry Carmi, without a fight, to put our past violence and problems behind us, only if he agreed to help me take down my father. This isn't what I wanted, but it's past time. My father's been a problem for years, and when my older brother Stepan was alive, it was easy to ignore it. Step had a way about him. He could manage my father's rages and his stupid decisions without causing any problems. But without him, things have gotten worse. Father's been more aggressive and more violent. He holds a grudge against Alex and my sister, Natalia, and one day he's going to do something about them. Something very stupid and very ill-advised. And so I made a choice. I know how the world will see me when it's done. I'll be a monster. There's nothing more dishonorable than fratricide in our world. Just back me when the time comes. I finish my drink and push it away. I met Carmi, by the way. What did you think? Adriano seems genuinely curious. She's pretty, isn't she? Told you I wouldn't screw you over. She's pretty, I agree, which is an understatement. She's fucking gorgeous. She's incredible. She's a tanned goddess with luscious dark hair, a lithe athletic body, and an ass that makes my dick hard. He doesn't need those details, though. I think she'll make a good wife, too. I hear she's a decent girl, you know what I mean? She follows the rules. I can appreciate that. Though I know my wife isn't always the perfect little mafia princess she pretends to be. No, she had one night of sin. It just happened to be with me. Take care of her. She's my cousin, and I want her to be happy. I'll provide for her. Adriano studies me. He frowns, and I can tell he doesn't like my answer. But fuck him. That's all I'll promise. Anything more would be a mistake. I had one night with Carmi. One fucking night. And now she's deeply stuck in my head. I'm goddamn obsessed with the girl and what's going to happen to me if I let loose with her while we're actually married. I'll drown in her, that's what. Which is why I'm keeping her at a distance, for now at least. Adriano shakes my hand and leaves after that. I head back to Fed Jeweler, even though there's not much more work to be done. It's just that this is the only place in the world where I feel comfortable. This business practically raised me like a second father. I sit in the back, pour another drink, and start going through inventory even though everything's been logged already. I'm not surprised when the door opens. I look up, expecting Alex, but instead it's Natalia. My sister slumps down into the chair across from me with a sigh, her pregnancy just barely starting to show. She rests a hand on the top of her belly and studies me, not smiling. She's the image of our mother, blonde, petite, and pretty. Also, a pain in my fucking ass. I love her to death, and I'll kill for her, but my God, she has caused me so many headaches over the years. I hear you finally met her, Nat says. How'd it go? I'm sure Dad will tell you all about it. I grin at her, and she snorts, shaking her head. I think Dad would rather throw me off a bridge than have a civil conversation with me. Yeah, well, you ditched out on a wedding, ruined his plans, and got pregnant by my best friend. He's understandably still coming to grips with it. Seriously, what did you think of her? I glanced down at my drink. I thought she was perfect. That's the problem. She's Italian. She's pretty. She'll be a perfectly acceptable wife. Wow, Nat says, eyebrows raising. The sparks are truly flying, says the girl that ran out on her arrangement. Fair enough, but come on. Did you guys hit it off at all? She seemed fine. We didn't exactly have enough time to get to know each other, which is only partly true. We had time that night, only we used it fucking like devils instead. I'm okay, Nat. Her expression cracks. You know how guilty I feel. If I had married Adriano like I was supposed to, it's behind us now. Carmi seems decent. We'll get along. We'll fucking have to because I need her cousin's muscle. But after my father's dead, and I'm the head of the Fedorov family, I'm not so sure if we'll need to stay together forever. But that's a problem for another time. If you need anything, you know you can come to me, right? I roll my eyes and throw a watch at her. She catches it and throws it back. I let it clatter to the floor. You've been married for like a few months and suddenly you're an expert. I didn't say that. Yeah, the implication was clear. But seriously, I'm okay. Focus on you and your family, all right? We'll see. She stretches and yawns. You gonna be here late tonight? That's the plan. I'm surprised Alex let you out. He's tracking me through my phone. She says it deadpan, and I honestly don't know if she's kidding or not. I decide I'd rather not know. I just knew you'd be here, and I wanted to check in. You checked. I'm good. Don't let your conscience bug you anymore, okay? She shrugs, gets up, and gives me a hug. Once she's gone, I turn back to the inventory in front of me and the glass of whiskey at my elbow. Dad's going to die. It's been a long time coming. I'm doing it for myself, for control of the family, for the future of this store and everything we've built. But I'm also doing it for Nat and Alex and my future niece or nephew. That's why I'm getting married too. All to keep them safe. All to protect what I care about the most in this world. From that fucking monster. My grip on my glass tightens, and I have to force myself to relax. These fucking emotions. This darkness. This hunger. I thought I'd conquered them already, and it's killing me that they're back. But I'm not a kid anymore, and this time, the real cause of my broken soul is going to suffer for all the fucked up shit he did to me, and I'll never let him hurt anyone else. Chapter 8. Carmi, I felt sick after meeting Lev for the second time. When I got home, I was in total shock. Even though the mob girlies kept blowing up my phone, I didn't have the energy to answer them. I felt totally drained and broken, and the idea of trying to explain that I had a stupid one-night stand with the man who's going to be my husband, and we lied to each other about it, just feels way too daunting. Which means that secret has to stay with me, but it's making my body feel itchy, and the sickness doesn't go away. I throw up that night, And while that makes me feel a little bit better, I'm back at it again the next morning. I'm a total wreck. All the next day I keep seeing Lev's face in that sitting room, the pure loathing in his expression, the disgust in his eyes, like he was sickened by the mere thought of being with me. That night was precious to me. Filthy and crazy, but precious. Because it was all mine. Something I chose to do outside of my character purely for my own benefit and for nobody else. Now it's ruined, destroyed by that asshole, and I don't know how I'm going to face this marriage now. I throw up again in the afternoon, and again in the evening. By the time the next morning rolls around and I'm throwing up in the toilet, I'm starting to think this isn't psychological. My period's late. It's only a few days, and given the way things have been lately, I kind of wasn't letting myself worry about it. I have enough going on as it is. But as I wash my face and stare at myself in the mirror, a deeply grim thought occurs to me. What if? It's stupid. There's no way. But thinking back, it's not like we were particularly safe. I just thought it was my first time. There's no way I could get pregnant my first time. And now, I wait for my dad to sequester himself in his office before sneaking out of the house. Lucky for me, Luca and Daniel both got their own apartments years ago, and they won't have any idea what's going on. I hurry to the Rite Aid around the corner, buy a pregnancy test at the self-checkout kiosk, and wrap it up in 2 plastic bags on my way out. I should have had Lev wrap it twice that night. I'm shaking in the bathroom. I lock it, just to be sure, and unpack the test. The little stick looks like a knife, and it's sure as hell sharp enough to cut my life to shreds. The sick part of all this is I always knew I'd be a mother one day. Or at least I always wanted to be. When I lost my mom, I decided really young that I'd make up for it by becoming the best mother I could be. Sort of in honor of the mom I never got to have. I always had that dream in the back of my head, and now that it's staring at me in the face, I'm starting to wonder if maybe that was a stupid idea. Because I'm not ready. I'm not even close to ready. And not with this man. I breathe deep to keep myself from crying as I check the results, and end up puking in the toilet again as the positive test watches me from the vanity. This can't be happening. This can't be happening. There's no way I'm pregnant right now. There's no way Lev knocked me up that night. I take another. It's positive. This is absurd. I had sex one freaking time and I ended up pregnant. Either I have the worst luck in the world, entirely possible, or I'm way more fertile than I realized. This is sick. This is fucked. Lev is the father of my child. Under normal circumstances, marrying the man that got me pregnant wouldn't seem like the worst thing in the world. Except this isn't normal. This is the asshole from that night, the handsome, charming bastard, the man that all but told me he has absolutely no interest in having an actual marriage with me, the man who basically treated me like a piece of trash, after fucking me all night like I was his princess. I puke in the toilet again and knock my head on the lid when someone bangs on the door. "Carmy? You in there? Are you puking right now?" "No, I'm fine," I yell, flushing the toilet quickly. It's Luca's voice on the other side of the door. "What the hell are you doing here?" Dad called. He says there's a bunch of wedding shit the planner's bugging him about, and you're not answering your phone. "What the hell are you doing in there?" I gather up all my stuff and shove it in the plastic shopping bag. If Luca sees this test and figures out what's going on, I'm totally screwed. I can't use the bathroom in peace in my own house? No, you can't fucking disappear a few days before your wedding, you numbskull. Come out and talk to Dad. He called me back from work for this shit. You don't have a real job. I'm a busy man, Carmy. I run the fucking restaurant. It's a goddamn front and runs itself, but I bite back that retort and flip him off through the door. I gather myself in front of the mirror. Internally, I'm losing my goddamn mind. But externally, I make myself presentable. I'm Carmela Marino. I'm the daughter of Bruno Marino, an important man, sister of Daniel and Luca, a good Italian girl, a nice Catholic, always does her homework, obeys her family's orders, doesn't step out of line, A nice girl, not the kind of slut that gets pregnant from a one-night stand. You sure you're good? Luca asks when I brush past him and head to my room. What's in the bag? Lady shit. You want to see my tampons now, too? He snorts and crosses his arms over his chest. I grew up in this house with you. I know how gross you are by now. I shove the bag of pregnancy tests, all used, all positive, into my drawer. Tell Dad I'll come down and talk to him in a little while. You sure you're good? Luca glances at the wedding dress hanging on the back of the closet. I know this is a lot. I mean, shit can't be easy. I'm fine. I stare at him before forcing myself to smile big. That's right. I've got it all together. I'm good to go. I'm normal, regular, happy Carmy, easygoing and amenable. Yeah, all right, Carms. Just go talk to the old man before he loses his fucking head. And if you need anything, ask me. I mean that. I know this sucks, but you're doing the right thing. He hesitates, and I can tell he wants to say more. But he leaves it there and walks off. I slump back against the bed and stifle a sob. I have to bite my lip to keep from breaking down. I'm screwed. I'm so screwed. I'm beyond screwed. I'm destroyed. Lev's going to realize what happened, and he's going to kill me. I can't exactly hide a baby. And there's no way in fucking hell I'm getting an abortion or anything like that. Maybe this isn't how I saw myself becoming a mom, but that still means something to me. This baby's mine, whether I wanted it or not. And now I have to figure out how I'm going to handle this absolute wreck of a situation. Chapter 9. Lev. I adjust my tie and stare at myself in the mirror. The mask is on, but it feels heavy, like my usual charming smile wants to slip off and reveal the inky black horrors underneath. I hate this shit. I despise being the center of attention. It's still early in the day, and I'm already exhausted. Everyone assumes that fun-loving, charismatic Lev loves a party, but they're so fucking wrong. This sort of event exhausts me because it means I have to be on for hours. I have to keep the mask firmly in place. No slips, no excuses. The wedding's happening at the Fairmount Waterworks. It's the old water station right next to the Schuylkill River, and it's a gorgeous venue. Italians and Russians mingle indoors and on a huge patio area where the main reception will happen. The weather's gorgeous, which is a bonus. I haven't seen my wife for longer than a few minutes. For all I know, she's running away. You good, bro? Alex steps into the little private room set aside for the groom's side. Just taking a break. I look sideways at him. Of everyone in the world, I could probably be myself the most around Alex. Except, even that's dangerous. I was hoping for something small at the courthouse. And yet, here we are. Valentin Zaitsev requested this. And if that's how the Pakan wants it, that's what the Pakan gets. I finish for him. He squeezes my shoulder. Come on. It'll be all right. Ceremony's in a half hour. Dancing and dinner after that. Then it's all done, and you have yourself a pretty new Italian wife. I'm so excited I can barely breathe. Tell that to your face. He stands beside me in the mirror. I've got a smirk plastered on, but it's hard not to see the stress at my edges. You know how much this means to everyone, he says softly. I know why I'm doing this. For the family. For myself. Not for the little fencer that stormed into my life and upset the balance I've so carefully constructed. Then let's get through it. He takes a flask from his jacket and holds it up. Za vas. He takes a hit and passes it over. To the family, I say before letting some whiskey warm my throat. After that, it's more mingling. I meet more old Italian men than I ever wanted to. Adriano's there for most of it, guiding me along and letting me know which of his capos are important and which are on the outskirts of his organization and which are only aware of their legitimate activities, such as they are. I do the same for him with my people, and I can't help but smirk at the idea of having a mafia, bratva mixer and networking party. The number of crimes that have been committed by the men in these rooms would make a district attorney salivate. I'm almost able to calm down and let myself get through this torture when I step out onto the patio, to get a moment of air and spot her coming toward me. Time stills. The water rushing past down below in the river comes to a sputtering halt. There's a breeze in the air and I smell bracken and soil, but all I can do is stare. She's in a conservative, almost old-fashioned white dress. The sleeves are long and glittering. The bodice forms to her chest and hips, and the skirt trails after her. She looks like a ballerina, gliding gracefully. My heart's in my throat, and I can't believe this woman is my wife. This gorgeous fucking woman with her dark hair in a complicated braid and little glittering gemstones studding around her neck and on her wrists. This woman with her red lipstick like that night. This fucking woman. My little fencer. And suddenly, I come back to myself. "Can we talk?" she asks, glancing nervously toward the party. I thought this was bad luck. We're way past that point. She moves over to the corner of the patio. Some folks lingering outside notice us, but none come over when I follow her. I stand close enough to smell her perfume. It's the same scent from that night. It fucking kills me. "What do you want?" I ask, sharper than I meant. She flinches and looks away. "We should talk. If you're trying to get out of this wedding, you're much too late." "No, that's not... I understand this isn't what you wanted. Do you think I agreed to this because I was excited about marrying a stranger? But this is our duty." "You don't have to be such a prick about it," she says sharply. Anger spills out of her. She can't even help it. Where I'm constantly hiding who I am and what I feel, her emotions flow around her in waves, and I bet she doesn't even know it. That's messy. It's undisciplined. Fuck. I love her mess. I tighten my jaw to force that thought from my mind. "People are staring. Why did you want to talk?" She opens her mouth but glances to the side. Her face pales slightly when she realizes more people are spilling out onto the patio now, probably because they heard the bride was making the rounds before the ceremony. Not normal, but nothing about this is normal. "I just have to tell you something before we do this," she whispers, sounding urgent. I can barely hear her. My body itches to touch her skin. It's a sensation I despise, this barely in control lust ringing through my core. My cock's half stiff being so close to her right now. It's a disease. How badly I want her. I'm a sick, fucked up man, because all I want to do is rip her dress above her hips and bury myself in her soaking wet pussy while she says my name. My real name. But I don't want to be nice. I don't want to feel this way. I've always been in control, but she makes me feel like my mask is cracking. I need boundaries. I need rules and space. Otherwise, this itching under my skin is going to make me do something I'll regret. I'm not interested, I say, and she looks at me sharply. No, really, Carmi. Nothing you have to say matters. Don't you get that? What happened that night happened, and now we're moving on with our lives. Once this ceremony is over, you can go back home with your father. You can be whoever you want to be, and we'll do the bare minimum. I'll be loyal to you, and I ask that you're loyal to me. But past that, you're not mine, and I'm not yours. This is all for show. The hurt in her eyes breaks my heart. I'm doing it again. I'm being a bastard because I don't know what else to do. I hate myself as much as she does in this moment. God, you're such a piece of shit, she whispers, words trembling. Seriously, Lev, you have no idea how cruel you are. I'm being pragmatic, you should try it. Now, if we're done? I turn away before she answers. If I let her keep talking, I don't know how I'll resist burying her little mouth with my own and claiming her right here. This is going to be a painful marriage. My mask falls into place. Once again, I'm affable, Lev, engaging, attractive. While under the surface, I'm boiling for that woman. Chapter 10. Carmi! I'm not going to cry. I'm not going to cry. If I cry right now, it's going to make everything so much worse, so I am absolutely, positively not going to cry. It takes all my energy to keep myself from sobbing as I stand in front of a few dozen important members of both the Zaitsev Bratva and the Marino familia. None of my friends are here. They're not important enough, and who cares what I want? This isn't about me. It's about my father and his brother. Don Marino sits up front, looking older and thinner with every passing day, with my cousin Adriano by his side. My father's on Adriano's other side with Luca and Daniel. At least Luca's giving me a grin and a thumbs up like he knows I need all the support I can get right now. My husband is barely looking at me. Every time I glance in his direction, his eyes dart away. I keep hearing the loathing in his voice, and I don't even understand what he thinks I did to him. As if I'm the problem here, as if I'm the one that negotiated this and arranged it. Of everyone in this room, I'm the most innocent, and yet he seems to hate me the most. I wanted to tell him about the baby before we said the words and made it official. Maybe it wouldn't have made a difference, but I wanted to see if that changed anything for him. I don't get a choice, but he should. That was my thinking anyway. He so clearly wants nothing more than a show marriage, and I doubt children are in the future, except for the child already growing in me. But it's too late. The ceremony starts, and I'm trapped. It's all noise and words I can barely understand until the priest gets to the part where we exchange rings and vows, and I know what's coming next. Cold metal feels heavy on my finger as the sun begins to set over the river. If there's a boat coming, maybe I can jump over the side and swim for it. Maybe I can just drown. You may kiss the bride. There's a moment where I don't move. Lev stares at me, jaw flexing. His disarming smirk fades, and I think maybe he won't do it. Like he's so disgusted by the thought of becoming my husband that he'll refuse me in front of everyone. What's another little humiliation matter? Then he covers the distance between us, puts a hand on the small of my back and the other on my arm, and presses his lips to mine. Warm, soft, everything I remember. A hint of whiskey. He's been drinking. Is he nervous, like I am? Or is that just the kind of man he is? I realize how little I know about him. And oh, God, the kiss deepens. It shouldn't, but it does. I feel the very tip of his tongue against mine. I fight a whimper, and the memory of that night floods me. My first time. My everything. Desire rips into my core. A fuzzy intensity makes my brain a pile of mush. This shouldn't feel good, but it feels like heaven. Then he pulls away, right as our kiss teeters on the edge of inappropriate. I'm swept into the reception. Luca shoves a glass of champagne in my hand, and I discreetly leave it on a table without drinking any. The men and their glittering wives congregate and tell loud stories as I'm passed from group to group, my brothers at my elbows like a couple of guards. And who knows? Maybe they really are. It should be my husband showing me off, but Lev's somewhere else. I don't know what he's doing, and I don't care. You make a lovely bride. Valentin Zaitsev smiles at me. His beautiful wife, Karine, hangs onto his arm. Congratulations, she says, and gives me a quick hug. You did great. I assume this wasn't easy for you, but I want you to know how much this means to me and my family. Valentin's young and very good-looking. I'm actually shocked at how handsome he is. Everyone says Adriano's the most gorgeous man in the city, but I don't know about that. My cousin's kind of a prick. Lev might outshine them both, though. Another young woman appears at my elbow. She's blonde and chic, beautiful even, and gives me a massive hug. I guess it's time we met, she says, forcing herself to smile. I'm your sister-in-law, Natalia, and this is my husband, Alex. He's good friends with Lev. Oh, I say, surprised, as Alex gives me a friendly nod and stands possessively close to her. I didn't know he had a sister. She scowls and holds one of my hands in hers. That sounds like Lev, but don't worry. He's a decent person. I'm sure he is, I say vaguely. It's just hard for him, that's all. And I know it's hard for you too. And I just... She softens slightly, and I can tell she's struggling with something. Is that guilt? I can't tell, and I find it hard to care right now. Anyway, thank you for doing this. I'll make sure Lev treats you well. I doubt that'll happen, but I thank her anyway since I don't want to be rude, and I'm swept off as Luca inserts himself again. There are more people to meet, more hands to shake, and congratulations to handle. I'm given another glass of champagne, and I manage to ditch that one in the bathroom. When I don't think it can get any worse, it's time for the dances. Can't we skip this? I hiss at Luca as he escorts me center stage. Everyone's watching with those fake smiles, and all I want to do is run. My husband's nowhere to be seen. You'll be fine. Just get it over with. Luca looks around, frowning. Where's Lev? That's exactly what I've been wondering all night. I'm left alone in the middle of the dance floor while the crowd settles into their chairs. The band seems as confused as I feel, and Luca lingers by my side while I scan the faces for my husband. Maybe we can skip this part, Luca murmurs. Shame floods me. I shouldn't feel embarrassed right now, but I can't help it. Everyone's staring. I know what they're thinking. Poor, pathetic girl, forced to marry a man she barely knows for political reasons. I bet the women pity me, and the men all think it's great that Lev is getting a young and pretty bride to hump whenever he pleases. The longer we stand here, the more my head fills with dark and horrible thoughts. Seconds drag on, and the lead singer of the band calls Lev's name over the microphone. Luca's grip on my arm tightens. His face falls into a scowl. Let's just sit down, I plead with my brother. This doesn't really matter, right? I glance at the tables, searching for a friendly face, but they're all strangers. This is a business meeting for my father and the Russians, and not a wedding to celebrate an actual marriage. My cheeks turn crimson as tears fill my eyes. I bet these people don't even know me. Fuck it, Luca snarls and turns to drag me away. When Lev comes striding out from the crowd, everyone's looking at him, and there are even a couple of cheers like he's some kind of hero come to save me from a bad situation. Except, it's a bad situation of his own creation. I'm beyond livid when he offers me a hand, and the band begins to play My Way by Frank Sinatra. Luca walks off reluctantly, and I'm stuck with my bastard husband. Where were you? I hiss as we sway uncomfortably to the beat. Lev's hands linger lightly on my hips, like he's afraid to touch me. He's looking everywhere but at me. I was busy. Nobody told me this was happening. It's your wedding. Shouldn't you be a little more aware? Like I said, I was busy. And yet here you are, my Prince Charming, saving me from the humiliation of standing in front of all these strangers all alone. Lev finally glances at me. His face is hard to read. It's stormy, almost angry, and he moves slightly closer, his grip on my body tightening. I told you it was an accident. Why are we even doing this anyway? It's not like you really want to marry me. I didn't realize you were so excited to be my wife. I'm absolutely not. His jaw works, and now his attention is fully mine. I don't know how I feel about that as he moves even closer. Now there are mere inches between our bodies, and I'm reminded how obscenely attractive this man is, even if I think he's a total selfish asshole. That night plays in my mind again, and I can almost feel the grip of his fingers on my hips again, just like they're touching me now. I shiver, not wanting to feel like this at all, and cling on to the anger instead. If this is so hard for you, after we're through with this dance, you can ask your brothers to take you back home. I let out a sharp laugh. You think my father will be okay with that? What about your father? Or Valentin Zaitsev? I'm pretty sure it's a bad look, the bride leaving her own stupid wedding. You don't care what any of those people think? Maybe, but they can make my life even worse than it already is. He moves closer. Now we're touching. My breasts graze his chest, and his lips bend forward to murmur in my ear. And how bad is your life, princess? I stiffen and nearly stumble, but he keeps on smoothly dancing. Excuse me? You have more than most women dream about. Money, friends, family, privilege. Are you really so miserable? You don't know me. I'm pretty sure I've met 1,000 versions of you all over these crime families. I may not know you, but I know your type. A lump forms in my throat. Angry tears threaten, and I fight against them. Fuck this guy. Fuck him to hell. I don't even know why he's being such a bastard right now. Except a little voice in my head actually does. He doesn't want this either. He's going through the motions just like I am. But instead of handling it together, he's turning me into an enemy. Well, screw him. Lev thinks I'm just some spoiled mafia princess because he has no idea what I'm really carrying around. The weight of this truth growing inside of me. You want to know why I'm so fucking miserable, you selfish asshole? Go ahead, little fencer. Tell me what could possibly be so bad. I pull back so I can look him dead in the face. I'm pregnant, and the baby's yours. He stops dancing. His expression is stunned. For 1 second, he only looks at me, at a total loss for words, as I backpedal and turn. The song ends abruptly as I make my way to my table, face pink with anger and embarrassment. And when I look back, Lev's smiling again. He's laughing at something and making a joke, easing the tension, covering over the moment, making everything all right. Like he doesn't give a shit at all. Chapter 11. Carmi. The wedding's basically ruined after that, as if it weren't already terrible. I refuse to do anything else. No cake cutting, no father-daughter dance, no speeches. My father speaks anyway, even though I tell him not to. It's expected, after all, and I'm left alone at my table fuming and feeling like a complete outcast. At least Luca's there with me. Daniel's off making nice with the Russians, but Luca knows something went down between me and Lev during the dance. When he asks, I just tell him it's nothing and refuse to elaborate. The night's hell. Dinner's okay, though. Lev disappears again and doesn't show his face, though I catch sight of him a few times talking to various people and looking like he doesn't have a care in the world. I'm ready to go home, I tell Luca, the first moment it becomes even remotely appropriate. He looks awkwardly at Daniel. The pair of them are drinking whiskey at the bar together. I'm not sure that's a good idea, he says and clears his throat. What do you mean? Half the guests are gone. Valentin Zaitsev left an hour ago. Adriano disappeared. Let's just get out of here. Daniel looks at me. His face is stern as he sits up straight. This is awkward, so I'm just going to say it straight. You're not coming back with us to Dad's place anymore. I laugh because that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. The plan was always for them to get me back to Dad's after the wedding. Where else would I go? Lev talked to Dad. Daniel glances at Luca like he's searching for help, but Luca doesn't say a damn thing, only glares at his drink. Apparently, he wants you to come back with him tonight. Are you serious? I look between my brothers. I was supposed to have at least one more night. I'm not packed, I'm not ready. I know this sucks, Luca says, sounding pissed. I told him that wasn't the plan, but he insisted. What can we do? You're married now. It's not real. Desperation rises in my guts. I mean, come on. We're not actually... Yes, Carmi, you are. Luca stares at me. His expression hardens, and I take a step away from him, feeling my face drain. Look, this is the worst, but we can't pretend, right? You married the guy, and that's the end of it. No more living at Dad's place. No more coming back there. You just gotta go with your husband and make it work, okay? I don't know what to say. I expected something like that from Daniel. He's always been tougher and harder, but never from Luca. All of a sudden, I feel more alone than I ever have. My brothers are abandoning me. The life I knew is essentially over. And yeah, it's only one night, but this little fiasco only hammers home what I've been trying to mentally avoid this whole time. I'm Lev's wife now. I turn and walk away. Luca calls after me, but neither of my brothers follow as I storm over toward the street. The valet looks at me but doesn't say anything as I stand alone in the darkness, finally letting those tears I've been fighting back flow down my face. I'm not sobbing for Lev. That asshole didn't do this to me. I'm crying because it's finally clear just how screwed I am and how nothing is ever going to be the same. I take it you're ready to leave. I turn around, wiping my face. Lev's standing nearby, watching me carefully. That handsome smile is gone. Why are you doing this? Why are you making me go home with you? Because you're my wife. Since when did you give a shit about that? He comes closer. There are no other people around. Even the valet makes himself scarce. 50 feet away, a massive fountain burbles, and the echoes of laughter and music drift from the venue. None of that touches me as Lev stops close enough to touch, but he doesn't reach out. When did you find out? He asks. And I know we're not talking about our marriage anymore. I tilt my chin up. Yesterday. Is that what you wanted to tell me earlier? You blew me off. I didn't plan on giving you the news in front of everyone, but here we are. He's staring at me like he can't decide if he wants to break my neck or kiss me. You could have waited. Probably, but you were being such a dick. See? That's the thing, little fencer. You say you weren't selfish and spoiled, and yet you were pretty willing to drop a bomb on me just to win an argument. He's got a point there. I could have been a bigger person and waited for a better time to tell him some extremely life-altering news. But I've been so ground down, and I just wanted a petty win for once. I was embarrassed, okay? I know that wasn't great, but you pushed me. Can I expect you to overreact every time we get in a fight? This is going to be a pretty brutal life. I grind my jaw, glaring at him. Don't treat me like a little kid. How would you like me to treat you? He comes closer, almost threatening with his proximity. You want me to treat you like my wife? Or maybe like my one-night stand? Would you like that better? Fuck you, I say, and he grabs me by the arm. I gasp as he tugs me against him, glaring down at me, his eyes still haunted. And I realize in that moment how much he's struggling with this, and how badly I fucked up by telling him in the middle of our first dance. You want to forget what happened between us? How I fucked you until you moaned and begged for more? And now here you are, pregnant with my fucking baby. Neither of us asked for this. You're right, we didn't. Let go of me. You're my wife now, Carmi. You're carrying my baby. I said let go. He glares at me. I glare right back. I'm an inch from kneeing him as hard as I can right in the balls when he releases me. I step back, breathing hard, dizzy with the rush of his touch and the intensity of his stare, and I don't know what we're doing here. I can't tell if he hates me like I hate him, or if he wants to fuck me senseless just like I want him to fuck me until none of this hurts anymore. He composes himself and turns away. I'll get the car. That's the end of it. I'm left alone to get myself under control. The valet magically reappears and Lev's BMW shows up a couple of minutes later. I'm ushered into the passenger seat with no ceremony, no friends or family to say goodbye on my own wedding night. Nothing to mark the moment. Only a man I don't want, and a baby I'm not ready for. His house is exactly how I remember it, which kind of fucks me up. The second I walk inside, that night flashes through my mind again, only more intense, more visceral. It's the smell of the place, warm cinnamon and whiskey. That scent triggers my body and I'm practically trembling with sexual anticipation, even if sex is the last thing I want tonight. I'm like Pavlov's dog, except a horny version. We'll have your things brought over tomorrow, he says, shrugging out of his jacket and tossing it on the couch. The cuffs come undone, and he tosses the tie on the back of a chair. Great. So am I sleeping in my wedding dress tonight? Just let me go back to my place. I'll pack a bag, and I'll come here tomorrow. No. He goes into the kitchen and pours himself a glass of wine. That makes the most sense. I don't really care. Why are you being like this? I cross my arms, wanting to shield myself. His gaze rakes over me, hooded and inviting. "Remember the last time you were here?" I roll my eyes and make a disgusted sound. Even if yes, absolutely, I definitely remember. "I gave myself amnesia. Sorry. That's a shame, because from what I remember, it was a good night." That smile comes back for the first time. I hate how charming he is. There's something magnetic and easy about him. And no matter how hard I try to despise him, he manages to break down my defenses without even trying. "Oh, you mean when I got pregnant? That was a good night?" He falters, but only for a moment. "A very good night. Where did we start? Right down here?" I'm going to bed. I stomp toward the stairs. "What, you don't want to consummate our vows?" He follows me, grinning now. "You can consummate your hand for all I care." I head up the steps. He's on my heels now, following close. My heart's racing as I make it to the top and turn toward the guest room. "Here's the thing," he says, leaning against the wall and watching me carefully. "I know you don't like me. You wanted this marriage about as much as I did, but we're stuck together, and I'm starting to think we might as well make the best of it." "Yeah, you think that now?" I stare at him, struggling not to let my condescension show. "Now that we're alone and you're a little drunk and you're thinking about fucking me?" He licks his lips and tilts his head. "That's not it at all. Based on the way you're looking at me, I think it is, and I'm not interested." "You do look beautiful tonight, Carmy," he says quietly, which I didn't expect. I figured it'd be something crude or overly sexual, but not that. He sounds sincere, and it's actually kind of sweet. "Great, thanks. That's what every arranged bride wants to hear on her wedding night." "I'm not trying to fuck you right now," he says, smile fading. I catch a glimpse of that dark tension hiding beneath his easygoing surface, and it scares me a little bit. What's this guy hiding from everyone else? And what does it mean that he's letting it peek out in front of me? "Then let's say goodnight and end this mess. I'll sleep in the stupid dress, I don't even care." "Carmy, you're pregnant with my baby." Thanks for reminding me. I'm extremely aware. Exhaustion floods over me. Can I just go to bed now? I'm not letting my pregnant wife sleep alone on some piece of shit mattress. I laugh at the audacity. Is he being serious right now? "I didn't realize you were chivalrous. I'll be fine." I'm serious. That baby changes things. How? Exactly. No, seriously. How does the baby change anything? You don't want to be my husband, and I don't want to be your wife. We're in this because that's what our families want. The baby doesn't change any of that. It changes everything. He says it very quietly. But there's an edge to him now. "I'm not asking your permission. I'm telling you, my pregnant wife will not sleep alone on some crappy spare bed. Then you sleep on that bed because I'm not sharing with you." I'm so frustrated I could scream. "Carmy, stop with that crap, okay? If you really cared about me, you would have let me go home with my dad tonight. You would have given me one last night in my own room in my own bed and let me pack my stuff before coming here in the morning. Instead, you dragged me off like a selfish asshole, and now you're doing this like you actually give a shit. We both know you don't, so quit pretending. I don't need that from you." He glares at me, jaw working. For a second, I think he's going to storm toward me as he pushes off the wall, but instead, he disappears into his room. I let out a breath, deflating, and a wash of cold sadness rushes over me. This is awful. This is so much worse than I could have imagined. I figured our marriage wasn't going to be all happiness and comfort, but I didn't want to start out hating him. I turn to head into the guest room when he reappears with his arms full of what looks like pillows and blankets. He flips on the light and tosses everything on the bed. "Clean clothes to sleep in. They'll be big but better than nothing. That's my good pillow. And an extra blanket in case you need it." He doesn't look at me as he lingers in the door, and I walk past him. It's a weirdly kind gesture. I didn't expect it. Thanks, I guess. Just for tonight, I'll give you that much. But tomorrow you're my wife. What's that even supposed to mean? He stares at me, a devourer, a monster, beautiful in his brutality. It means I'm not as kind as everyone thinks. I sure as hell know it. I call after him as he shuts the door behind him, leaving me alone in a strange room on my wedding night with clothes and blankets and pillows that smell like him, wishing I was anywhere else except I'm here, in my new home, with my new husband, living my new life. Chapter 12. Lev. I'm not the brooding type. Sleep usually comes easy to me. Most of the time, I'm entirely present in the moment, even when I'm struggling to contain some of my darker impulses. That's what makes me so charming. When I'm having a conversation, I'm completely and totally inside of it. Distractions roll off my back like waves. Except tonight. My wedding night. Most men imagine sleeping with their pretty wife and consummating the rest of their lives. Even though that was never going to happen, I assumed we'd at least go to bed without hating each other. Looks like I was wrong. As I sit up alone in the living room drinking another whiskey to take the edge off, I keep reliving our first dance. The bickering, the teasing, the way she felt under my hands as I moved closer to her. I couldn't control myself, and even though I knew I should shut my mouth and keep my distance, I couldn't stop. She drives me fucking crazy. This sudden flood of confused emotions is hard to square with the way I've been for years. Because of my dark inclinations, I've shut myself down and worked hard to shove away anything remotely resembling a big feeling. With Kami, it's like all that work is ruined. She makes me feel. Mostly, I feel pissed off and resentful. But there are other emotions too. Lust is at the top of the list. God, that fucking girl. She looked so goddamn beautiful in that dress. Conservative and out of fashion. But it fit her perfectly. I could barely control myself every time she came near, which is why I stayed the fuck away for most of the night. Until that dance. Until she turned my life upside down. How the hell am I going to be a father? I know what it's like to grow up with a monster in the house. I know what it does to a man if their only parental figure is a psychopath. How can I possibly put my own child through something like that? Everything is beyond fucked. I'm about to do something evil and wickedly dangerous, and all the while I'm supposed to prepare for a baby. How can I look myself in the mirror knowing that I'm about to become a dad while planning to murder my own father? Sunlight streams in through the windows as I make coffee. I got a few hours of sleep on the couch at most. A hangover gnaws at my head. I welcome the pain. I'm in a black mood, and no amount of caffeine's going to cure the demons stirring in my chest. It's around 7 in the morning when I hear her footsteps on the stairs and Kami appears. Her dark hair's messy and pulled back in a bun. The clothes I gave her are rolled at the ankles and wrists and fit her curvy body like a bag. But my heart still leaps when she comes into the kitchen. Her eyes are bleary, and she looks almost as tired as I feel. Want some of this? I grunt at her and pour a mug of coffee. She hesitates before accepting it. If I drink this stuff, will I be trapped here forever? I blink at her and frown. I'm not sure what you mean. You know, like fairies? You eat and drink in their world and then you can't escape? Never mind, my brain isn't working yet. She groans as she sits down on my couch. You know what's really messed up? I'm not even supposed to have much of this. Caffeine's bad for the baby, I say, remembering one of the very few things I know about pregnancy. No alcohol, no caffeine, and no raw fish. Beyond that, it's a mystery. Just like everything fun, basically. She stares longingly at the mug. I love this stuff. I've been deeply addicted since I was a teenager. Sounds healthy. Definitely isn't. And now here I am, thinking about another stupid thing I'll have to give up. She closes her eyes and drinks. I stare, unable to look away. Those lips, the sigh she makes. It stirs something in me. I want to grab her by the hair and crush her mouth with my own. I want to kiss her until she bleeds. But no, That's the fucked up talking. She's the mother of my child and nothing more. We should talk about how this is going to work. I lean against the kitchen island and watch her. She shakes her head. I'd really rather not. We're married. You don't think we should talk about it? I know what you're going to say. She gives me a mocking glare like she's pretending to be me. Sleep in my bed, woman. Cook my dinners and clean my bathroom. Is that about it? I don't want you cooking or cleaning, but the bed part sounds right. She rolls her eyes. I don't know where that's coming from, but you can stop. If you think you owe me something, here I am, absolving you. She waves a hand in the air like she's flicking a wand in my direction. Bippity-boppity-boo. No more guilt for you. All better? I put down my coffee. This isn't about guilt. It's about making sure you're taken care of. Because if I'm going to be a father, I'm going to be the best father possible, which means making sure my wife is looked after. Her lips press together. She doesn't speak as she processes that, and I let her. We're deep in uncharted territory right now. I don't know what the right thing to say or do is anymore. All I want is to get through this without killing anyone. But knowing me, that's not likely. That's it then? I'm just the baby oven to you? And I'm just the sperm donor. Don't pretend like we have some deep, meaningful relationship. I didn't say that. It's just... She takes another sip of coffee, curses quietly, and puts the mug down on the end table. Did you stop and think about what I want in all this? Maybe I'm not interested in playing house with you. Maybe I don't want you involved in this baby's life at all. I try not to let my anger show. It takes a lot of well-trained effort to hide the violent rage that shivers down my spine. That's not going to happen, I say, and bury my feelings with a charming smile. She looks unnerved. I'm just saying, you can't make unilateral decisions about my life without talking to me first. This is me talking. I move toward her, smile still in place. I'll drop you off at your father's house this afternoon, and you can pack your things. Whatever you forget, we'll send for later. You can have the right side of the closet, and we'll get you a dresser. Take as much space in the bathroom as you want. If you need something, ask for it. But you're not hiding from me, little fencer. I'm going to be a part of this baby's life. Her jaw ticks. I can tell she's pissed. Slowly, she pushes to her feet. I want to keep our lives as separate as possible. Not going to happen. You can be a part of the baby's life when they're born, she says, ignoring me. You're the father. I'm not that much of an asshole. And we're stuck together too, so we might as well try to be cordial. But I'm not going to pretend like this is something more than it is. She gestures in the air between us. Because from my perspective, this is nothing more than a mistake. I know she's right. This sudden change of heart I'm going through isn't about her. It's about the baby. And if she guarantees I'll be in my child's life, that should be enough. Except it isn't. It's so far from enough. Carmi's my child's mother. She's my wife, even if it's a mistake, like she seems to think. That doesn't mean I love her or even like her very much, but it does mean that I'm going to make damn sure she's protected, taken care of, and as healthy as possible for when this kid shows up. I'm about to tell her all that when she suddenly turns pale, turns to the stairs, and bolts. I watch in surprise. Who knew she could run that fast? I follow, mostly because I'm not sure what else to do. My anger evaporates, replaced with something else. Concern, empathy. It's a very bizarre emotion. I'm not sure how to handle it. The door to the hall bathroom is locked, but the sounds of her retching are hard to miss. I get her a glass of water from the kitchen and knock once it's all quiet in there. Just go away, she groans. I'm fine. It's morning sickness. I brought you water. I think she's ignoring me, but the door cracks open and she shoves her hand out. I give her the glass and it disappears back inside. Go away, she repeats. Meet me downstairs when you're feeling up to it. We'll leave when you're ready. I leave my wife, the mother of my child, to puke alone in the bathroom, deeply conflicted about how this new marriage is going and what I actually want from her. Chapter 13. Carmi. There's something messed up about my room. It's not the piles of stuff all over. It's not the bedding tossed in a pile or the closet door hanging open. It's knowing that this isn't mine anymore. And maybe it never was. I've been staying here, but I never owned it. Not really. There were always rules and boundaries, and my father expected me to follow his every little whim. For the most part, I did my very best to make him proud, because I always thought that would get me something. I hoped one day he'd understand that I'm a decent person. If I played along, I'd eventually find some space of my own, except that's not happening. I shoot a few pictures I took of the wedding last night to my girl group and get a flood of replies. Gia. That looks incredible! Holy crap! Sophie. Not at all jealous and mad that I wasn't invited? Gia. Get over it, Soph. Franny. Cool view. Sophie. And here's Franny Panties texting like a boomer again. Franny. It's a cool view. I refuse to apologize. Carmi. I really hate none of you were there, TBH, but I didn't have much say in the matter. Gia. How's the gorgeous husband doing anyway? You two hump until your parts got rug burn. Franny. Disgusting. Franny. But did you? Carmi. We slept in separate rooms. Sophie. Disappointment of the century. Carmi. Now I'm packing up my room and having a minor existential crisis. Carmi. What am I supposed to do now? I'm married to a total stranger and I'm supposed to somehow cohabitate with him? Gia. I'm so sorry, but you're doing good. Gia. You'll get through it. Sophie. You definitely will. Franny. Or we'll kill him for you. Slowly. Gia. Franny. Sophie. Don't put that in writing. Franny. What? We will! I toss my phone aside and hold up my old fencing uniform. Half my old gear is scattered across the floor. I balance my foil and kick my mask with my toe. I haven't worn it in a while. Dad stopped letting me go to fencing lessons and forget about joining a club or something like that. But I know I could squeeze into it if I wanted. But what's the point? The girls think I'll survive and move on, but what else are they supposed to say? I haven't told them about the baby yet. Otherwise, I have a feeling they'd be storming over here to make sure I'm still hanging on. And I have no clue if I am. There's a knock at my door. It cracks open and I look up, expecting to see Luca. But instead, Dad lingers there, frowning in at the mess. He looks tired today. Bags hang under his eyes. The skin around his mouth is loose and wrinkled, and his hair is going gray. He used to be big and trim, but there's a tire around his middle these days, and he doesn't seem motivated to do anything about it. My father's getting older, but the edge hasn't gone away. His mouth is pressed into a hard line. I know what he's thinking. I'll clean it up, don't worry. He grunts in reply. You left the wedding early. Lev took me home. Were you aware of that? I was told it might happen. His frown deepens. And this is you packing? Like I said, I'll clean it up. He stares at me. I halfway expect him to say something. I'm his only daughter, and I'm going to live with a total stranger starting today. I've been in this house my entire life. He's been more or less running the show since the day I was born, and now he won't have much of a say in what I do anymore. He's got to feel something about that. Just don't leave a mess. He glances away, hesitating. I want you to be respectful, Carmi. I know how you can be sometimes. Outrage flashes through me. How I can be. I've been nothing but obedient, and this man has the nerve to act like I'm some kind of embarrassment. Frustration rolls through me, and I wish he'd do better. I wish he'd have some kind of sentimental moment with me over this enormous change in both our lives. But that's asking too much of him. I know that, but I still wish he could do better. I'll be fine, Dad. Don't worry. I'm not worried for you, daughter. I'm worried for our family name. Be respectful and don't get in trouble. He turns his back on me. And clean up this mess before you go. I watch my father disappear down the hall before I slam the door shut. I know that'll only make him feel justified for giving me that weird little lecture. But screw him. I feel lost and weirdly abandoned. It's not like I really thought my dad would step up and give me the emotional moment I'm craving, but still. Something would have been nice. Some kindness to make it clear he understands that his only daughter is moving out. In a fit of stupidity, I shove all my old fencing gear into one of my bags. I didn't plan on bringing this stuff since it's basically useless, and I can't imagine controlling Lev will ever let his precious little baby oven out of his sight long enough to exercise. But whatever. I miss fencing. I miss the girl I was on the fencing strip. When my gear was on, and with a competitor staring me down, the world disappeared. It was just me against my opponent. Footwork, reflex training, strategy, and tactics. I let it all take over, and I was good. I was really good, and I loved winning more than anything in the world. An old dream, though. A long, dead one. I'm past my prime already, but it doesn't matter. Maybe I'll find a use for that stuff, or maybe it'll just take up room in my closet forever. Chapter 14. Lev, stalk across Adriano's office. I should sit down and quit pacing. It's fucking rude and I know it. But I can't help myself. I'm jittery. And it's not because we're talking about murdering my father. I keep hearing my wife puking her guts out in the toilet. It shouldn't bother me so much, but I know what it means. Morning sickness. The baby's in there growing and it's coming whether I like it or not. Which means I'm going to have to see if I measure up to the way I think of myself, and there's a big part of me that's afraid I'll fail. Like my father failed raising me. But it's also about her. My wife, Carmela. Beautiful Carmy. I don't like that she's suffering, and I don't like that I even give a damn. I'm not sure how to make all the pieces of me fit, which is why I'm worrying about what I can control. At least there are only 3 of us at this meeting. Adriano and I, plus Alex. They're the only men in the whole world I trust right now. Mostly because Alex is married to my sister, and Adriano now has incentive to make sure our deal goes through. My plan's got 2 phases, I tell them, forcing myself to focus on the room. The place has lots of old-world charm. Adriano doesn't strike me as someone nostalgic for a time long before he was even born, but there are faded and yellowing globes mixed with leather-bound volumes on the shelves. Whoever decorated this office was definitely going for powerful ancient mafia Don vibes, like he's got a fucking olive farm in the Sicilian hillside. And how involved am I in both of them? Adriano asks. The first. Not very. I nod toward Alex. We're going to handle that part. That's good to know, but I'd like to hear some more details. We need to take over as much of my father's business as we can, I tell him, and make myself stop pacing when Alex gives me a sharp glare and gestures for me to settle down. That way, I'll have a legitimate claim when the time comes. And how hard will that be? Adriano asks. Alex answers for me. Shouldn't be difficult. Oleg's been slowly phasing himself out for a while now. He focuses on Zaitsev business instead of his own family these days. Mostly, Lev needs to make it clear who's in control in case anyone's unsure. That involves some finesse, but it's doable. I sit my ass down and cross my arms to keep from twitching all over the place. Once my father's more or less cut out, then it's your turn. And what do you need from me exactly? Adriano sits back in his chair, fingers laced together. I assume you can just walk into your father's room and shoot him in the face whenever you want to. Because I'm a very sick man, that image doesn't bother me one bit. If anything, it gets my blood up. I grimace and shake my head. Can't do it like that. I need a show of strength and I need my father to flinch first. We're going to set him up, Alex says, hunched forward slightly. He talks with his hands sometimes, gesturing sharply in front of him. Force him to make a mistake. When that happens, we'll handle him, and we need your men there to make sure nobody else does anything stupid. If all goes well, There won't be any more blood spilled, and your people won't ever have to draw their weapons. That's wishful thinking, but not impossible. My father's grip on his small subsection of the Bratva's been on shaky ground ever since we nearly caused a full-blown war with the Merinos. Now I'm making deals with them instead. I'll admit, I like the idea of not having to kill any Russians. I've had my fair share of blood already. We're aware, Alex says dryly. Adriano shot him in the leg not that long ago, and I'm betting the wound still bugs him sometimes. But there's an obvious hole in this little plan. Adriano's chair squeaks as he leans on his elbows. You want to set him up, but I haven't heard how. We're working on it. I don't like that he's questioning things now, especially after I did my part and married his cousin. But at least he's right. Parts of my plan are shaky at best, mostly because there's no good playbook for how to depose your own father without sparking a civil war. That's the tricky needle I have to thread. Valentin Zaitsev will be livid if I end up causing him more trouble by killing a man he's been trusting more and more with his business. If I'm going to make this seamless, I need the Pakan on board, and that'll involve doing this as smoothly as possible. Only one head will roll, and that'll be my father's. I have some ideas, Alex puts in. The Canadian project's huge. Once they get that pipeline up and flowing, that's going to bring a lot of money into the families. That's the main reason I wanted an alliance, Adriano says. Oleg's been given some responsibility on this end of the connection. I'm thinking if we can make him look foolish and tarnish him in the Pakan's eyes, that'll be the opening we need. It makes a lot of sense. The Canadian job's basically a flow of drugs coming down from shipping ports in the northern part of the country. It's been in the works for a while now, and Valentin sees it as the future of the entire Bratva. With that supply of products secured, we'll be one of the most powerful crime families in the country, and my father's at the heart of it. I shake Adriano's hand on the way out. As things stand, he'll provide support as needed. But otherwise, it's up to Alex and me to make it happen, which is how things are supposed to be. You doing okay? Alex asks as we head down into Adriano's club. His private space is upstairs at the end of a soundproofed hall, while downstairs is given over to a bacchanal of dancing, drugs, and drinking, and probably some skeevy sex in the bathroom. I'm fine. I turn to the bar and ask for a vodka. Alex does the same, watching me the whole time with a curious frown. You know, you haven't even mentioned her once yet. He sips his drink when it arrives, and I hate the knowing look he's got on his face. Not sure who you mean. I savor the alcohol's burn as I try not to think about my wife back home. My pregnant wife. She's pretty. Adriano did you a solid. I don't want to talk about Carmi. Alex's eyebrows raised. How'd you know that's who I meant? Don't be a prick. You can tell me what's going on, you know. You don't have to keep it bottled up. He hunches forward on his elbows. I held that shit in when I was going through it with Natalia, and it was hard. Letting it out feels better. You want to know how I feel? I throw back my drink and wave for another. I feel the mask slip ever so slightly. I'm exhausted. I'm angry. I find myself married to a woman that despises me while trying to pull off the most delicate job of my life. Carmi's just a wife. She's just a marriage certificate. Sad way to think about the rest of your life. Nothing's ever permanent. He grimaces and nods slightly, brooding over the dregs of his drink. I haven't told him yet. I'm not sure I'm going to. Even though Alex is the closest thing to a brother I have these days ever since my actual brother Stepan was killed, the idea of saying the words Carmi's pregnant with my baby feels too fucking hard. It's too goddamn big. That kid is going to be born one day, and the second they take their first breath, it's all over for me. I'll be a father, and I'll have real responsibility to someone other than myself for the first time in my life. It's too much. So it's easier to pretend like Carmi's nothing to me. Nat wants to meet her. Alex pushes back from the bar and gets to his feet. I finish my second drink and follow him. You know, outside of your wedding. You sure about that? You know Nat. She's not going to let it go. You're lucky she hasn't been blowing up your phone yet. He's got a point there. My little sister is nothing if not persistent, as he well knows. We'll set something up. Sooner rather than later. Seriously, I don't want to be in the middle of this sibling shit anymore. I'll handle Natalia since you so clearly can't do it yourself anymore. He sighs and looks genuinely pleased. I appreciate that. What happened to the big, scary killer I once knew? The perfect soldier? He got fucking married, brother. Chapter 15, Carmi. I thought about dumping my boxes in the master bedroom, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. Instead, I had Luca carry it all into the guest room, and if he found that weird, he didn't make any comments about it. Probably because I would have bitten his goddamn head off if he tried. Still, there was a moment, just as he was about to leave, where he turned around and gave me a big hug like we were still little kids again. "You'll be okay," he said, squeezing. "And if you're not, I'll kill him. Daniel will too." Really? Daniel gives a shit? You know him. Dan's got trouble expressing his emotions, but he cares. Luca stepped back and gave me an awkward grin. "Tell your husband I said hello." My husband and I aren't exactly speaking at the moment. He looked like he wanted to ask, but only shook his head. I'd rather not know. And he was right. It's better if he doesn't. I dig through my stuff and start to put clothes away in the drawers. I'm thinking about my life, about what I wanted, and how I ended up here instead. I never asked for much, a little freedom maybe, a little space to have friends and find my place in the world. But even that ended up being too much. Instead, I was always nothing more than a bargaining chip. I try not to let the bitterness get to me, but I'm at a really low point when I open the box with my fencing equipment inside. I stare down at the jacket and slowly lift it out. It was pure white once, but now it's slightly graying from use, and there's a little blood stain on the sleeve where I cut myself during practice one morning. I smile, thinking about the rush I felt on the fencing piste, lunging forward and scoring a hit and ripping out my wild battle victory scream. Nothing felt better than ending the match with a sore throat from all the shouting. Saber was my preferred style, and that's all about aggression, reading your opponent, and timing. I was good, never afraid to take the initiative and clinical in my finishing. Without letting myself think too much about it, I start to dress in my old uniform. Breeches, plastron, chest protector, jacket, socks, and shoes. I stare at myself in the mirror and try not to let myself cry. That's the girl I remember. The girl I wish I could be again. The fucking warrior. There's a noise on the stairs. A strange jolt of panic hits me. I don't know why, but I don't want Lev to see me like this. I strip off the jacket, remove the chest protector, and I'm just pulling on a baggy sweatshirt to cover up when he knocks at the door and opens it. "Aren't you supposed to wait for me to tell you to come in?" I say, annoyed as he looks in at me. Lev's got his mask on. That charming smirk's on his lips. He's handsome, and I hate myself every time I see him. My heart races when he's around, and the memory of his hands on my body comes back unbidden. The sheer sexual intensity. How incredible to feel. How it was like I was that woman again. The one from the piste. The fencer using my body. Not quite the same thing, but pretty close. "You're unpacking in the wrong room," he says, surveying the place. "I thought about your suggestion and decided to ignore it. Didn't realize it was an option. Are we done bickering now? Can I go back to work?" I cross my arms, sweat beating my back. I don't know why, but the way he looks at me makes me so freaking nervous. His eyes scan the mess. I can tell he's not particularly impressed, at least until he spots the jacket I discarded on top of a pile of underwear. His face lights up again. I don't love the sudden mischievous expression. "Is that what I think it is?" he asks. I pick up the jacket and toss it onto the bed. "It's nothing. Just my old fencing kit, that's all. I didn't know you still fenced." "Sometimes. I don't know." I clear my throat, not sure why I'm not being honest. "It's been a while. When was the last time you put that on?" 5 minutes ago. Honestly, why do you care? I don't even know why I brought it. I want to see you wear it. For a second, I think he's kidding. But the charming smile's fading as he stares at me like he's about to stalk across the room and make me put on the jacket. And nothing but the jacket. A chill runs down my spine. That's the same look from that night. The pure, animalistic lust. The physical need. It's terrifying, but it makes my heart race out of control. I don't think it'll fit, I say stupidly, and it's not even a good lie. Let's find out. He steps into the room. Take off the sweatshirt. What? Right now? I'll watch. How about we aren't doing any of that? He licks his lips and looks down at me. You have the pants on already, don't you? His expression darkens. You were playing dress-up already. Well, shit. I guess he's more observant than I realized. The sweatshirt's big and nearly down to my knees, but it's kind of hard to hide the very distinct white cotton breeches. I was just testing it, okay? Test it again. I'm not doing this, and I'm not asking. He moves toward me. Put on the outfit, Carmi. My breath catches in my throat. Why does this excite me so much? Something about him wanting to look at me makes the pulse between my legs skyrocket. Will you get out of here if I do? I ask, barely able to get the words out. He tilts his head like he's considering. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with you yet. I have to fight not to whimper at that, because holy shit. The dripping innuendo makes my knees shake. Turn around. He hesitates. I can tell he doesn't want to. But I may be out of my mind, except I'm not an idiot. There's no way I'm undressing in front of him. Slowly, though, he turns his back to me and leans against the doorframe. I'm impatient, he says softly, which nearly makes me scream. Impatient to see me play dress-up for him. I take off the sweatshirt. I skip the chest protector since it's just a big, restrictive padded bra anyway, meant to protect a female fencer from a hard touch. I shrug on the jacket, trembling slightly as I button it up and turn to him. All right, you can look. He turns back around, and he stares. I've never felt more vulnerable in my life, not even when I gave him my virginity for the first time. That night was something I wanted. I felt like I was at least partially in control, but this is totally different. This is what he wants, and I'm doing it because he likes it, and that's a power dynamic I wasn't expecting. I like the way his eyes rake up and down. Fencing costumes aren't exactly the sexiest things in the world. They're basically giant white jumpsuits. But the way he's drinking me down makes it feel like I'm standing ass naked in here. My nipples are stiff, and I'm tingling like crazy between my legs, and my breath's coming in fast, and I don't know what I'm going to do if he comes any closer. His jaw flexes. He takes a deep breath and blows it out like he's struggling to keep himself under control. It fits, he says. I was pretty surprised too, I say awkwardly. You look good. You look like you should have that on. Thank you. I'm not even sure what that's supposed to mean, but he's clearly into this right now. The tension between us is electric, and one wrong move, one wrong word could set this whole place on fire. And I'm not sure that's what I want right now, considering how complicated our relationship is. You should wear it more often. I have space, down in the basement, if you wanted to start training again. My eyebrows raise. That is not what I expected. Really? You do that? I can clear it out. Get you what you need. He stares into my eyes. There's a depth to him that I didn't expect. I knew his charm and magnetism hid a darkness behind it. But this is new. It's almost like he cares. I'd like that, I say very softly, too taken aback to be anything but sincere. But you have to wear that for me when you train. He licks his lips again. You're going to get us both in trouble with that. I think you like trouble. And you don't know me at all, remember? His smile comes back like he's forcing it. I want you to see a doctor and get approval before you start working out again. But once you do that, I'll give you anything you need. My heart skips a beat. I almost forgot that I was pregnant. For a second, I was just Carmi, a woman he's clearly into. But no, I'm just the pregnant wife. I wrap my arms around myself almost as if I'm trying to cover my exposed body. I'll look into it. You should. He hesitates, and obviously he wants to keep looking at me, but I'm finished now. That comment about a doctor dragged me back to reality. I'm going to finish unpacking. I gesture at the door, and I'm going to get changed again. I'll make an appointment with the OB. I can find my own doctor, thanks. Excitement gets flushed away and replaced with annoyance. I swear this guy knows exactly what to say to piss me off already. It's his superpower. I'll handle it. He leaves my room before I can argue, and I'm cursing under my breath as I close the door behind him. My heart's racing and I'm a shaky mess like I'm coming down from adrenaline as I strip out of my fencing gear for the second time and put my normal clothes back on. There was a moment where I would have done anything he wanted, so long as he kept looking at me like it was me he wanted. But that's not how this works. We were thrown together, and if I'm going to get through this marriage, I have to start seeing him for what he is. The enemy. Chapter 16. Lev. The pawn shop's a ramshackle building in a halfway decent neighborhood in West Philly. I park down the block and walk over since the weather's nice. A bell rings when I step inside and the smell hits me first like a memory. Musty and warm and spicy. The smell of 1,000 objects, 1,000 lives. A few $1,000s, too. Be with you in a minute, a man's voice comes from the back. I wander around a little and check out some of the less expensive stuff he's got displayed. Electric and acoustic guitars, a 10-speed bike, multiple baseball bats, stereos and speakers. The high-end stuff is behind glass display cases. Rings and watches, necklaces and bracelets. Even a few old baseball cards. Since when did you start collecting these? I point at a card for a guy named Stan Musial. Had an old fart bring them in last week. Frank O'Hare grunts as he drags himself over to the case, bends down, and brings up the cards. Real old stuff. I think that one's worth a lot. Pretty cool, I admit, even though baseball cards aren't really my thing. Think he'll come back for them? Doubt it. Guy's an addict. Frank's not too precious about his clientele. He understands better than most the whims life can throw at a person. He's stocky on the shorter side, covered in dark hair with bushy eyebrows and a ponytail. His glasses are thick, and he dresses like a cross between a banker and a hippie. Lots of khaki pants and tie-dye shirts. To what do I owe the pleasure of the great Lev Fedorov's company? Frank asks after putting away the cards. What? I can't stop by my favorite vendor and shoot the shit. Frank snorts and shakes his head. He takes off his glasses and rubs them with a cloth from his pocket. His fingers are stained black with grease and dirt, and his nails are neatly trimmed. Not fucking likely. He's also not precious about his business partners. I'm making the rounds and checking in on people. There are changes coming to Fed Jewelers. Frank frowns at me and leans back against the display behind him. An old African mask looms over his shoulder like a creepy second head. What kind of changes? You're not cutting back, are you? Not even a little bit. I'm actually taking a bigger role these days. If I get my way, you won't really hear from my father much moving forward. Frank's lips press together, and his eyebrows raise. He doesn't immediately look suspicious, which is good, but he's not an idiot. Frank supplies Fed Jewelers with most of their watch bracelets, some of them legit, many of them very good Chinese and Korean fakes, and he understands the nature of our family business. I value that relationship. You know I do. It's why I'm coming here in person and giving you the heads up. He sighs and rubs his face, leaving a little dark smear on his forehead. This going to get bad between you and the old man, Lev? I can't say either way. Shit. He gives me a hard look. I don't like it. I know you don't, but you know my father better than most people in this city, and you know what he's like. Frank grunts at that. He's seen my father's temper more than once. He witnessed the way my father used to punish me when we were younger. His expression goes slightly distant, and I know he's remembering that afternoon when I dropped a bag of bracelets by accident, spilling them on Frank's shop floor, and my father beat me bad enough to leave me spitting blood for 3 days. And that was the kind of punishment he was willing to dole out in front of a business partner. I have no hand in whatever's going on between you and the old man, you know that. If he comes to me with some other story, he won't, I assure him. Then I'm happy to keep doing business with you for as long as it makes sense between us. That's what I wanted to hear. I figured Frank would be easy. We've always had a good relationship as far as that goes, and he's not the kind of guy to stick his nose into bratva business. He holds up a hand before I can get out of there. But your old man's going to find out, he says, and his hard look means he'll say something if it comes to that. I'm aware. Don't worry. I won't hold anything against you. He sighs, but seems relieved. Send my regards to Alexander. Did you know I was at your brother's grave a couple of weeks back? My father's buried in that same cemetery, and I stopped by. My stomach turns. I haven't visited Stepp in almost a month. Guilt wraps around my throat. How's it look? Clean. Fresh flowers. Someone's been going. That's good. Probably Natalia. She's good people. Anyway, just wanted you to know. Frank wipes his hands together and turns away. Good luck with whatever trouble you're starting. He heads into the back. I linger in the shop a moment longer. If only all my visits could be this easy. But Frank's loyalty was never to my father. I think the pawnbroker always cared more about me and Stepp than he ever did about our dad. The others won't be so willing to play along. I leave the shop, and my phone rings as I get into my car. Natalia's name comes up on the screen. I'm quietly cursing to myself as I pick up. I meant to call sooner, I tell her. And yet you didn't. Alex says he talked to you about getting together? Yeah, he mentioned it. We're coming over tonight. I open my mouth to tell her that no, she's fucking not, except I don't. Instead, I think about my wife back home in her fencing outfit, and it kills me. She's alone there, and I want to give her company. I want to give her something. Which was why I didn't rip that gear in half while fucking her senseless, and instead tried to encourage her to get back into fencing. Because it clearly still matters. And if it matters to her, she should have it. Yeah, fine, all right, I grunt despite myself. But I'm cooking. You better. We both know I'm terrible. Go easy on Carmi, please. No digging for information. Me? Dig? What could I possibly want to find out? See you at 7. And she hangs up. Chapter 17, Carmi. This just doesn't make any sense. I sit at the table staring at Lev as he moves around the kitchen. You're cooking. I hate that fucking stereotype, he says, glaring at me as I grin right back. I'm having a lot of fun at his expense right now. I can make a few things. It's not a big deal. It's a huge deal. You're wearing an apron. I am not wearing an apron. He holds the knife up and waves it in the air. I'm armed and unstable. You should be careful. Bring it on. I pick up a discarded pen and jab it at him. I could outstab you in my sleep. I don't doubt that, he mumbles and goes back to work. I watch my husband cook for a little while. It's weird, thinking of him as my husband, and even weirder watching him deglaze and sauté. Apparently, of his 3 siblings, he's the only one that ever bothered to learn, mostly because his dad forced him to. The place smells amazing. He says it's his take on the classic stroganoff, with lamb instead of beef, and I just accept that as gospel. Lev's deep in concentration mode while he puts the meal together, and he doesn't even notice when the doorbell rings. Alex is standing on the stoop. He's a big guy with a cocky smile and a dark, brooding stare. I get the sense that this is the sort of man that doesn't laugh often, but when he does, it means you're friends with him for life. Slightly in front of him is Natalia, Lev's younger sister, blonde and gorgeous in a cute little dress. Come on in, I say, stepping aside. although it feels weird answering the door like I live here. Alex and Natalia exchange a look before she beams at me. It's your house too now, right? What's yours is his. You'd get half in the divorce, Alex says. Pretty sure we don't do traditional divorces, I say, trying to make it clear that I'm joking around. Our style is more the till death type. There's an awkward beat before Natalia cackles and takes my arm as she leads me deeper into the house. Alex heads into the kitchen and starts talking with Lev, the two of them drinking vodka with ice, while I'm plopped back down on the couch. You know what I miss? Natalia sighs as she leans back into the cushions, one hand over her belly. I miss wine. I didn't even think I would, but now I'm 4 months into this pregnancy and it's like all I think about. Can pregnant women have wine cravings? Yeah, I think so, but that's pretty evil, right? She groans and stretches, and now I can see it. Her belly isn't very swollen yet, and the first time I met her she was wearing a loose dress. But now that she's sort of framing the bump, it's pretty obvious that she's pregnant. A strange feeling rushes through me. I'm only a few months behind her. Soon I'll look like that, with a baby growing in me just like her. Except I don't even like my husband very much, while she keeps tossing little glances toward the kitchen. And there's this dreamy look in her eye every time Alex looks back. They're so into each other, it's horrible. How's it going? I manage to ask, forcing the emotion out of my voice even though I'm practically vibrating with it. I want to ask a million questions, like when will this freaking morning sickness stop? And why do they call it morning sickness when it happens all the time? And a dozen other little trivial things that I've been Googling like an insane person. About as good as it can, I guess. I'm tired all the time, and I have a dozen aches and pains, and I'm getting huge. But it's great. You look fantastic. Seriously, you really do. Yep, I'm glowing. She rolls her eyes. Honestly, if you asked Alex, he'd tell you I've never looked hotter, which I believe. That man can't keep his hands to himself. I guess, he can't get you double pregnant. She laughs at that. If anyone can, it's him. How did you two meet? Now that's a complicated story. Alex used to be best friends with our older brother Step back in the day. But then Step died, and he and Lev got close after that. But basically, I grew up with Alex. Hated his stinking guts. Really? You two didn't get along? Oh my God, despised each other. But I also had one of those stupid little crushes on him too. So you can imagine all the tension. I definitely can. I chew my lip and hold back from peppering her with a dozen more questions. Like, why did they end up together? What's their relationship like now? I want to know everything, because maybe that can shed some light on my situation with Lev. But I'm not Natalia, and I don't have a crush on my husband. There's no history with me and Lev. We had one filthy night of stupid sex and that's it. Sure, he took my virginity, but it wasn't like he knew it was happening at the time. Now, we're trapped in this relationship, and there's no way it's going to turn into whatever Natalia has with Alex. I get her talking more about the baby and everything they're doing to prepare for it, mostly so I can mentally take notes, while a deep sadness fills me. My life is never going to be like theirs. I'm not going to have some amazing revelation where I suddenly understand that actually Lev is amazing, and I'm so into him. At best, one day we'll tolerate each other, and maybe we'll even be decent co-parents. But there won't be love. Not for me, not in my future. No comfort, no joy, no smiles, no adoring looks across a room. If I had been born in another world, if I had a different set of parents, maybe if the dice had fallen a different way, maybe then I could have the life I've always wanted. Freedom to make friends. Freedom to go to school, to join a fencing club, to do normal things basically everyone else gets to do, instead of the sheltered existence I've been forced into up until this point. At least dinner is good. Lev's stroganoff is incredible. I don't have to fake it when I tell him it's one of the best things I've ever tasted in my entire life, which Alex finds extremely amusing. She's the best thing that ever happened to you, he says, making a sharp joke at Lev. Finally, someone likes your cooking. Oh, stop it, Natalia says, smacking her husband's leg under the table. Everyone knows Lev can cook the crap out of this stuff. I'm glad you like it, he says, giving me a strange, unreadable look, half caught between a cocky smirk and a sultry glare. Natalia asks me about my life. I'm a little reluctant, but slowly start to open up. I talk about growing up in my father's house, about my brothers, Luca and Daniel, and Lev even makes me tell them about fencing. I always thought that was for rich assholes, Alex says, frowning. What is wrong with you? Nat hisses at him. That's okay. I hear that a lot, but it's really not. I mean, anyone can take it up. There are gyms all over the place that rent out gear or let you borrow stuff, and really, you just need the clothes. That's honestly pretty cool, Alex admits. You should see her in the outfit. Lev's smirking now. She looks like a killer. I keep telling her I'll set up a training room in the basement. I'm probably not fencing again anytime soon, I say, turning pink from all the attention. But if you were good, you really should. Natalia studies me for a second and looks like she wants to say more, but the conversation moves on. By the time they're getting ready to leave, I realize that this is the most fun I've had since coming to live with Lev. Natalia seems like a genuinely nice person, even though she looks like she's going to be cold and unforgiving like some kind of Russian ice princess. But that's totally far from the truth. I find myself wanting to spill my guts to her a dozen times before the end of the meal, and when she pulls me in for a hug, I'm tempted to ask her not to leave. It'll get better, she whispers, as the men talk out on the stoop. I know it's hard right now, but it'll get better. I hope you're right. Lev's adjusting too. He'll come around. You two just have to... She hesitates and shakes her head. You just have to find a way. I'll talk to him. No, it's okay. You don't have to do that. She gives me a tight hug, and it takes all my self-control not to start crying when she takes her husband's arm and they leave together. Lev watches me from the doorway. What did you and Nat talk about? Nothing. I turn and head to the stairs. I'm tired. I'm heading to bed. Wait. He follows after when I don't stop. Carmi, wait. I'm just tired, okay? You're obviously upset. I turn on him when he reaches the landing. Of course I'm upset. How am I supposed to not be upset? I'm basically your sister, except I'm not madly in love with my husband. You realize our kids are going to be a few months apart? He flinches slightly at that and looks away. I know. It's fine, okay? I like them. I'm just having a hard time. I storm away to my bedroom, but he calls my name one more time. Thank you, he says, for not saying anything. About the baby? I wanted to. I know you did, but I need to tell them first. There are going to be questions. You might want me to take the initial wave of them first. I close my eyes and nod, feeling beyond exhausted. Not because tonight was a strain. It was surprisingly easy chatting with Natalia, but more because of the secret I can practically feel growing inside of me and the ramifications of what's going to come. A baby. A new life. I'm going to be a mother, and Lev's going to be a father. We don't even like each other. I don't know why I say it. I can't look at him as the words come out, but it feels like bile in the back of my throat. Who says I don't like you? His voice is thick, and I don't bother turning around. You tolerate me. That's not the same. Carmi, I don't need you to love me, Lev. It's probably better if you don't, right? No strings, no complications. We can learn to do this together. But right now, I just feel like shit and wish my life weren't such a disaster, that's all. Can I go now? I look back over my shoulder and immediately regret it. His eyes are stormy and emotional. His mask slipped again, that darkness staring out. Again, I'm not sure if he wants to kill me or fuck me, and to him that might be the same thing. It should terrify me, except it doesn't. I can't even muster the energy for that right now. I'll stay out of your way then, he says, and disappears to his room. Guilt hits me when I'm alone. Maybe I was a little hard on him out in the hall. It's just that seeing Natalia and Alex made me realize how far away I am from having a normal relationship with my husband. He made it so clear early on that I'm nothing to him, that he doesn't want anything to do with me. And it's only after he learned about the baby that he seems to care even a little bit. I'm just done. That's all. Just done. I'll feel better in the morning. Or maybe I won't. I'm staring at a future of indifference, and it makes me want to curl up and sleep forever. Chapter 18. Lev. My back hurts after a long day on the road. I've visited nearly half the jewelry store's vendors, and most of them have seemed amenable to a change in ownership in the near future. Except for one. A real prick of a sleazeball named Emery Smith. He's an old-school watch dealer with a deep network of pickers and wholesalers, and he's the best source for reasonably priced high-end pieces in the whole fucking city. And when I told him that I might be taking over for my father, he basically laughed in my goddamn face. I pour myself a vodka when I get home that evening. I'm in a sour fucking mood, and being in this house doesn't help. There are already little pieces of Kami all over the place. A floral pot holder she left on the counter, a pad of paper sitting on the coffee table with little animal doodles all over the margins, her laptop on the couch covered in stickers. I hate how defeated she seemed last night, and I can't even blame her for it. Seeing Alex and Natalia made her realize we'll never have a relationship like that, and what am I supposed to do? Get down on my knees and tell her that I'll love her forever? I'm not even sure I'm capable of that emotion, but I do know it bothers me when she's upset. Only I'm not sure how I'm supposed to fix it when I'm the problem. I stomp around the house feeling bleak and angry before Carmi appears at the stairs, yawning. It looks like she just woke up from a nap even though it's nearly 5 in the evening. Her hair's slightly messy and her eyes are bleary, and she stretches as she comes into the kitchen. I could hear you banging around down here, she says. I stare as she gets herself a glass of water. She's in a pair of tights and an oversized t-shirt that still somehow shows off her incredible figure. My pulse thumps thinking about my hands gripping her thick ass. I'll try to be quiet the next time you're sleeping at dinner time. I'm pregnant, she says defensively. I can't help it. What's your problem? I soften a touch and force my smile back into place. Had a rough day. Some vendor prick got under my nerves. Yeah? Who was it? She leans against the counter, watching me with a frown. This is the most she's wanted to talk to me since moving in here, and I'm guessing she's a little vulnerable after her nap. Her walls aren't back in place yet. I doubt you know him. My dad's been in the pawn shop business for like 50 years. I grew up around all those people. If he deals in the city, I've probably met him. You know Emery Smith? She snorts and takes a drink. Yeah, I know him. Seriously? He's the luxury watches guy. What did he do to you? I'm not sure I want to get her mixed up in my business, but I'm frustrated and distracted by the way she licks her lips after drinking some of her water. Basically told me to go fuck myself when I said I'd be taking over for my father in the near future. Sounds like him. Emery's a control freak. If it's not his idea, he doesn't want to hear it. That's a problem for me then? He supplies Fed with half our high-end pieces. I can talk to him if you want. She says it so casually like it's a totally reasonable thing, and that immediately sets me on guard. Why would that help? I don't know. Now she's smiling slightly. This girl's up to something and I don't like it. But I bet he'd listen to me. Why exactly would Emery care what you think? Her grin is vicious now, and she's definitely fucking with me. Only I don't know how. How about this? If I can change his mind, you get me new fencing gear. I raise my eyebrows. I was going to buy her whatever fencing shit she wanted, so that's an easy deal to make. I didn't realize you were going to take me up on the basement offer, Natalia convinced me. And I figure new, very expensive gear is exactly what I need to really keep me motivated. Do we have a deal? All right, little fencer. You convince Emery to keep supplying Fed after my father's deposed, and I'll get you whatever you want. Perfect. Let me get changed and we'll go visit him before he leaves his office at 8. She finishes her water and stalks out. How did you know he's always there until 8? I call after her, but she doesn't respond. I don't like this. I don't like it one fucking bit. Carmi's got a big, shit-eating grin on her face as I park in front of the office tower downtown where Emery keeps an office, and I really, really don't like where this is going. Something wrong, husband? She asks sweetly, leaning toward me, pressing her arms together and batting her eyes. She's in a low-cut dress that shows off way too much fucking cleavage, and right now she's pushing her tits together very much on purpose. I don't know what you plan on doing up there, but you better remember that you're my wife. I pause and glance down at her chest, despite my best efforts. She's goddamn gorgeous, and I'm instantly half-hard. Shit, get it together. My very pregnant wife. She seems very pleased with herself. Relax. Emery's a scuzzy prick. He'll be too busy staring at my tits to argue. I don't approve of this plan. You want him to keep on supplying your store with Rolexes? Come on, this dress isn't even inappropriate. I'd wear it to a freaking funeral. My jaw grinds. A funeral for a porn star, maybe. Oh my God, you're ridiculous. It's 7:30 already. You coming? I'd rather go home and find a new watch supplier. But Carmi gets out of the car before I can stop this farce. She strides to the building, and I growl in anger as I get out, feed the meter, and hurry after her. Emery's office is on the 19th floor. There's usually a young, pretty receptionist out front, but she must have gone home for the night. His waiting room is nice, with black leather chairs and designer art hanging on the walls. Emery's a lot of things. A prick, a bastard, a cocksucker. But he's got really good taste. There's a reason he's been so successful all these years. Excuse me? Emery? Carmi calls out in the direction of his ajar office door. The man himself appears, looking annoyed. He's in his 60s. Thin gray hair, a paunch in the middle, sagging jowls, ugly stubble. But his clothes are perfectly tailored and expensive. His shirt's untucked, and his tie is loose, and I can smell the whiskey on his breath from across the room. The moment he spots Carmi, his scowl transforms into an enormous smile. Carmela Marino, he says, walking over with his arms spread. My darling girl, I haven't seen you in years. Hello, Emery. She kisses his cheeks and gives him a half hug. I stand there, seething. I hear you've been doing some business with my husband? He looks surprised and frowns at me. You're married to this one? Unfortunately, yes. She holds up her ring and wiggles her finger. Emery squints at it. Cheaped out on the stone. It's a perfectly good... I start, barely concealing my anger, but Carmi interrupts me with a loud laugh and steers Emery into his office. Tell me what you've been up to, she says, tossing me a hard look. Fucking shit, I hate this. He pours her a drink, which she doesn't touch while he shows off a bunch of pieces he'd never pull out around me in a million years. All the while she oohs and ahs over his stock, and the prick keeps glancing at her breasts right in front of me. He finishes a glass of whiskey in about 5 minutes, and Carmi doesn't waste any time going in for the kill. I know you've been having a great year, so why are you giving my husband such a hard time? Emery laughs and leans back in his chair, hands folded over his gut. Darling, did he really send you in here to do this negotiating? Carmi waves a hand. He tried to stop me. But you're a very determined girl, I see. Emery's grin is suggestive, and I feel myself lean forward in my chair, tensing. Come on, tell me what's wrong. Emery sighs and waves a hand. Lev's fine. I even like him. But I have a deal with his father, And if I start changing terms without even talking to my customers, then that'll reflect badly on me. All I have is my reputation in this business. I'm his son, I say, doing my best to keep the anger from my voice. Carmi cuts me off again by leaning forward. Surely your deal is with the store, not with the specific man running it, right? Emery hesitates. Well, the contracts, they can be drawn up again. Carmi pouts ever so slightly, and I'm about to lose my fucking mind. Come on, Emery. Lev's a good man. You know that. He frowns at her, then gets up and comes around the desk. He sits on the edge right in front of my wife and reaches out, snatching her hands up into his. Listen, Carmela. If this were for you, I'd do it in a heartbeat. You know you're a beautiful woman. She fidgets slightly, seeming uncomfortable by how close he is now. Right, but I'm asking. And, darling, you're married now, with such an ugly ring. His words are slurring slightly, the drunk bastard's practically drooling on Carmi's chest at this point. I could have gotten you a better stone, you know. I shove my chair back, unable to stop myself. That's enough. Emery, really? I get it, but maybe do me this favor, Carmi says, laughing, clearly uncomfortable and trying to salvage the situation. He doesn't even react to me. His grip tightens on my wife's wrist. We can make a deal, Carmela. Just the two of us. What do you think about that? Emery, please let me go. I'm only negotiating the way you want. Emery... I storm forward and grab him by the throat. He croaks in shock and releases my wife. She pulls back, leaping from her seat and getting out of the way as I wrench the fucking disrespectful piece of shit from the desk and slam him onto the floor. You motherfuck! He starts, but I slam my knee into his neck. He gags, eyes bulging, as I grab his left wrist and hold it tight. You touched my wife, I say very softly as the darkness inside of me feasts. And now you have to hurt. I don't. I twist hard. One sharp jerk does it. The wrist breaks and he screams as it goes limp. I push my knee down tighter, choking him and holding him in place as joy and pleasure fill my chest like cool, rushing water. This is what feeds the monster lurking deep inside of me. Pain. So much fucking pain. I've been so good about keeping it locked away and hidden from Carmi, but now it's time for her to see who I really am, what I really love. I twist Emery's index finger and pull it back until it snaps. He screams, crying now as I break another finger, delighting in his suffering. I barely feel it when Carmi begins hitting me, and I only stop when she starts pleading. He's choking! She screams and drags at my shoulder. Lev, you're going to kill him! She's right. I am going to kill him. He touched my wife right in front of me and made lewd insinuations. And when she told him to let her go, he didn't instantly pull away. Now I'm going to make his final moment agony. Please, she says, crying as she tries to drag me back. Please, Lev, don't do it. Let him go. For me, please, let him go. I stare at Carmi. The darkness roars inside of me, begging me to finish the worthless piece of meat. But Carmi's crying, and she looks so fucking pretty like that. And what'll happen if I really do murder Emery Smith in his own office? The Bratva will cover up most crimes, but I don't know if Valentin Zaitsev will spend his capital on this. But most of all, she wants it. That's enough to break my grip on his wrist. It's enough for me to stand and release the pressure on his throat. Emery rolls onto his side, coughing and gagging as he gasps for air. Are you okay? I ask her, reaching out. She flinches back. There's fear in her eyes, and I can't blame her. I'm fine, but we should go. I shake my head. If she doesn't want me to touch her, I won't. That's not the kind of man I am. I like pain, and I like to hurt, but not innocence like Carmi. Not yet, I tell her and turn to Emery. He's trying to drag himself into his chair. I kick him hard in the ribs. He rolls, knocking a statue from a bookshelf. It hits the floor and shatters as I grab his face and shove it down into the glass shards. Please, he moans. I'm not going to kill you this time, I say to him. Blood wells up from tiny cuts in his cheek and forehead. "When I leave this office, you're going to clean up. You're going to drive yourself home and get sober, and then you're going to call me at Fed tomorrow morning to tell me that you're happy to work with whoever's running the shop." Okay, I'll do it. I'll do it, Lev. I'm happy to do it. If you don't, I'm going to come back, and I won't bring Carmi with me next time. Do you understand? He lets out a wicked sob and closes his eyes. I understand. Please, Lev. I want to keep hurting him. I could break the rest of his fingers one at a time. Instead, I release his face and turn to my wife. She's staring at me, her face pale and her eyes terrified. I shove my mask back on and smile. "I think I owe you some new fencing equipment," I say, feeling happier than I've been in a long time as I walk past her to the elevators. Chapter 19. Carmi, Iknu. That's the worst part. I knew he was capable of something like that, and I was still terrified when I watched it happen. Lev's good at hiding his violent side. That's the darkness he keeps hidden behind that charming mask, and that's all Lev is most of the time. Masks over masks, layers of charm and good looks, all hiding the creature lurking under the surface. The monster that broke Emery's fingers and would have choked him to death right there on the man's office floor. The monster that casually walked out as if nothing had happened. I knew, and it still terrified me. The second we got home, I locked myself in my room. Not because I thought he'd hurt me. He'd only lost his cool to protect me back there. But more because I don't know how to process what I just watched. Lev, in all his beautiful glory, breaking a human for touching me. That's what I keep seeing as I try to sleep. Emery crossing a line, and Lev hurting him for it. Lev delighting in that pain. That's the sickest part of it all. His smile never slipped even as he cracked Emery's fingers back and broke the bones like sticks of chalk. In the morning, I hurry downstairs to make my small cup of coffee. I was plagued by dreams of my husband pulling my hair and burying my mouth with his and fucking me with vicious glee. And I liked it in my dream. I liked it when I woke up too. "You're avoiding me," I yelp, and look over at where he's sitting at the table. He's in an exercise shirt, damp with sweat, and he's quietly reading the paper. "Who still gets a physical newspaper?" I ask, trying to lighten the situation. He smiles. So charming and handsome. "You're not going to talk about it, are you?" I don't really know what to say. He nods slightly and stands up. "Let me show you something." "Lev." But he's already walking away. I watch him, trembling. Would he hurt me here? Would he do to me what he did to Emery? I don't think so, but I don't really know. Natalia thinks Lev's a good person. Alex thinks so too. Do they know about his darkness? I follow reluctantly. Lev heads down into the basement, and I wonder if this is a murder sort of situation as I trail after him. But the basement isn't some dungeon. It's partially finished, and one half is clearly a gym. Or at least it was. Now it's been cleared out, the dark rubber floor empty and the weights shoved to the side. In their place are several different fencing foils. I asked the guy which is the best, and he asked which style you prefer. I had no clue, so I bought them all. They're beautiful. Brand new and gleaming. Pistol grips, French-style handles, bayonet-style bodycord plugs, all in the 3 different disciplines. I pick up a lovely saber and test the weight. It's perfect. Way better than my old weapon upstairs. I swipe in the air and fall into my old stance, lunging slightly, going for a kill. Lev stands off to the side and watches with a tight smile on his face. "How'd you get all this so fast?" "One of my clients owns a high-end sporting goods store in the suburbs. I drove out and had him open early so I could get these." "It's too much. They must have cost you thousands, and I don't even fence in épée." I gesture at the different blades. "Don't worry, we'll go back and you'll pick out whatever you really want." He steps toward me, and I raise the saber in between us. If it comes down to a fight, He could easily swat away my dull blade and take me right here, pinning me down to the rubber mat, using me however he wants. Fuck me. Break my fingers. Fill me to the brim. Make me hurt. What you did to Emery, I say softly, heart racing. That was fucked. His smile seems almost sincere. I didn't want to have to do it, but he crossed a line. He was drunk and stupid. You nearly killed him. I should have. What am I supposed to say to that? You knew what I was. You grew up with men like me. I know, I say, feeling breathless. But I wasn't normally around. You know. When they hurt people? His smile is dangerous as he comes a little closer. I swipe at the air and he stops just out of range. You went too far. You're right, little fencer. I lost control. You saw me at my worst. He spreads his hands almost in apology, but he doesn't quite say it. I did it for you. No, don't say that. You were enjoying yourself. Maybe I was, but if it hadn't been you, you would have killed him. If it hadn't been me trying to make you stop, you would have choked him until he died. His head tilts, and he licks his lips. Should I have let him grab you like that then? Should I have let him hurt you? No, of course not. But you didn't have to take it that far. You make me do this. I don't make you do anything. He moves forward. I lunge, mostly by instinct, and the tip of my blade catches his shoulder. I stare in shock as he grunts in pain. It cuts through his shirt, but he doesn't stop. He pushes forward, coming at me, bending the blade until it bites into his skin. A drop of red wells up around the cut. Stop, I tell him, eyes wide. He doesn't. He keeps coming and lets the tip sink in deeper. His face grimaces with pain. I would never do that to you, he says, staring at me. You know that, don't you? I break first. I pull my arm back, turning so the blade slips out of the wound in his shoulder, and as I turn, he grabs me and pulls me against him. My heart's racing wildly as I look at the surprisingly deep cut and up into his handsome face. I don't know anything, I say, and his lips are so close to mine. This vicious, terrifying man could crush me with his mouth if he wanted. He could ruin me here and now like he ruined me already, and a sick part of me wants him to keep coming. To let the blade sink in deeper, right up to the hilt. I promise, little fencer, you're mine. You're my wife. You're the mother of my unborn child. I will never hurt you, and I will never let anyone else hurt you. My lips part. My mouth waters. My heart's racing like crazy. Blood drips down his shoulder, staining his shirt. I should take care of that mess, I say, stepping back before I can make an even bigger mistake. I drop the saber to the floor. If you want to. He stares at me like he doesn't care either way. I lead him upstairs to the medicine cabinet. He lets me clean and bandage the wound, and when he leaves for the day, I lock my bedroom door and get myself off so hard I nearly black out as I scream his name into my pillow. Chapter 20, Carmi. I can't sleep that night. I just keep seeing the tip of my foil sink into his shoulder and the total lack of reaction in his eyes. In public, Lev's charming as hell. He's constantly got that handsome smile on his face, and he makes people feel like they're the center of the world. But in private, it's like that man slowly disappears, leaving a hollow void in his place. I think I saw the real Lev. Not the mask he wears to hide what's really inside of him, but the monster he keeps chained away. He's normally so careful, but it's like when Emery crossed a line with me. He couldn't help himself. It broke him, and it nearly killed Emery. I don't know how I feel about it. Afraid, but also excited. Like I have power over him, even though he clearly doesn't like it. There's a noise in the hall. I go very still, listening closely. This house is pretty old, and it creaks a lot, and I tell myself that it's just the walls settling for the night. But there's the noise again. A creak, getting closer. My heart starts racing. Lev's room isn't far away, And if I scream, he'll hear me. I'm being silly, though. Nobody would break in here. At least not if they want to live. There's a rattling at the doorknob. It slowly opens. I'm sitting up, heart racing. A thin sheen of sweat breaks out across my chest. Blood rushes to my head. I'm wearing a thin t-shirt and a pair of cotton shorts, but I feel like I'm naked. I reach for my fencing foil, except it's on the floor near the closet. The door opens, and a man's standing there. He's big. So freaking big. And shirtless. Rippling muscles are covered by dark tattoos. He's wearing a fencing mask. This can't be happening. I'm having a nightmare. The man stands in my doorway, shirtless and gorgeous, with only a pair of tight joggers covering his lower half. I'm about to finally force the scream out when I realize I know those tattoos. I know that body and those pants. "What are you doing?" I manage to say, and it comes out strangled. He steps deeper into the room. This has to be a prank, right? Some weird joke he's playing? But he doesn't say anything. He only lurks over me in the fencing mask, faceless and terrifying. It's him, though. It's Lev without a doubt. I know him now that my head's clearing up. There's a fresh bandage on his shoulder where I stabbed him. "Lev, what are you doing?" I repeat as he comes even closer. "You know why I'm here." His voice is low and muffled. It sounds almost inhuman. He keeps advancing toward my bed, and all at once I'm right. I'm positive I understand what's happening. I know what he wants, and now the mask makes sense. He needs layers. He needs protection. If he can't wear his normal charming smile, what else can he use to protect himself from me? A literal mask. A faceless monstrosity. "You can tell me to leave," he says, looming over my bedside. God, he's beautiful. Rippling muscles and those terrifying tattoos. I was never into guys like him back in the day, and there sure as hell were plenty. Growing up in a family like mine, there was always some big, tattooed asshole lurking nearby, and plenty of them wanted something from me. Plenty wanted this. But I was never interested. I mean, I was tempted by a few of them, but tattooed assholes weren't really my thing. I resisted them, never went further than kissing and fooling around, at least until I met Lev, and fucked him, and got pregnant by him, and married him later. Now he's staring at me with that faceless mask, completely blank and terrifying, and I feel myself softening. My heart's in my throat, and excitement courses down my spine. "I thought you didn't want this," I whisper, strangled and afraid, but unable to say the words I know would save me. "Get out. Get out. Go away. I always want this." He sounds equally strained, like this is just as hard for him. He reaches out. I don't flinch back as he puts a knee on the bed and slides his fingers through my hair. I whimper as he pulls my chin up, and I can feel his eyes staring at me through the mask, looking at my throat, at my body. He pulls the blankets away with the other, bearing me to him. My fingers grip the sheets. "I thought you were here to hurt me," I say, and he reacts by tightening his grip. "Do you want me to?" "No," I say, my mouth hanging open. "Maybe." He pushes me down. I gasp in surprise. He's so fast and strong, and a moment later he's got my legs spread. One hand deftly yanks down my shorts while the other roughly shoves my shirt up over my breasts. I moan as his fingers move down between my legs, and I shimmy my hips, nervous and excited and scared all at once, and the sound he makes when he touches my pussy is pure devious lust. "My fucking little fencer," he whispers hoarsely. "You're soaking wet for me already." Shit, he's right. I'm absolutely drenched. This is beyond freaky and fucked up. The guy's in here wearing a fencing mask, for God's sake. But it's hitting all my buttons. The mixture of fear and excitement is driving me absolutely wild. His fingers are perfect. He strokes me slowly before plunging one in, just enough to tease. His other hand palms my breasts before shoving his other fingers into my mouth, and I whimper as I suck them. He sinks 2 fingers inside of me, and my back arches. I'm still inexperienced. I was a virgin not all that long ago, and his fingers are thick and long. I groan, grinding my hips into him. This is crazy. I can't even see his face. I should push him away, but yet I keep pushing closer, wanting more. His fingers bury in my mouth and muffle my moans while his other hand drives into my slick pussy, and I can't take it much longer. The situation, the mask, the terror, the peak bliss. It shoves my brain into heaven. I come with his fingers in my mouth and in my pussy. I come for him, blinded and crazy with it. And as I finish, he steps back from the bed and takes off his pants. His cock is thick and long. I stare, heart racing, as he steps toward me. I'm still giddy from my orgasm, and I don't even know why I do it, but I get onto all fours and take him in my mouth. He groans, the faceless monster. His dick tastes like pre-cum as I lick around his tip. I'm not very experienced, but I do my best, moaning and choking, my spit rolling down his shaft as I suck him. He fists my hair and pulls me back, and I stare up at him, into that faceless nothing. Then he turns me around and pins me on my belly. "Lev!" I moan, ass in the air. His cock presses against me. My heart's going wild. "It's been a while." "I know, baby," he whispers, "but I can't wait." He sinks into me. Fuck, it feels so good, and it hurts a little bit too. I moan, closing my eyes and letting him fill me to the brim. Slowly, he pulls back out and fills me again, and again, and again, until I begin to relax. It's faster this time, easier than that first night, and he fucks me like he can't control himself. Pleasure rips into my core. I look back at the faceless beast fucking me face down on the bed and gasp as he takes me. His palm slaps my ass and the other grips my hair, and his body's so warm and hard and gorgeous. I want to be his. That's so fucked, but I want it. He can have me, use me, fuck me until I'm nothing, and do it all over again when he wants more. I didn't even know I was into this, but I realize all I want in the world is for him to pin me down and have his way with me until I'm nothing left but a quivering body recovering from a savage beast. This is why I couldn't stay away, he moans, and it's like heaven. I tried, little fencer. I tried so fucking hard. If you had agreed to sleep in my bed with me, I would have given in a lot sooner, but now it's too late. Keep going, I beg, so close I can taste it, the orgasm right there on my tongue. I don't know when I'll be done with you. I don't know if I ever will. Fuck, I want you to come for me, baby. I want to feel you come for me. My back arches. I look back, and it's still the mask, that empty stare. The orgasm tears into me like fire, and I grip the sheets as he picks up his pace, hammering into my pussy before filling me with his warmth. His strangled moans of pleasure make my core clench and release before I'm finally left gasping for air. I'm covered in sweat like I just went for a run. He slides himself away from me. For a moment, I close my eyes, and then I feel something. His lips pressed against my throat. When I look, he's got the mask back on. I watch him dress, aching for something, but I don't know what. It's not like I want him to stay. And forget about affection. That kiss left its strange mark on my skin. He looks at me as I pull my shirt back into place. Then he leaves without saying a word. I pull the covers over me, not sure what to think or feel, but suddenly tired enough to close my eyes and sleep. Chapter 21. Lev. I heard a rumor this morning, Alex says as he scrolls through the latest invoices. Fed Jewelers opened about an hour ago, and we've been busy managing shit in the back while the sales girls Dasha and Katrina handle the customers. Though it's been quiet, and they haven't had much to do. He's not looking at me, but I can tell by the way he's sitting and the tone of his voice that he's paying very close attention to this conversation. Yeah? What's that? I act like it's no big deal and keep polishing the watch I'm working on. You know, the high-end watch business is a pretty small place. Incestuous, I agree. Everyone knows everyone, good or bad. And plenty of them are fucking bad. Right. Well, from what I hear, Emery Smith skipped town yesterday after someone broke into his house and nearly killed him. I pause and look over. Really? Emery? Couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. Alex is still staring at the computer screen, but I can practically feel his attention focused on me. It's strange. Emery was one of the guys we were going to win over, right? Best Rolex dealer in the city, unfortunately. And suddenly, right when we need him, the guy gets attacked. Freak break-in. We're a cash business. I bet he's been taking stock home instead of keeping it in his safe. Alex's lips pinch into a frown. Emery's a prick, but he's not stupid. You sure about that? He slowly turns, eyes narrowed. I know what he's thinking, and he's right, but it still pisses me off because he's got no particular reason to suspect me. And yet he does, which says a lot about how he thinks of me. Tell me the truth, Lev. Did you go pay Emery a visit? Carmi and I went to his office 2 days back. The day before he ran off? That sounds right. He takes a deep breath and schools himself. It's taking all my self-control not to start laughing. Honestly, he's got this serious fucking glare on his face. Alex can be such a hard ass sometimes. What did you do? He asks. I tell him everything. It's not like I was keeping this from him on purpose. It just hadn't come up yet. When I finish, his eyes are closed and he's taking deep, calming breaths. He crossed the line, I say, making it very clear that I am not remotely apologetic about what happened. I get that, and he deserved to get knocked out. But it doesn't sound like you stopped there. My jaw works. You didn't see it, the way he was looking at her right in front of me. I hear you, and like I said, he probably deserved what he got. But Lev, the word is someone really fucked him up. If Carmi hadn't stopped me, he'd be dead, and I wouldn't have felt bad. Alex nods grimly. That's what I thought. He's going to do the right thing. Emery's not stupid. He knows I won't ever stop if I think he's going back on his word. You can't go around threatening and beating people into submission. That isn't how this business works. I spread my hands. We're a bunch of fucking criminals and thieves, Alex. How the fuck do you think shit gets done? He rubs his face with his palm. I don't know, but it's not that. Emery hit on my wife right in front of me. He was practically drooling on her. I held back for as long as I could, and he still didn't stop. I don't regret it. I won't apologize for it. He's going to talk. You know that, right? Sooner or later, he'll start to think he's safe, and he's not the kind of guy that can keep his fucking mouth shut. Word will travel. I go back to finishing up the watch I was working on. Let it travel, then. We're trying to do this the right way. That was the deal, right? That's the only reason I'm in this with you. I don't look at him. That's the only one? I ask very softly. He doesn't reply. I know what he's thinking. Alex respects my father, almost reveres him, honestly, and it's kind of pathetic. But he knows what kind of man my father really is. He knows how Oleg treated me when we were growing up. My father was smart and kept it as hidden as he could, but there were leaks, there were tells, bruises, unexplained broken bones, days when I could barely get out of bed. Everyone knew. Nobody did shit about it. Not that I expected Alex or Step to get involved. So long as Dad was focused on me, he wasn't bothering with them. It worked. They thrived. Then Step got himself killed, and Alex started to lift his head up from his little obsession with being a perfect soldier, and now he's starting to see the truth about things. My father's not a good leader. He never fucking was. For some reason, Valentin Zaitsev's put trust in him, but that'll only end with misery. The door to the front opens, and Dasha sticks her head back. Boys, Oleg's out front, she says, frowning at us. Wants to see you two. I glance at Alex. He's not looking at me. Speak of the devil. I say, and we head out together. Oleg Fedorov has looked better. He's wearing a new Rolex, shiny and sparkling and expensive as hell, plus a fancy gold chain. The bratva's been good to him lately, but there are bags under his eyes and his gut's heavier than it's ever been, and I haven't seen my father walk more than 10 steps without getting winded in a while now. His town car's double parked in the street and his guards lurk nearby. A couple of young Russian boys that would do anything for him since he pays them a ludicrous amount of money. "I have a task for you two," he says without preamble, like we're his employees. And in some ways we are. He's the head of the family. But that isn't how things are supposed to work. "Haven't seen you around here in a while," I say, and toss him my best smirk. He frowns back. My father's always been immune to my charms. I have bigger jobs now. You know that. "How is Canada these days? Very cold, I hear." Alex elbows me. "What can we do for you, Oleg?" My father glares at me but turns to his son-in-law, his least favorite person in the world, his former favorite turned backstabbing shit-eater ever since he got Natalia pregnant and stole her away from the man Oleg really wanted her to marry. "Liquidate some of the stock! I need 50 grand in cash by tomorrow morning! No fucking banks!" Alex's eyebrows raise. "That's not much time. Make it happen. I don't care what kind of loss you have to take. Get me the money by tomorrow." "Fed can't just eat that kind of loss," I say, before Alex can trip over himself to comply. "We just finished rebuilding the place after the fire. Do you think I give a shit? I need the money. Make it happen. And seriously, no fucking banks. You have no clue what kind of financial state this business is in right now, do you?" I ask, letting some of my control slip. This isn't the time to confront him, and Alex is shooting me warning stares. But I ignore him. "When was the last time you bothered checking the books?" My father shifts toward me. He squares his shoulders, and I know that look. He's pissed and struggling to contain it. What I do with my businesses is my decision. I rebuilt Fed from my funds, and if I want to burn it down again, I fucking will. I need $50,000 in 20s. Make it happen. He walks away, gets in the car, and slams the door behind him. His two guards scramble over each other to get in and drive off. Alex watches them go and doesn't say anything. "You know that's going to hurt. What the fuck are we even going to sell on that short of notice?" "It's not time," he says softly. "This is why we're doing this." He's completely lost it. He's busy with the Canada job, which you will be too once you take control. You know that, right? I'll work on Canada and you'll manage Fed. I won't ask you to torch everything. He grunts in reply. I know a few people that might be willing to do some quick buys, but it'll hurt. Sell the fakes first. You sure about that? I'm sure. Sell the fakes, and make sure people know they're coming directly from Oleg. Alex gives me a look before sighing and going inside. Devious, he says. I'd prefer something more direct, but this'll work for now. Chapter 22. Carmi. I don't even know why I go back down there, but I find myself in the basement again. I warm up on the treadmill, and when I have a nice sheen of sweat, I start doing reaction drills. I practice lunges while catching a tennis ball over and over again until I manage to dredge some semblance of form out of my tired muscles. Carmi. I'm so stupidly out of shape, it's gross. Gia. Could be worse. You could be like me, a gelatinous blob. Sophie, says the girl that looks absolutely stunning right now. Sophie. Speaking of, when are we getting together? Franny. Better be soon. I've been so bored. Carmi. Bored Franny is dangerous, Franny. Gia. Please don't start a fire, Franster. Franny. No promises. Sophie. How's the husband, Carms? You two working on child number 1 yet? I grimace at my phone and drag a towel across my forehead. They still don't know about the pregnancy, and I'm not sure when I'll tell them. Eventually, it'll be impossible to hide, but for now, I'm trying to act like it doesn't exist. Carmi. We did have a thing. Gia. Yes? Sophie. Details? Franny. You two made love, didn't you? Carmi. I wouldn't call what we did. Making love? Franny. Gross. Gia. Gross, but also hot. Sophie. Definitely hot. Still requesting details. I definitely don't give them details. I mean, what are they going to think? My husband showed up in my room in the middle of the night wearing a fencer's mask and got me off twice without ever taking it off? I mean, that's crazy. They're going to think I'm some kind of sex deviant, which I might be, honestly, because the sight of my own mask is making me stupidly horny. I've always had a healthy sexual appetite, and I've always been able to manage it with liberal usage of my sex toys. That's not really working right now. I want him, my husband, the masked man, Lev, whoever, whatever. But I want him, and I don't even like him. Honestly, I think I'm a little terrified of him after seeing what he did to Emery, but still. I want his hands on my body. I send the girls some generic description, just enough to appease them, before focusing on my drills some more. There was a time when I was very good at this. It's been a while, but I didn't realize how much I missed being good at something until coming back to it. Truth is, I've drifted. I've been spoiled by my father and given an easy path in life. No, I haven't had much freedom, but I also haven't really worried about much. Private schools, money for clothes and movies and hanging out with my friends. Comfort, basically. Except fencing challenged me. Fencing was the one time I could stand up and show people what I am. On the piste, it was me against my opponent, and nobody else could step in and say they helped. If I won because of me. If I lost because of me. And that's intoxicating for a girl that never really had much control over her life. I could be a warrior and nobody would say a damn thing about it. Nobody cared if I let out the aggression. Honestly, it was expected and encouraged, and that was liberating. I didn't have to be the quiet, demure little mafia princess my father always wanted me to be. I'm still that way, though, acting the way I'm always supposed to. I stumbled from one thing to the next, from my father's house to my husband's, and this baby means any shred of freedom I might have hoped for is basically going to disappear very soon. Until then, I have fencing. I have my foil, my form, my body, and my drills. I watch some training videos just to remind myself what I need to work on, and then I throw myself into it. Stretching, cardio, some light lifting, and then drills, footwork, forms, blade work, reaction training. All the things I miss so much, the old skills slowly coming back. I don't notice him. I'm in my own little world for a couple of hours. 1 second, I'm doing squats into lunges, and the next, Lev's standing nearby and watching with a curious smile, like he's enjoying it. I turn to him, breathing hard. When did you get home? A little while ago. You're very focused, and you're a creep. He licks his lips. I like it. When you're focused like that. Yeah? Good for you. This isn't a show, though, so if you wouldn't mind. I feel strong. Even though I'm sweaty, gross, and tired, I feel like I could lift him up over my head and throw him through a wall. But he doesn't move. Not that I thought he would. I grab some water and check my phone, my muscles sore and achy from working this hard, and try to tame the adrenaline still coursing through my system. This is what I get like when I let myself loose. Why don't we spar a little bit? He picks up my spare foil and flicks it through the air like it's some kind of dueling weapon. But that's not how fencing works. This sport is strictly regulated and controlled. There are rules and protective gear for a reason. People could get hurt. Like he did. No thanks. You'll just end up with another hole in your body. I wouldn't mind. Seriously, that's okay. He points the foil at me. On guard. I'm good. Afraid you'll lose? I feel a little competitive, but I refuse to let him goad me into this. How about you do some training first, and then maybe I'll give you a shot at the champ? He laughs. It's a genuine laugh, too. I actually like it, which makes me blush, and I have to look away. Give me 2 days of training, and I bet I could take you. That's just insulting. How about 0 days and you try me now? Even worse. Your loss. He places the foil back down. You look good, you know. Oh yeah? With a red face and sweaty hair? You look like you're working hard. The fact that you're surprised is really pissing me off. I slump down onto the bench press. Did you come down here for a reason? I was curious what you looked like when you were fencing. Now you know. I arch my eyebrows expectantly. And you're dismissed. He's still looking at me with that cocky, charming grin, though. Except there's an edge to him now. You wouldn't deny him, would you? A thrill runs into my core. I sit up a little straighter. Who do you mean? You know who. His voice lowers. If he came to you, I don't think you'd deny him. I'm practically pulsing with the need to scream yes. I have no idea what you're talking about. He finally turns away. Let's find out then. And when he walks out of the basement, I'm sitting there trembling with anticipation, frustrated that he can knock me off balance so easily. Chapter 23. Carmy, I'm wide awake when I finally force myself to get into bed. It's past midnight. I've been sitting around in my gym clothes waiting for a masked man to show up at my door. Except that's stupid, and he's clearly not coming. Time to give up. I crawl under the covers, but I'm still burning with adrenaline thinking about Lev in that fencer's mask. And it's only after I've basically decided that this isn't going to happen when I finally hear the creak of footsteps in the hall. My mind goes to filthy places. Lev pinning me down and fucking me violently. His hot breath on my back and neck as he plunges deep between my legs. The pure bliss of an orgasm ripping through my skin. His cock in my mouth as my spit rolls down his shaft. When the door opens, I expect a mostly naked, godlike creature. Instead, it's him, fully clothed in fencing gear. Get up, princess. I sit and stare, my mouth open. What the fuck is happening right now? Lev tilts his head, but I can't read his expression through the mask. He grabs my fencing gear from the floor and throws it at me. Get dressed, he says. Are you serious? Put it on. There's no question. His tone is pure demand. I should tell him off. I've been waiting for this, and now he's really trying to spar with me. But the competitive demon roars deep in my veins, and fuck it. Fuck him. If he wants this, then I won't hold back. I get out of bed and snatch up my clothes. Turn around. He doesn't move, though, and I don't even know why I bothered. I let him watch. Screw him to hell. I strip completely naked, pull on my sports bra and comfortable underwear, and drag on the fencing costume. He stands still the whole time, staring at my body as I do it. I'm blushing like crazy and feeling exposed, but my heart's hammering in my chest and my hands are shaking, and I don't know what's going to happen from here. But I do know I'm going to shred him. I'm going to rip him to fucking pieces. Lev walks out of my room. The masked man stalks down the hall as I follow after him. I roll my shoulders and my neck, loosening up as he takes me into the basement. Everything's been cleared away already, and a space has been designated for the bout. My foil and mask are both waiting for me. I lift the sword first and balance it in my hand, taking a few warm-up lunges before putting the mask on but leaving it tilted up. You sure about this? I ask. Lev falls into a passable fencing stance. Come on, don't make me fucking wait! A shiver runs down my spine. Excitement slams into my chest. Rules? He doesn't answer. First touch then. Epi style. I figure that's easiest since any touch on any part of the body counts in epee. It'll give him a very slight chance since it's my worst discipline. I prefer the raw aggression of saber to the measured testing and attack riposte of epee. Ready, he says, holding up his blade. I shove down my mask, give him a quick salute, and stand opposite him. Ready, I say, dancing on the balls of my feet. Let's go. Not exactly standard, but it works. He comes toward me. Lev's strong and quick, but his footwork is absolutely terrible. I test him with a few quick swipes of my foil, our blades clashing, and this feels good. It feels so fucking good. My nerves burn away. The moment shrinks. I'm entirely in this bout. Even if it's the furthest thing from a real fencing match and really just a basement sword fight, it feels incredible. I want to fucking crush him. Instead, I take my time. I move through a few forms and pull back before touching him at least twice. I can almost feel his frustration as I tease him into an awkward lunge, parry his blade, and dance backwards instead of finishing him. "Don't fucking hold back," he snarls at me. "Or else what? I thought you could take me." I can. He comes at me. It's a furious attack as he swipes wildly. I easily evade backwards, excitement singing, my breath coming fast, and I quickly knock his blade sideways before executing a decent lunge into a touch right on his chest. He grunts and backs away as I release a primal scream. It's overkill. I know it's too much. But fuck, it feels so good to win again. It's been so long since I scored a touch on an opponent on the piste, and even though Lev's trash and this isn't a real bout, it feels incredible. "Again," he says when I finally get myself under control. "Again," I agree, grinning viciously. He lets me come at him. This time, I take control. I drive the exchange and make it fast. He tries a messy parry that leaves him wide open, and I score another touch on his arm. I scream my animalistic aggression in his blank face. "Again," he says, and again I come at him. Again, I score a touch, and again I scream. The next time, I draw him out. I let him think I'm getting tired. And I am. I'm nowhere in the shape I used to be. But he's not good enough to take advantage. When he overextends himself, I finish things, scoring my 5th touch in a row. "Where's that cocky banter now?" I say to him, my voice raw from victorious screams. I wrench my mask back and let him see my elated grin. "Again," is all he's willing to say. I shove my mask back down. This time, it's different. I step in, staying in my stance, and he barely reacts. I get closer and closer, waiting for him to spring his trap, and I'm practically on top of him when he finally moves. It's a blur of speed. Even though I score a touch, he doesn't seem to care. He bashes my sword aside, grabs my wrist, and wrenches the blade from my grip. I gasp in shock as he grabs the zipper on my jacket and rips it down. "Lev," I say in shock. He throws his blade down and aggressively rips off my top, working me out of my chest protector. My adrenaline's going wild from the fight, and I try to struggle free, but he doesn't give a shit. The masked monster is loose, and he won't be denied. My plastron is torn aside and thrown on the floor. I knee him in the thigh, and it does nothing. He yanks down my breeches, gripping me by the hair with his other hand, my mask hitting the floor and rolling away. He drags me to the mask. I'm breathing hard and still trying to struggle, but when his hand shoves down between my legs, I rip out an ugly moan as he strokes up and down my pussy. "You beat me," he whispers, his tone dripping with lust as he pulls my pants off, leaving me in my t-shirt and underwear. He shoves my panties aside, pinning me down, my hands up above my head. But why do I feel like I'm winning? His cocks rock hard and shoved against my aching, soaked pussy. "You cheated," I say, glaring at him, mouth open. The mask stares back. "There weren't any rules." "Épée." We agreed. I won. You won your game. He releases one wrist and reaches between my legs. "Now I'll win mine." I moan as he sinks his fingers inside of me. When I reach for the mask, he pulls away and turns me around, shoving me down on my belly, his hand still between my legs. He strokes up and down my pussy, teasing me, sinking fingers in and out. I look back as he pauses to strip off his breeches and jacket until he's only a man in a mask again, his cock free and thick. He pushes my face down in the mat. "Don't look," he whispers, and then I feel it. Lips on my ass. Then slowly down until I feel his mouth on my pussy from behind. "Oh my God," I whisper as pleasure rips into me. He licks and eats me from behind. I obey him and don't peek, but a part of me wants to. A part of me wants to see the look on his face, that dreamy, heavy-lidded stare that's half lust and half possession. I want to taste his tongue in my mouth, but instead, it's in my pussy as he licks me like a monster. Then he's pulling back and I feel his tip glide forward. He holds onto my hips, and my fingers dig into the floor as he slowly pushes inside. Fuck, Lev, I moan as he fills me. His growl of pleasure is the only response I get, and it's the only one I need. He fucks me like that, like I'm his real prize, like even though I won the bout, he's the one that's conquering. I push into him, bucking and riding his cock, letting myself give in and loosen up. This is me on the fencing piste. This is me free and open and real, and God, it feels so fucking good. I turn back at him and whimper as he shoves me down. The man is iron and steel. He could crush and break me if he wanted. Instead, he leans forward. Ride me until you come. Then he's out and sitting back. I don't waste time. I let my aggression take over. I straddle the masked man, my husband, the father of my unborn child, and arch my back as his cock fills me. His hands shove up my shirt and bra, and he teases my nipples as I take control, setting my own pace, his big dick driving me absolutely fucking crazy. My legs are tired. They're burning from the workout earlier, from the bout, and from this. But pleasure keeps me going as I grind down into him, leaning my weight on my hands. He thrusts into me, but I'm the one setting the pace, and I'm the one that's winning tonight. The orgasm rushes through me. I feel beautiful and in control. I feel incredible as I come on his big dick, and he groans as he finishes with me. I throw back my head and let my moans stand in for my primal screams, the basement filling with our noises as I come like a lightning storm, and just like that, I collapse onto him. He wraps his arms around me. My face is pressed against his chest and I feel his heart racing. It's a match for mine. Neither of us speaks, and I feel dizzy from exertion. But I also feel good. So freaking good. Better than good. I feel like I finally did something for myself. Like the night I tried to lose my virginity. Except better. I think we should call this a draw, he says softly. I laugh. I can't help myself. I kiss his chest and stare up into his masked face. I reach to move it, but he stops me. Why not? I ask. It's not like I know who's under there. Better this way. You're looser. He's right, honestly. I feel like I can do whatever I want with a man in a mask. There's no judgment from him. Your fencing sucks, I say, showing my teeth. He slaps my ass hard and rolls me off him. I stretch as he gets to his feet and dresses. I'll beat you next time. You want a rematch? Another night. He looks back at me. You're beautiful, Carmi. You know that? I shiver at the sound of my name. Thanks, I say, propping my head up on my hand. Your form is atrocious. I can't see his expression, but I like to think he's smiling as he leaves the basement. Chapter 24. Levidrop. The box of Rolex watches down on the desk and gesture for Frank to take a look. Alex is sitting in the chair behind me. He says nothing as I put the deal in motion. The room smells like cinnamon and coffee, and there are pictures of Frank on the walls with dozens of different famous local Philadelphia people like Patti LaBelle and Jill Scott. They all bought watches from him at one time or another, and he's considered one of the more reputable high-end jewelry dealers in the region. While he doesn't have the stock and reach of a man like Emery, he's got connections with good people. This is more than I expected, Frank says, frowning as he expects one of the date justs. You got boxes and papers? I can get you boxes, but no papers. I sit down beside Alex and shrug a little. Just how it goes. He frowns, but doesn't comment. Typically, Rolexes come with paperwork to prove that they're legit. Usually a guy like Frank wouldn't bother buying a naked watch without any papers, especially not this many, but he trusts me. He and my father go back a long way. They have a good relationship, and I've always liked Frank. There are lots of Italians in Philly. You can't spit without hitting one, but he's the best there is. A real people person and with an honor streak a mile wide. He's the kind of guy that would rather go broke than ruin his reputation. Where'd you get them, if you don't mind me asking? That's a big chunk of our stock. Dad's got something going and he wants them liquidated yesterday, which is why the price is so good. Oleg must have something serious if he's willing to part with this much. Frank sits back in his chair, and it creaks under his weight. I trust you, boys. I've always done good business with you. But this is a big ask. He's not kidding. This is a 6-figure deal, double what my father asked for. And for a guy of Frank's size, it's no small thing. He can move the product, but it'll take him time. If something's off, that would be a very big problem. That's coming directly from my dad, I say, gesturing at the box. He said you were the guy. Did he now? And why is he not here? He's in Canada, or else he would be. Frank grunts and nudges the watches with a fist. Lot of money in there, lot of risk, too. I totally understand that. You know us. We want everyone to walk away happy. You're taking a loss at the price you're offering me. No, don't try to pretend like you're not. I know this business too well. Your father must really need the cash. Frank frowns a little and shakes his head. I don't want to take advantage. If you don't, someone else will, and they'll try to lowball us, Alex says, nodding at me. Lev's giving you a good number. It's a loss, but it's not a terrible one. Think of it like cashing us out. All this after the shop burned down, Frank murmurs, but it's clear where his head's at. He's already picking through the box again and doing the math. A guy like him can figure out a ballpark estimate for this many pieces in 10 seconds flat and be pretty damn close. We'll survive. Come on, Frank. You're doing us a favor, and making a good profit in the meantime. He frowns at me and holds out a hand, but pulls it away before we can shake. And this is straight from your father. He gave me that box himself. I catch his hand and squeeze it. After that, it's a matter of moving money and writing up receipts. We're back on the street a half-hour later with the cash my father wants. Alex seems perplexed, though, as we walk shoulder to shoulder toward Market Street. The car's parked nearby, but it's a nice day. Why'd you just do that? He asks softly. Dad told me to. You know why. But why him? Why Frank? I smile to myself and reach into my pocket. There's one last watch sitting all alone, naked, outside of a bag. I pull it out and run my thumb over the crystal before tossing it to Alex. He snatches it from the air, glaring at me. Most sane people don't toss around $10,000 pieces. Get that authenticated, I tell him. Wait a few days, though. At least a week, actually. When you get the results, send them to Frank. Alex slows down. People hustle past. The constant flow of life in the city. Cars roll down the street, and it smells like exhaust. You sold him fakes? I did what my father asked. I lean against a stoop for a fortune-teller's shop. How these people stay in business, I can't even imagine. You take issue with that? Frank's going to lose his mind. Shit, in a week he'll have moved half those watches already. Alex stares at me, his frown deepening. But you knew that already. Yeah, I knew it. This is pushing things, he says, and moves closer. You know what'll happen when Frank finds out. I'm extremely aware. I just don't care. 1 week, I tell him, and start walking again, hands shoved into my pocket. Then let it blow up. Alex follows after me. He knows how bad this is going to be, and I don't care anymore. Seeing Carmi fencing last night woke something up in me. She was pure, primal aggression. She was grace and poise and skill. She was speed and death and sex. God, she was gorgeous. And now I understand. Speed wins wars. If I'm going to take my father down, he has to be dead before he even knows I'm attacking. Which means one big move, a huge gamble. This could backfire. But if it doesn't, I'll just have to practice my footwork and find out. Chapter 25, Carmi. I don't know why I'm disappointed, but a few days pass without any nighttime visits from my masked husband. It's great for my sleep. With all this extra daily training I'm doing, I need the rest. My body isn't used to working this much. I'm sore in places I had no clue could even get sore. When I text that to the girl group, the replies almost write themselves. Gia, Quit bragging. Sophie. Is this the girl with the gorgeous husband bragging about how sore he makes her? Franny. You two have dirty minds. I wish Lev would make an appearance in my door with that mask on again, but I understand why he hasn't. He and Alex are in overdrive, and they're practically working every day. I don't know the details, but I get the feeling that something big is coming, and Lev is preparing. He's out the door before I'm awake in the morning and isn't home until well after I'm getting ready for bed. Things are cordial between us when we do cross paths. He's not such an arrogant asshole, and he even makes a few small gestures. Like every morning he sets up the coffee for me, and he even bought half decaf so I can drink more of it without worrying. He also does the laundry and makes sure all my fencing kit is set up and ready to go for me each day, even though I don't ask him to. My morning sickness is doing better, and I think it's because I'm exercising again. Or maybe because my mood's generally much better than it was before. When Thursday rolls around, I finally decide to get out of the house. I've been cooped up and am getting antsy, and even though I'm still getting my fencing feet under me again, I'm feeling a lot more confident after that night with Lev, enough that I walk into a local gym and sign up for fencing lessons. There's a training class happening when I talk to a young guy at the front desk. He lets me poke my head in and watch. It's a narrow room in the back behind all the weights. The floor is hardwood with strips painted at regular intervals, enough for 8 different bouts. The woman running the class is older. She's got dark hair streaked with grey, and walks around the room correcting form and giving advice as her students go through simple sparring drills. They're working on their distance and trying to keep their opponent at the right position as each of them moves back and forth. "Aline!" My guide waves the instructor over. I try to stop him, feeling awkward, but he ignores me. "Got a new student for you." The instructor, Aline, turns her intense dark eyes on me and extends a hand. Her smile is guarded but friendly. "I'm Carmi," I tell her when we shake. "Good to meet you. Do you have any prior fencing experience?" "I was on my fencing team in high school." "That's good. You'll probably join my intermediate class then." "Aline's the best in the business," the desk guy says, beaming huge. "She fenced for the Swiss national team and placed 10th in the Olympics." "That was a long time ago," Aline says, scowling. "Stop bragging about me, Billy, and get back to work." "Whatever you say." The young guy waves and walks off. Aline's expression softens. "Sorry about that. Billy's my nephew." "You really fenced in the Olympics?" I say, trying not to start gushing. But this woman is suddenly my idol, and I worship the ground she walks on. She snorts and turns back to her class. "Like I said, it was forever ago. I'll see you next week, Carmi." Then she walks off, already barking critique at a nearby student. I linger for a few more minutes and watch. Aline is sharp and critical, but very fair, and it's obvious her students love her. I feel a strange, excited longing as I force myself to head back through the main gym and give Billy a little wave on my way back out. "See you soon," he calls after me. "More fodder for my aunt." I'm grinning as I stand on the sidewalk. This is a good day. I found a gym and a trainer, and maybe she's a little intimidating, but I'm going to get sharp again for no other reason than I want to. And nobody's going to stop me. "Carmela?" Hearing my name is a big surprise. I look over at the street where 2 men stand near a black sedan. One is young and gruff, with a bent nose and ripped jeans. The other is my father-in-law. "Oh, hello, Mr. Fedorov," I say awkwardly, as the old Russian man stalks over. He looks nothing like his son. Where Lev is chiseled and devilishly handsome, Oleg has the face of a boxer that's been beaten one too many times. I've heard rumors that he was a mercenary a long time ago, and I believe them. Oleg Fedorov is about as intimidating as they come. "Just call me Oleg," he barks at me. "Does my son know you're here?" I bristle at that. "I was just signing up for fencing lessons." "Fencing?" He snorts and turns away. "Better than ballet, I guess. Come on, get in the car. I'll drive you back." I don't know what's going on. I took an Uber over here and planned on walking home since it's nice out, but I don't know how I can turn Oleg down. What are you doing in the neighborhood? I ask him once we're settled in the back seat. The younger man is Oleg's driver. He pulls out into traffic. He ignores my question, which only makes me that much more suspicious. I've been hearing some rumors about my son. From what I understand, he's been very busy. Lev's been working a lot, coming and going at odd hours. I wouldn't say that. Is he taking meetings at his house? No, I don't think so. Hear any names? You know the people he's speaking to? I stare at my father-in-law, head spinning with implications. Honestly? He hasn't told me anything about his job. I assumed you knew since you two run the shop together. That boy's been up to something. Oleg stares straight ahead, his expression hard. I don't like the way his body is stiff, and I despise his line of questioning. I want you to do me a favor, Carmela. What kind of favor? I want you to tell me what Lev's up to. Yes, I know it might seem distasteful, but I'll make sure you're well compensated. It's for his own good, truth be told. That boy has no head for business. I take a steadying breath, but my heart's up in my throat. I don't know. The idea of spying on my own husband isn't very appealing. Yes, well, the two of you aren't exactly in love. Think of it like you're making sure this family remains as harmonious as possible. He glances at me, and there's an implicit threat in the way he smiles. Otherwise, I don't know what might happen. I say nothing. I'm trembling slightly and don't trust my voice. I don't want a man like Oleg to know how unnerved I am, but I think he already knows and likely doesn't care. He must have followed me to that gym and waited for me to come back out just to make this pitch. Whatever's going down with him and Lev, he clearly knows it's coming at this point, and he thinks he can use me. The car stops down the block from Lev's house. Better if he doesn't know about this meeting, Oleg says, eyes narrowed. Think about what I said. He shoves a business card into my hands. Call me when you have something worth saying. I'll see what I can do, I say softly, and hurry the hell out of there. Oleg's car drives off. Once they're gone, I shove the card into my pocket and hurry back to the house. Chapter 26. Carmi. It's like a ritual for me. I head up into my room, close the door, put on cute clothes. Tonight, it's a pair of soft shorts, no panties, and a thin cotton t-shirt, and hope that Lev shows up. Lately, I've been disappointed and end up falling asleep without that creepy mask appearing in my door. But I still hope anyway. I feel pathetic, like I'm pining after someone that doesn't give a shit about me. And really, he made it clear from the start how he feels. I'm nothing to him, and if it weren't for this baby, I don't think he'd even know I existed. But for some reason, finding out he knocked me up turned him into a total psychopath. In a weirdly good way. I'm starting to think it's another worthless night. My eyelids flutter and I'm thinking about that fencing gym. I picture myself on the piste, in my stance, balancing my saber, ready to lunge forward and scream in primal victory. I want to impress Aline more than anything in the world, and I don't even know her. I don't know why I crave approval so much. It was like this with my dad. I was a good little Italian daughter because it made him so happy. Now I look back and wonder why I cared so much. There's a sound in the hallway. I'm sitting up as the door opens. My heart's racing with surprise. It's later than he normally appears, but it's definitely him. Lev, wearing the fencing mask. "Get up," he says. His tone is gruff, almost aggressive. He gathers my kit and throws it at me. There's nothing gentle or kind in his body language, and he's dressed for a workout. For a real workout, not the kind I was expecting. "What's going on?" "We're going to spar again." Then he's gone. I hear him stomp down the stairs, and I have no clue where this sudden anger is coming from. I'm nervous as I get out of bed and slowly dress. Why does he seem like he's pissed? He's usually intense, maybe a little aggressive, but not angry. This feels different, like I'm walking into a trap. Only I don't understand why. Curiosity and frustration drive me after him. Once I'm geared up, I head down into the basement, doing some light jumps and skips on the way to loosen up. He's looming on the piste. There's no other way to describe it. He's got a foil in his hand, and mine's lying on the floor 10 feet in front of him. I grab my mask from a chair and jam it down before stooping to lift my weapon. What are the... He doesn't even give me a chance to put on my mask. His sword drives at my chest, and he's snarling like a rabid animal. I dance back, parrying his thrust, and get myself set as he recovers. I was beginning to think we could do this, he says, his voice thick and heavy. He's emotional right now, but I don't understand why. What are you talking about? Maybe we were never going to have a normal relationship. But who the fuck would want that? His sword slices out. If it were real and sharp, it would cut my throat open. I jerk back, recover my footing, and let out a shout as I press forward. He moves back as I throw a barrage of jabs and lunges at him, trying to catch him off guard. I score a few touches, but it doesn't matter. There are no rules right now. I don't even understand what we're doing. This is how people get hurt, I snap at him, finishing my push with a touch on his shoulder. He whips his foil at me and I have to pull away to keep it from slapping me on the wrist. Maybe I want to hurt you. Maybe you should feel the way I feel right now. I parry a few quick attacks. Why are you hurt, Lev? What do you think I did? I wanted to trust you. I really did. A part of me thought this might be good one day even. But now, what's the point? I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about, I say, as he tries to stab me a few times. I let loose a scream of frustration, knock his blade away and batter him. This isn't fencing anymore. It's more like medieval sword fighting. I whip my blade against him over and over, but his protective jacket absorbs the bulk of my attack. Even if it doesn't, I don't think he cares. He simply takes the blows and parries what he can't. I lunge, lose my footing from sheer anger, and end up crashing into him. He staggers back and turns me, bringing me down with complete control and ease. As I hit the soft floor, I realize this is his domain. Without the swords, I'm nothing to him. He could break me. His knee pins my wrist down. I try to punch him, but he catches my fist and pushes it up above my head. With his free hand, he rips his mask off and throws it aside. This is new. He's never done this before. Even deep in passion, he hasn't taken off his mask. But now he's staring down at me. Face bare, eyes hard and filled with hurt, and I don't even understand what's going on. I found it, he says, whispering harshly. Do you even know what kind of game you're playing? Do you have any idea what my father will do to you once he's finished? Your father? My face screws up in confusion. What's he got to do with anything? Then I remember. The ride home. The conversation. The card he gave me. Lev pulls it from a pocket in his pants and drops it on my chest. For a second, I think he's going to hit me in the face, break my nose, bloody me, and bruise me. Instead, he releases my hand and gets up, freeing my sword arm. I sit up on an elbow, breathing hard. Nothing hurts, even though it could. I lift the card up and stare at it before looking back at him. You don't understand, I say, but he's turning away already. Have you been his little spy this whole time? Have you been taking notes for him? Was any of this even real? Lev, hold on. I push myself to my feet. I shove my mask to the floor and shake my gloves off. He only gave me that today. I swear I never... He's not looking at me as he starts to walk to the steps. I'm glad you never took me up on my offer. This would have been worse if you had agreed to sleep in my bed. He pauses and looks back at me. At least you didn't sink that low. Lev, I say, pulse racing. Just hold on and listen for a second. He leaves me there alone. I think about going after him, but that last look was haunted. It was also terrifying, like he was barely in control of himself. And if I'm honest, I'm afraid of what he might do if I step foot in his room right now. I'm trembling as I gather my things and head to bed. Sleep's not coming easy tonight. Chapter 27. Lev. I felt my control slip for the first time since I was a teenager. It's been years, but I can still remember. It happened when I was 16. Two assholes jumped Stepan over some bullshit rumor they heard about Step fucking one of their cousins. He was walking home from school and I wasn't there because I'd been staying after school for soccer practice. But when I heard what happened, I went fucking ballistic. Nobody expects it from me. Charming, happy Lev. The guy with a brilliant smile. Even those two piece of shit teenage scumbags thought I was there to hang out, and it was like they still couldn't believe it when I beat both of them to a bloody pulp with a baseball bat. I broke the one guy's ribs in 3 places and shattered the other's wrist when he tried to protect himself. I bloodied them both pretty bad, and I'm lucky neither of them was killed. Dad made sure they didn't press charges, but they should have. I should have been locked away for what I did. After that, Step made sure I learned how to control myself. He made it clear that I couldn't let loose like that ever again, and I listened to Step. He was always my moral compass. He was the only person in my life that really understood me. Now he's dead, and I'm alone. That's what I felt when I had Carmi pinned to the floor. I planned on confronting her about the card, but the second she came into the room, I just lost my mind. I wanted her. I needed her. I'd been fighting my feelings for her. But finding my father's number tucked away with her things on the kitchen counter felt like someone ripped out my intestines and wrapped them around my throat. I'd never hurt her. No matter what, I'd never stoop so fucking low. But I knew I'd cross a line if I didn't get out of there. I'd say something to ruin our fragile peace. And I don't think I could live with myself if that happened. I should have stayed and listened to what she had to say. But I just couldn't. Which is why I'm up early and working at Feds before my usual time. Anything to avoid dealing with my wife. "You're in a shit mood today," Alex notes as we pack up a wholesale order. "You've been in a shit mood for a while, but today it's particularly ripe." "Thank you. What's going on? Problems at home?" "I'm not discussing my marriage with you." He laughs like I'm kidding around. "Who else are you going to talk about it with?" "Nobody. It's better to swallow it all down and pretend like the problems don't exist." "Healthy. I'm a role model." He knows not to push and lets it drop. "I stew all day, but I do my best to keep my mask in place, especially when Dasha and Katerina call me up to handle a few higher-end clients. Everyone goes home before I do. Alex seems like he wants to hang around and make sure I'm okay, but he's got a pregnant wife waiting for him, and I'm not about to keep my sister's husband chained to a fucking desk all night. There's always something to do around the shop, and since we're waiting for shit to go down with Frank, I can keep myself busy getting ready for the inevitable. But I have to go home eventually. I'm thinking about her on the drive and on the walk, and the second I unlock the door, I'm thinking about her rage and beauty when we fight and how good she feels under me. The second the door opens, something white hurtles at my face. I barely have time to react. I flinch sideways, barely dodging the fencing mask as it hits the wall behind me and bounces to the floor. "Put it on," Carmi says. She's in full kit, jacket and all, her mask under one arm and her foil in her hand. Her hair's up and she looks fucking glorious. "I'm not in the mood. I don't give a shit. Put it on. We have to talk." Then she's gone. I watch her go, caught between awe and frustration. That girl is a goddess, especially when she lets loose. We're similar. More similar than she realizes. I have a monster inside of me, and I constantly work to keep it hidden. She has a monster in her too, except she needs to work to let it out. But when she does, my God, I've never seen a more perfect woman before. I grab the mask, lock the door, and go after her. Fuck it. I'm not in the mood to have a confrontation. But she's clearly been waiting for this all night. I shove the mask on as I head down the steps and find my jacket waiting for me. Carmi's waiting at the other end of the room, sword pointed at the floor, standing loosely and ready. I shrug on the gear. It's like putting on shields. Just like I hide out in the real world behind my smile and my charm. I can hide here behind this mask. I'm protected when there's distance between me and her. I don't have to think about how it's me doing these things. Instead, it's the masked man, the fencer, the beast. Not Lev Fedorov. "Rules this time," she says once I'm nearly ready. 3 touches, winner gets to speak. Loser has to stand there and shut the fuck up. Do you agree? This won't change anything. Do you agree? Or are you a coward too? I grin viciously. I'm fucking half-hard right now. I love it when she's aggressive and pushy. I'm not interested in what you have to say. Too bad. When I kick your ass, you'll keep your stupid mouth shut and listen anyway. Do you agree, or do I have to stab you until you do? I raise my sword and drop into my pathetic stance. Everything I know about fencing, I learned by watching YouTube videos and sparring with her. I agree, and I'm going to batter you into submission. Go ahead and try. She comes at me like a demon. I barely have time to react. When she lunges, I parry her blow and go for a quick touch on her arm. But it's like she was anticipating that and drops her shoulder so my point misses high. Then she's dancing backwards, and I can practically feel her enormous smirk through that blank mask. "You're loving this," I say, and I realize I'm loving it too. This is the most fun I've had in a very long time. "There's nothing I enjoy more than wiping that smug smirk off your stupid face," she says, and attacks again. I do my best to fend her off, but she's too quick. I curse as her point hits me in the thigh, and she screams with victory as she returns to her side of the basement piste. "We both know you're the better fencer," I say, swishing my blade in the air, dancing between my feet. "It doesn't change anything." "You're right, it doesn't. But you've been such a massive prick since I met you, and it feels good to knock you down a peg." I decide my only chance is offense. Before she's set, I go after her. There are no rules down here. We're in a goddamn basement. She curses and tries to fend me off, but I'm bigger and my reach is better, and I manage to score a lucky hit on her side. "Did you ever stop to think that this is hard for me too?" I snarl at her. I'm sweating now as she bounces in place. "That's not a great excuse. You were a surprise. I didn't know it was going to be you when you showed up that day." "So that's why you treated me like dirt?" "I wanted you." I choke out at her. She hesitates. I take my chance and lunge, but she dances back out of reach, parrying me, then counterattacking. I stumble out of her range. "What's that supposed to mean?" she snaps. "You wanted me? This is some schoolboy shit, isn't it? You treat the girl you have a crush on like dirt." I was protecting myself. I never thought we'd end up like this. I wanted distance. I wanted safety. You wanted to save your own ass at the expense of mine. Yeah, I get it. That's not what I mean. Isn't it, though? She comes at me. Lunge, stab, stab, attack. I block. Parry. Move away. Then counter. She's too quick, though, and she was waiting for that. My sword slides off hers as she flicks it sideways, a neat little turn of her wrist, and she shoots forward. I grunt in surprise as she barrels into me. Like I said, no fucking rules. Her foil ends up pinned between us as she reaches up and knocks my mask back, then rips her own off. I stagger toward the wall, grab her by the hips and turn her, my sword hitting the floor. She's breathing hard and glaring death at me as I hold her against the wall. Her lips are parted, and fuck, I want to bury them with mine and punish her with my tongue. "I win," she whispers. "Going to scream in my face?" "I don't need to. You're going to listen." My jaw flexes. But I say nothing. She takes a deep breath, and then she explains. About her trip to the fencing gym, about signing up for classes, even though she was nervous and scared, and about my father giving her a ride home. She explains his offer and why she has the card. "I was never going to do it," she says, eyes on mine. She's softening now, and my grip on her isn't as firm. "I honestly forgot it happened until you threw that card at me. Lev, you're my husband. You're the father of my child. Even if this is all freaking weird, I'm yours." Those words, "I'm yours." I don't think she means it, but they break me. Fuck, they shatter me. I slump forward and pull her against me. The sword is still between us, but she lets it go and it falls to the floor. I pull her into a hug and she hugs me back, her soft, warm body like heaven. "Why do you hate him so much?" she whispers, her cheek against my chest. "What happened between you?" I let out a long breath and feel myself relax a fraction of an inch. "You're not going to like it." I didn't think I would. "No, you don't understand. It'll upset you. And I've done enough of that already. Lev, tomorrow night. I'll tell you tomorrow night when I have the mask on again." "You don't need it." "I know. But it helps." She looks up at me. Her big, dark eyes stare into mine. Her full lips are parted. "Can I sleep in your bed tonight?" I bury her mouth with mine. I can't help myself. I kiss her and hold it there, letting it linger, letting it glow. Fuck, it tastes good. And it feels even better. Her tongue silky and sweet, and the little whimper she makes drives me wild. But I break it off before I let myself go too far. "Come on then," I whisper, pulling away but taking her hand with me. "It's late and you're pregnant. You need rest." "Yeah, rest," she says, sounding a bit dazed. "That's what I need right now." Chapter 28. Lev, my father's house looks different. Smaller, older, like somehow he's letting it go, even though it's still the old stately row home in a great neighborhood it's always been. I grew up here. I learned everything I know about business here. I became the man I am today, for better and for worse, right in these halls. It feels wrong when I walk through the door. My father's always home on Sunday mornings. He likes to get up early, go to church, get a bagel at the deli down the block, and spend time in his office. Sometimes he's working, other times he's reading. I remember the dread I used to feel about Sunday mornings, knowing he'd be home and might call me in for one of his many conversations. This is different. The darkness simmers in me. Anger and rage are barely restrained. I let myself in his door, and one of his guards is startled to see me there. I don't even know the young guy's name. I barely recognize the people around my father these days. "I'm here to see Oleg," I say. "He's in his office." The young guy stares around him like someone might jump out of a door and tell him what to do. I brush past him before he grows a spine. Just like always, I find my father behind his desk. The remnants of his breakfast sit next to a folded-over newspaper. He's squinting at something on his phone and frowns at me as I stand in front of his desk. "Didn't think you'd show up here," he says, tapping out a message before turning his attention on me. He leans back and crosses his arms. Oleg Fedorov's a barrel of a man. I remember how big he used to seem, like he was a mountain. Now he seems shriveled, diminished, or maybe that's just me getting larger. I can't really say. "We have to talk. You're right. We do. You tried to flip my own fucking wife behind my back." He seems surprised. "That's why you're here?" I found the card. "She was never going to be your spy." "No, I didn't think she really would be." He bristles slightly and sits straighter. "She's just a selfish Italian idiot girl, though, and you never know. Don't approach Carmela ever again. Do you understand me? No more fucking games." He's silent. There's something bothering him, but I hold my ground. I'm not 6 years old anymore, afraid of the belt. I'm not 11 and terrified of the knife. I have my scars and wear them proudly, but he's not going to make any new ones. Not ever again. I had an unpleasant conversation after church this morning. Oleg doesn't move. When he wants to, he can go disturbingly still. That's when he's the most dangerous. I didn't even get a chance to get my bagel yet before Frank's calling me up. Which Frank are we talking about? "Don't you play fucking stupid with me." He points a crooked finger at me. "You want to talk about games? You're playing games, boy. You told me to raise funds. I did what you asked. You sold him fakes. You sold him a lot of fakes, and you told him I approved it. That's because you did. I told you to liquidate stock, not to sell fucking fakes to one of the most honest fucking brokers in the whole goddamn region. Oleg's so angry his face is turning pink. I'm not surprised. If anything, I was expecting this sooner. I stand my ground and let him rage, impotently aware that the power dynamic between us shifted a long time ago. I can do the hurting now if that's what I want. This never would have happened if you were more involved in the business, I say loudly, aware that Oleg's guards are lurking nearby, probably listening. I want them to hear this, and I want them to spread the word. He's right. I am playing games. Only he doesn't know which game yet, and I'll have already won before he realizes. You little shit. I've had more important things to deal with, which you know damn well. What were you thinking, unloading all that on Frank? He calls me up pissed as hell, begging me to do something to help because he already passed half the stock along. Now he's got to go around and plead ignorance and make amends, and he's going to lose both money and reputation on this fucking nightmare. He's pissed, Lev, and he blames me. I try not to smile, but I can't help myself. 10 years ago, you never would have let something like this happen. 10 years ago, I didn't think I could trust you with a job like this, he says, raging now. You lost a step. You've slowed down. Watch yourself, boy. Or else what? Don't pretend like you can do anything to me. I made the call with Frank. If you were better, you would have been on top of it. Fuck you, Lev. You goddamn disappointment, he says, seething as I turn away and head to the door. I wish it were you in the ground instead of Stepan. You were never as good as him. You were never even fucking close, you disappointment. You should be dead, not your brother. I close the door behind me. The young guard's standing nearby, pretending like he wasn't listening. But the kid's face gives it away. He's ashen over what he just heard. If Dad thinks he's hurting me with that stuff about Stepan, he's wrong. He can't use something like that against me. Not when I've been using it against myself since the day Step took that bullet and died. All it does is show his true colors to his people. By the time I get back home, word will have spread all throughout the family. Oleg's going soft. Oleg's slowing down. Chapter 29. Lev, if and my wife in the basement practicing her footwork. It's amazing how she's thrown herself into fencing. She doesn't even know I'm there, and I try not to distract her as I sit on the steps and watch. Her body's lean and long, and her feet are extremely quick. Fighting with her is like trying to stab lightning. One second she's in front of me, and the next she's flowing around my blade and scoring a hit. She didn't even want to do this when she first came to live with me. I practically had to drag her down here. And now, it's like she never leaves. I try to identify the feeling in my chest as she wipes sweat from her brow. It takes a little while, but I realize it's pride. I'm proud of my wife. For obvious reasons, she's beautiful, funny, intelligent, and talented. And she's driven when she wants to be. When did you get here? She looks over her shoulder and fumbles with her drill. I grin at her, mask fully on, except I wonder now if it's actually a mask at all. If maybe the fencing mask is the real mask, and this smile I have whenever I'm around her is just how I feel. I don't have to fake it. A few minutes. You're getting good, you know that? I've always been good. She gets a drink of water as I walk over and start shrugging on my gear. I have it piled in the corner of the room. Her eyebrows raise. You're interested in a fight? Just some light sparring. Nothing serious. You're not going to tackle me to the floor? Not unless you beg for it first. She laughs, cheeks flushed and beautiful, and she takes her position at the far end of the rudimentary piste I painted on the mats for her. En garde then, big guy. We square off and go through the motions. She's faster and better skilled. I'm stronger and taller with much better reach. You'd think it would cancel out, but no. She wins 4 out of 5 at least. I was at my father's today, I say as casually as I can. I'm breathing hard and feeling the burn in my thighs. Fuck, I'm not used to all this squatting. I really shouldn't skip leg day. How'd that go? I confronted him about his little intervention. He won't bother you again. You didn't have to do that. It wasn't all about you. She swipes at me and I jump back in time. But instead of pressing the fight, I relax and get a drink of water. She joins me. We sit on the floor together, backs against the wall, passing a big jug of ice water between us. Her shoulder touches mine, and she doesn't flinch away. Her hair's messy and she's got a beautiful sheen of sweat on her skin, and it's taking all my willpower not to reach out and touch her right now. You have a complicated relationship with him, she says softly, looking up at me with those expressive eyes of hers. I swear, she can say more with her eyebrows than she can with her words. Right now, her face is pure worry. I had an older brother named Stepan, I tell her, even though she already knows this, and it probably sounds like a digression, but it's important. It's everything, really. He was the favorite. Step was my best friend, and he was the heir to the family business. My father basically brought him up to be the next greatest crime lord this city's ever seen. I smile to myself at the memory of those early days. It was absurd, obviously. Step was never going to become more powerful than Valentin Zaitsev. But our dad really did think there was a chance to turn his oldest son into something special. I know he died recently, Carmi says, leaning closer to me. She's warm and soft, and feeling her touch me like that makes me want to open up even more. Dad thought Step was going to be great, and he was right. Step was smart and strong. If he hadn't gotten killed in some freak firefight, Step would be running this family by now and he'd be a force. But back then, Dad put all his time into teaching Step everything, and usually I was a part of those lessons. Carmi tilts her head to see me better. Why does that sound so ominous? My father was never a normal man. He had a theory about how best to teach a person. He felt that young boys needed proper motivation, and you'd think that would mean praise or glory, or maybe even prizes or money. But that's not what our father did. No, he used me as Step's motivation. There'd be a lesson. Sometimes it was simple. All Step had to do was buy a watch from this dealer and flip it for a small profit to another dealer. But while Step was going through whatever test Dad had cooked up, I'd be sitting back home on a chair with a knife pressed against my skin. Because that was Step's motivation. In order to save his little brother, he needed to be perfect. He needed to be everything our father wanted him to be. And sometimes, he was. I meant it when I said Step was always talented. But he was just a kid, and sometimes he fucked up. When that happened, he wasn't punished. Instead, Dad would draw that knife down my spine and leave an ugly new scar, and it would be Step's job to clean me up again. Sometimes, he had to stitch me, and that was a sort of lesson too. I became a punishment for my older brother. My suffering was his suffering, and if he wanted to avoid it, he had to be perfect. You'd think Step would have started to resent me, but that's not the kind of guy he was. Step understood it was never my fault. He internalized everything, took it all inside of him, and he strove to make sure my father never made me suffer. Eventually we grew up, and the lessons changed, and Dad decided that I was better off as a training partner instead of a punishment, and the cutting and the torture stopped. But he taught me something too back then. Something I'll never forget. I stare down at my hands. The stunned and horrified look on Carmi's face worms its way into my guts. This is why I don't talk about it, but she needs to know. Eventually, she'd notice the scars hidden underneath all the tattoos, and she'll start asking questions I won't know how to answer otherwise. I look back up at her. Tears gather in her eyes. One rolls down her cheek. I don't wipe it away. I don't feel like I have the right. I learned that life is pain, and people are liabilities, just like I was nothing but a burden on my older brother. Lev, she says, her voice choked with emotions. God, no wonder you hate your father so much. It doesn't matter anymore. It all happened a long time ago. But if you want to know why I hate him, and why I think he deserves to suffer before I kill him, this is why. because to him, I was nothing more than a cutting board. I push myself to my feet and scoop up my mask. I can't stand the way she's looking at me right now. There's pity in her eyes. I don't even blame her for feeling that way. I pity my old self too. I was pathetic and useless back then, but I'm not that little kid anymore. Come on, I say, taking my position on the piste. I'm not finished with you yet. She wipes her face and gets to her feet. We don't have to. I mean, if you want to talk. I told you because you'll need to know eventually, but it doesn't change anything. She takes a deep breath and puts on her mask. She takes up her weapon and hesitates before stepping across from me. We don't have to. Maybe we should just... Fight me, little fencer. Don't make me come over there and force you. A slight smile on her face. You'd like that. You would too. She comes at me then, and she lets me score a couple of touches. I tell her to quit going easy, and she kicks my ass after that. Chapter 30. Carmy. I've rules, I say as I dump my suitcase on the bed. He scowls at the mess. You're not really in a position to make demands. Actually, you're the one that wants this, not me. I start gathering my stuff. I'll just head back to my room then. Stop. His jaw ticks with frustration. Are you ready to listen? I try not to smirk in his face. I very much like having power over him, even though it's clearly pissing him off. Just tell me. If you snore, I'm out of here. If you fail to put the seat down, you get one reminder, and then I'm out of here. If you complain about my piles? His eyebrows raise. My piles. He'll understand what that means soon enough. My organizational skills are somewhat lacking. Things tend to gather in neat little mounds, usually on the floor. I'm already regretting this. He comes over to me. I try to dodge away, but he catches my wrist and pulls me into him. I don't care. Make demands. All I want is my pregnant wife sleeping in my bed where I can make sure she's all right. I shiver at his touch. We're both still sweaty from training in the basement. I've been giving him some pointers, and he's actually picking it up pretty fast. Why are you so obsessed with this? I ask softly. I lean into his chest and breathe in his smell. He tilts my chin up toward him. I told you what my father used to do to me. I nod a little. I can't imagine what that must have been like. He was basically a pincushion for his family. It's no wonder he's got a darkness inside of him. From a young age, he was taught that his life had no value. That's not how I see him, though. I think when you told me about the baby, I realized it was an opportunity. Instead of treating someone like they're disposable, I can treat them like they matter. Like you matter, and like our baby matters. You want to do better than your father did. I get that. It's more than doing better. I want to fill a hole. I want to fix the wrongs he committed. I'll be twice as good. I'll be the best there is. His voice takes on an edge, and I'm a little worried about the pressure he's putting on himself. But if I'm honest, I like how much he cares. Why don't we just start with this? I touch his chest with my fingers and tilt my chin toward him. We've done a lot of fencing and, other stuff. Maybe we can focus on, normal things, like getting to know each other. You want to know my favorite movies? Favorite movies, TV shows, music, I don't know, all that stuff. I guess I just want to know the man I'm going to sleep in bed with. Ask me whatever you want. Okay? Right now? Right now? It doesn't work like that. We have to, spend time together. And fucking you while wearing a fencing mask doesn't count? Heat rises in my cheeks. Not really. But you like that. I mean, yes, I like that, obviously. Then it counts. I smack his chest lightly. Stop. You know what I mean. He's grinning at me and stoops down to press his lips to mine. I think he means it as a simple gesture, something light and not serious, but the kiss lingers for a beat too long, and I feel myself pressing into him. We kiss like that. Our bodies tangle together. It's not the frenzied hunger like usual, but something different, like we're feeling each other for the first time. I let myself get lost in his kiss, and my experience focuses on his lips and his tongue and his whiskey-tinged taste. He's sweet and musky, and I love the way he feels as his hands roam my body, not crossing lines or pushing limits for once, but only touching me. A chill runs down my spine. I'm breathing hard when he finally pulls away. He's giving me that terrifyingly sexy, heavy-lidded stare again. "Shower," I blurt out. "Shower?" I'm sweaty and gross. So shower. You think I give a shit about that? He pushes me to the bed. I yelp and try to scramble away, but he catches me and drags me back with ease. "You know it only makes me want you more when you try to run. That's because you're a freak. Call me names all you want, little fencer, but we both know you like it too." He peels off my clothes. So much for bonding time. Instead, his mouth peppers my skin and dominates my nipples, sucking and teasing them. It's a new experience. Up to this point, we've been having strangely impersonal sex. But this is different. He kisses me, my neck, my shoulders, really focusing his mouth on my skin. "I've missed this," he murmurs, sucking one nipple. My back arches into him. I like the mask. I like the way it makes me feel. I like fucking you into a little puddle when I'm wearing it. But I love the way you taste. "Lev?" I whimper. I really am sweaty. "I told you already." He kisses down between my legs and pins me there, one hand on my breast, the other across my hips. "I don't care." His tongue laps me up and down. I groan, and God, I don't care anymore either. Pleasure bursts into my core as I grind into his mouth, and if he likes my taste, he's getting plenty now. He licks and sucks me, going faster, and I'm shuddering and shaking as he does it. Brain going wild with the ludicrously sexy growls he's making as he slides 2 fingers deep inside my wet pussy. "All mine," he whispers, and stares at me with pure devotion in his eyes. When his tongue finds my clit, that's enough. All my triggers pull and I explode on his mouth. The orgasm breaks me. I shatter for him, and slowly he pieces me back together with soft kisses and his firm hands. "Now you may shower," he says, and I laugh stupidly. "Really? Now I have permission?" "Yes, my wife, but not alone." "Movie night," I say, breathing hard and squirming as he tries to drag me into the bathroom. "What now?" "I want dinner and a movie. I want to talk like normal people for an hour." "Can't talk during a movie. You know what I'm saying." He licks his lips. "If I agree, can I fuck you in the shower?" "You were going to either way." "Good point. But I agree." Turns out there are perks that come along with sleeping in your husband's bed, especially when you're married to a beautiful, starving beast like Lev. Chapter 31. Lev. I'm satisfied, which is a strange feeling for a man like me. Normally, the voices in my head are chattering and gibbering, warring against the darkness, trying to pull me back from the brink. Instead, this morning, it's quiet. There's a strange stillness for once. I'm not sure how I feel about it, but I know the source. Carmi's body intertwined with mine, her slow, steady breaths as she slept beside me, the knowledge that she was safe and protected. My baby and my wife. Both mine. I didn't wake her up when I got out of bed. I let her sleep in. She's been pushing herself hard, trying to get back to her old fencing skills. But she's still pregnant and needs her rest. I'll talk to her about taking it a little easy later on. I'm smiling to myself and thinking about Carmi's moans as I try to unlock Fed Jeweler's back door. But my key won't work. I stare at the lock. It's different. Gold instead of silver. "He changed it." I snarl into my phone. Alex's voice sounds like he just got out of bed. The lazy fuck. It's already 10 minutes past 6 in the morning. "What are you talking about? I'm at the shop and the locks are different." "You're fucking kidding. My father changed the goddamn locks on us." I slam my fist into the door. "Calm down. Think about it. What's this matter? He still needs to staff the place." Dasha and Katerina can handle most of the work. All he needs to do is throw in a few idiot goons to handle the shit in the back. He needs to manage the books. He needs to stay on top of the inventory. He doesn't give a fuck. I'm breathing hard and struggling with my composure. The sun's beginning to rise, and it would almost be beautiful if I didn't want to burn this place down for a second time. Alex is right, though. I need to calm down and think. My father's no fool. He didn't reach his level of power without fending off his share of competitors. Only I thought he'd be too distracted by Canada to really understand what was happening here. I'm heading out now, Alex says. I can hear him moving around in the background. Someone's voice mumbles something. I'm guessing that's Natalia. We'll deal with it. Don't bother. We're moving up the timeline. What are you talking about? Meet me at my old man's place. Lev. But I hang up the phone. I'm thinking clearer than I have in a very long time. I've been trying to do this the soft way. Maybe I still think I can win my father over after all this time. He'll never value me. No matter what I do, no matter how hard I work, I'll always be the younger brother. The worthless one. The punching bag. The cutting board. My life never really mattered to him. At least not until Step got killed. And it's okay. That's the thing. It's okay. I don't need my father to give a damn. He can look at me like I'm trash on the sidewalk for all I care. I can let go of all my hang-ups, all my worries, everything that was holding me back up to this point. I don't need to win over all his clients. I just need to put a gun to his head and end this. My voice is steady when I make my second call. Adriano answers on the second ring. I'm guessing this is important, he says. It's time. Something happened? I'm moving this morning. I need you to follow through with your promise. I'll be there, brother. The house looks like it always did. A nice row home in a good neighborhood. Black door, black shutters. The face, nice and crisp. Red brick with a series of decorative swirls where it meets the roof. I hated this place growing up. This house meant pain, which was hard because I loved my older brother and my little sister. I'm not sure Nat ever really understood how bad things were. She came too late to understand. But once Mom died, it was like Dad changed. I became the cutting board. Step was the golden child. There's a knock at my car window. Alex gets into the passenger seat and sits beside me in silence. I've been waiting alone for 20 minutes, but I don't know why I haven't walked in there yet. What do you think Step would say if he knew this was going to happen? I ask Alex. He's the only other person in the world that might understand. He wouldn't be surprised. You know your brother. He was pragmatic and realistic. But he loved our family. He loved you and Natalia. He loved your mother before she died. But I don't think he loved Oleg. I nod to myself and shift the gun resting in my lap. I make sure it's loaded before tucking it into my waistband. He tried to stop it, you know. I don't look at Alex as I talk. We've never discussed this before, but he was around at the very end for the worst of it when Dad finally realized he had to stop. I remember him and Dad getting into screaming matches, and Dad wouldn't budge. He just kept saying, "I'm the perfect motivation." It was wrong, what he did to you. It worked, though, didn't it? Step was good. He was smart and focused. Didn't save his life. No, I guess it didn't. If you knew it could, would you go back and do it all again? I let that thought roll around my head. Would I let myself get tortured all over again for the chance to save my brother's life? Even knowing what it would do to me? How it would break me in ways I'm still trying to understand? All that blood, all that suffering at the hands of my own father. I push the door open and don't answer. Alex doesn't push it. I expected him to try talking me out of this, but instead he only looks grim, like there's nothing else he can do. That's Alex. Loyal Alex. My sister's husband. My dead brother's best friend. Hell, my best friend. You don't have to do this, I tell him, pausing on the sidewalk. I know how you feel about my father. He brought me up. He gave me a chance. Alex gives me a grim stare. But I can see what he is now, what he did to you and to Step, too. I was too young to get it back then, but now everything he did just reeks of fucking brutality and trauma. It ruined everything. There's no shame in turning back. I'm with you until the end. I nod and knock on the door. Dad's young guard answers. He seems a little skeptical, but lets me and Alex through. Why wouldn't he? I've had disagreements with Dad in the past, and I've even done stupid, spiteful shit to him out of anger and frustration. There's no reason to suspect what I might do. We've got a new rule, the young guy says, stopping me in my tracks. I turn back to him, and he looks awkward. No weapons in the house? My eyebrows raise. I assume you're carrying. Got to for my job. But the boss, my father, he said specifically. No weapons on anyone but staff. I'm sorry, but that means you too. I hesitate. I planned on walking into that office and shooting my father in the head. Clean in, clean out. Except without a gun, it's going to be messy, and he might be able to call his men to help in time. Thanks, the kid says as I hand over my weapon. Alex does the same. My father's on the phone and he waves us inside. I pour myself a whiskey in a heavy crystal glass while Alex lingers near the door. I understand that, Dad's saying to whoever's on the line. Call Jacques and tell that French-Canadian twat he'd better fix his fucking trucks and get them rolling again, or we have a fucking problem. Don't call me again until it's done. He hangs up and throws his phone down on the desk. Problems up north? I ask. He scowls and picks at his cuff. Nothing that can't be handled. To what do I owe the pleasure of my youngest son's visit? Your only son. The bite of the whiskey is harsh. Dad rolls his eyes. How quickly we forget your brother. Step's dead, unfortunately for you, for everyone. He jabs a finger on the desk. Are you here to apologize? Frank's fucking livid still. You locked me out of the store. His smug smile makes me want to stab him in the eye. I forgot I did that. I move closer to his desk. Why? Because you fucked up once already. Relax. You're not fired, but I am making sure that all my stock is accounted for, and I'm going to decide how Frank gets compensated. Most likely, it'll be from your private stash. You didn't have to change the locks. Actually, I did. You've had too much freedom. I'm thinking you're going to take a step back from the business. You never were able to handle it. That's probably because you never taught me how. He snorts and waves a hand. You never wanted to learn. Only your brother. I throw the crystal glass at his head. He grunts in shock as it thuds into his skull. It's a great throw, right into his forehead, and hard enough to draw blood. He blinks at me in surprise, mouth moving without any sound. I bound over the desk. Dad raises his hands, and there might have been a time when he could have defended himself from me, but that time was at least 20 years earlier. Now he's old, and he lost a step, and I'm in my prime. He topples backwards as I pummel him. We collapse into an undignified heap behind the desk. He tries rolling and grappling, but I punch his arms away, landing blow after blow. Connor! He yells, but it's muffled when I slam a forearm into his mouth. He knees me in the crotch and shoves me back enough to shout again, louder this time. Connor, help! There's a slam at the door. Alex is there, holding it closed, as the kid named Connor pounds at it. I hit Dad again and again and again, before wrapping my hands around his throat. His face is a wreck. His nose is bent and bloody, and blood is seeping between his crooked teeth. He snarls, animalistic, thrashing and fighting for his life. If I hadn't done this before, it might take me off guard. People can be shockingly strong when they're not holding back, when the only way to survive is to give it everything. But I have a good grip. It's time, I say, breathing hard, sweat rolling down my face. You've had long enough. Fuck, he gags, choking, face turning purple. You! Mistake! I squeeze tighter. You were never worthy. One last buck. He tries to throw me off, but I'm firmly planted. I stare into my father's eyes as gunshots go off behind me. Connor must be trying to get through. I don't bother looking. I want to see death take my father. It comes for him, and the darkness in me screams with victory. Oleg Fedorov goes still and slack. I keep holding on and wait longer. Wait for the light to go out from his eyes. Wait until I'm sure he's dead and gone, before I finally let him go. I check his pulse. There's nothing. I push myself to my feet, shaking from exertion and adrenaline. What the fuck? Connor the guard's standing at the door. It's open now, and Alex is crouching to the side. Clearly he had to get out of the way when the shooting started. Connor aims a gun at me, but it wavers. Oleg's dead, I tell him, staring him down. If he pulls that trigger, it's all over. He looks at my father's dead body. You killed him. I took control of this family. You might think you were loyal to him, but that was never true. You're loyal to the Fedorov name. You're loyal to the money we pay you. Now I'm my father. What are you going to do? I was his guard. The gun trembles. This fucking kid's going to kill me by accident. And I was his son. Lower the weapon. That's an order. You have a choice to make. Either join me and have purpose, or kill me and torch your life for no reason at all. Connor's face twists in dismay, but slowly the weapon lowers. What do you want me to do? He asks softly. There are shouts from the other room. I stride past my new employee and into the entry hall. Adriano stands there with 6 more Italian killers, all of them strapped and prepared for action, while my father's guards lurk in the doorways and on the second floor. Nobody's shooting yet, which is good. Brother! I greet Adriano and shake his hand. How are things here? Oleg's dead. I'm the new chief. Adriano's smile is grim. All hail the new chief, then. I turn to face the remainder of my father's guards. I can see the skepticism in their eyes, but they must have heard Connor's shooting. They knew something bad just happened, only they don't know what yet. My father is dead. He had a heart attack while working at his desk. I stare at them, daring them to disagree. Nobody does. I'm in control of the family now. Lower your weapons. Why are the Italians here? One man calls out. They're insurance. They're allies. If you all decide you want to make the wrong decision, my friends here will make sure you change your minds. Do you understand now? Slowly, my father's former soldiers put away their guns. Smart men know when it's time to fight and when it's time to bend the knee, and my father was always good at hiring smart men. One by one, they come down and hail me as boss, chief, and leader. All the while, I'm backed by Adriano and his men, while Connor and Alex watch from the hallway. I want everything, I tell them, and grab Connor by the arm. All my father's documents, everything worthwhile, and he's going to make sure nothing's forgotten. Connor stands a little straighter. That's right. I want the house packed up in 20 minutes. Get moving. There's silence. Then the first of my father's former soldiers head back down the hall, and the rest of them behind moving. No longer my father's. Now they're taking my orders, which means they're mine. You have this in hand, Adriano says softly. I appreciate the backup. Should we stay close? For an hour until we're done here. After that, I can handle it. Good luck then. He leaves with his men in tow. Alex comes to me, and we stand together in the entryway while the house swarms with people grabbing anything that might be worth something or important. Documents, watches, jewelry. Some of them will pocket cash, but that's fine. A worthwhile price to pay. How does it feel? He asks. Honestly? I take a deep breath and blow it back out. Fucking fantastic. Chapter 32. Carmi, a lot of people show up for Oleg's funeral. I'm surprised, honestly. I always thought he was a bitter, nasty old asshole, but apparently he was well liked in his community. Lev shakes hands, accepts condolences, and listens to stories about his father. Most people think Oleg died of a heart attack at his desk. Always working too hard, everyone says. A few people know the truth. There are armed men scattered throughout the church. It's subtle, but they're watching Lev the whole time. Not in a menacing way, though. They're taking his orders. He should be here, Lev says, pulling me close to his side. The viewing is winding down. Everyone's getting ready to head out to the cemetery. There's still time. There are barely any Zaitsev people here either. Lev's face is grim. But I don't understand. All these people. I gesture at the crowd. It's kind of amazing, actually. If I get even half this many at my funeral, consider me lucky. They're business associates, jewelry people. There aren't any... He lowers his voice, his lips tickling my jaw. There isn't anyone from the Bratva here. I frown slightly. That's probably not a good thing, then. Oleg was an important member of the Zaitsev organization, and Lev expected to slot into his father's place. It's a nice day. The crowd around the grave is small. Only Oleg's closest friends and family show up, and it's an intimate thing. Alex and Natalia are there, and I stand with them and Lev while the priest performs the ceremony. Oleg's casket is lowered into the ground, and nobody cries. Did you count how many? Lev asks Alex once everyone begins to disperse. Natalia's hanging on my arm, looking more thoughtful than sad. I want to ask how she's feeling about her father's death, but she doesn't seem very bothered by it. 2, and neither of them were full members. Alex shakes his head. He didn't show up. That's not good. Lev glances over at the line of cars. Mourners are climbing in and heading home. Our small group pauses under a tall oak tree and the shade feels nice. My feet ache from wearing heels, and all I want to do is take a nap. It's only a funeral, Natalia says. So what if Valentin didn't show up? Dad was a part of his bratva. Valentin not coming today sends a pretty clear message. Which is what? He doesn't approve of what I did. She frowns and looks at Alex. What do you think? He's right. At the very least, even if he was too busy to come today for some crazy reason, he should have sent people, or there should be other people from the Bratva here. Your father wasn't the most well-loved guy in the world, but they understand family and honor. They should have been here. A tense silence follows. I lean into Lev and touch his arm. He doesn't pull away, and instead wraps me closer, hugging me into his side. It's strange, this thoughtless affection, like it's as natural as anything to touch me like this. When barely a couple of weeks ago, we were sleeping in separate rooms. Now our relationship is different. He takes me out to dinner and tells me about his day. The masked man still visits, but not every night. Instead, most of the time it's just me and Lev getting to know each other. And having sex. A lot of sex. Mostly getting to know each other. Half of Fed's clients went elsewhere too, Alex says after a little while. And the dealers are barely working with us anymore. Bunch of fucking scum. Lev scowls at the last of the lingering mourners. Goddamn vultures. They had relationships with Dad, Natalia points out. Not with you. I was winning them over. And the ones you convinced are sticking around, Alex says. That's the one small piece of good news. Them and the soldiers. Lev takes a deep breath and blows it out. There's also the less legitimate side of things. I thought you were involved in all that, I ask, frowning between him and Alex. They exchange looks. I was, and I still am. But my father kept a lot of that stuff a secret. After he died, we went through his books and his papers, and it turns out he had fingers in a dozen or more pots. There's a whole legal dance I need to go through until I have access to his accounts, and until the family's money becomes mine. In the meantime, everything's frozen, including the Canadian job, Alex says, shading his eyes against the sun. Valentin's going to give that to someone else soon enough. Lev begins to pace. 50 yards away, a big machine spools to life as the gravediggers begin to cover over their father's grave. Natalia watches them with a strange satisfaction. He's really gone now, huh? Lev stops pacing. He puts a hand on Natalia's shoulder, and the pair of them watch in silence. Then he squeezes. Can't make you marry anyone else now? She laughs. It's an ugly laugh, but some of the tension bleeds from the little group. What do we do now, then? Win Valentin over, Alex says. Make him see that you're not your father. You're better. We need a meeting, but he hasn't been responding to any of my messages, Lev tells him. Adriano can help, I say, perking up. Why don't I ask my cousin? He'll know what to do. Alex and Lev exchange a look. I don't want to owe him any more, Lev says. He didn't do all that much during your little coup, I point out and glance at Natalia. Sorry if that sounds harsh. It's okay. Alex told me the story already. She's got a point. Alex crosses his arms and turns away from the differs. At the very least, it's worth a try. Reach out to him, Lev says, taking my hand in his, holding it tight. I'll do my best to rebuild my father's network in the meantime. That's a plan, then. I lean against his chest as Alex and Natalia walk toward their car. Lev hugs me back. I breathe in his smell and close my eyes. Are you okay? I'm fine. Your dad died. This was his funeral. It's kind of normal to be upset. I'm not normal. I know, but I'm fine, he says again, except his tone softens. Thinking about Stepan, that's all. But I'm happy my father's gone, even if there are complications. We'll convince Valentin. You'll win over your father's old business partners. It'll be okay. If only I had your optimism. Chapter 33. Lev, it needed more time. That's what I keep thinking as the days pass. I needed more time to get my shit together and lay the groundwork for when I'd step into my father's role. Now he's gone, and nothing's the way it should be. I stand outside of an old, run-down retail space up in North Philly. It's one of those neighborhoods that looks like it went through a war recently. The houses around here are either boarded up, burned out, or crumbling. Half of them are still occupied, though. The guy that answers when I rap my knuckles on an old plywood door grunts at me. "The fuck you doing here?" he asks, eyes widening slightly when he spots me. He leans forward, keeping the door open only a crack. "You've been ducking my calls." "I know, but, shit gets busy this time of year." "Hey, why don't you come back later? In a few months, maybe?" "Jovan, what's your problem?" The old Serbian grimaces when I lean against the door. I'm not forcing it open. Not yet, anyway. But I am letting him know that I could. He's wearing rumpled sweats, and his dark hair is graying around the edges. But Jovan's one of my father's oldest and most trusted connections back to Eastern Europe, and all the fancy fake watchmakers still lurking around the Balkans. "Problem? No problem here, old friend. Just saying I am very busy. I have many orders, you know. I need to pack them up myself. Can't trust anyone anymore, right? Let me inside. I want to discuss some things with you." "I can't. Really. Maybe—" I lose my patience. Jovan yelps when I lean my shoulder into the door and force him back. He stumbles into the dirty downstairs room and I follow him in, one hand on the gun in my waistband, looking around me for attackers. But the place is mostly empty. There are milk crates stacked with an old TV playing cartoons in the corner, and more crates forming a makeshift table. A low couch is ripped in multiple spots. And there are boxes. So many fucking cardboard boxes. All of them marked in various different languages. "Come on, Lev," he says, holding up his hands, looking down at my gun. "We're friends. I'm just a businessman, you know? I'm a nobody, really. You're a middleman. You're an importer. You should be loyal. Instead, you've been ignoring me and acting strange. What's going on?" He groans. "Don't make me say it. This can be hard, or it can be easy. Your choice." "It's Zaitsev," he says like someone's dragging it from his throat. "He's got a silence order out on you." I stare at Jovan for a moment as the words slowly register. Then I slump sideways and lean against the wall. A silence order. Fucking shit. That sounds worse than it is, honestly. If Zaitsev wanted me actually dead, there wouldn't be an order. I'd have a dozen hitmen hunting me down. Instead, a silence order means I'm basically persona non grata to the city. Anyone caught dealing with me will be punished and shunned by the Bratva. For some legitimate folks that don't know anything about the underworld, that's not really a big deal. But for a guy like Jovan, I knew things were bad. When Valentin didn't show up at my father's funeral and didn't send a Bratva representative, it was clear that I'd miscalculated how he'd respond. The Pakan of the Zaitsev is a clever and ruthless man, and I had assumed he'd reluctantly accept me, maybe after some displays of loyalty and good faith. I didn't think he'd straight up blacklist me like this. They could shoot me for talking to you, Jovan complains, waving his hands in the air. I had nothing to do with it, you know that. I don't blame you. Good, good. Then why don't you take that hand from your gun, please? I ignore him and leave my hand right there. Tell me everything you know, Jovan. Just rumors. You know how things are. Everyone talks. Then tell me the fucking rumors. Jovan groans and flops down on the dirty couch. For a man that moves millions worth of product every year, he still insists on living like a scumbag. They're saying your old man, God rest his soul, died under suspicious circumstances. He glances back at me, eyes wide. This is just what I hear. Keep talking. Jovan digs a crushed pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lights up. They say you potentially had something to do with it. Then quickly adds, but obviously not. That's just stupid talk. Keep going. Valentin Zaitsev is angry, apparently. Your father was working some important job for him, and now that he's dead, everything's fucked for him. Your father was an important cog in the machine, so it seems. He made things tick, and now he's dead. And it's a mess. Jovan blows out smoke and groans. That's all I know, okay? I don't have more details. I glance away from the old Serbian and look out the filthy window. It's worse than I feared. I knew my father was working on the Canadian job for Valentin, but I had no idea he'd been an important part of the whole operation. Now I've got a silence order on my head, which means, as far as the underworld is concerned, I'm already dead. Anyone caught dealing with me will be shunned and potentially killed themselves. It's supposed to be a fate worse than death, a fate reserved for men too powerful and connected to kill, but who need to suffer. I need a shipment. I turn back as Jovan stubs out his cigarette and lights another one. Can't do that. Cash deal. Everyone recognizes my goods. Please, Lev, you know that. My jaw grinds. I've been losing good business associates for weeks now because of this shit. I'm only just beginning to understand the scope of how bad things have gotten. 2 boxes, right now. I'll pay double. Jovan groans and his eyes roll. Double. Lev, you kill me. Please, now, I say. The charming Lev Fedorov is gone. I'm a skeleton of that man, all the fat charred away and melted into rivers. Get moving. Jovan finishes his cigarette and obeys, grumbling the whole time. I count out the cash and leave it on his milk crates as he bangs around the cardboard boxes. The place smells like mold and mildew. I'm impatient and want to get out of here. I have a dozen other people to meet with, and this little excursion has been much more frustrating than I ever could have imagined already. I'm on the brink. My family name and my whole reputation are dangling over the precipice. Valentin hasn't formally crushed me yet, but he's trying to starve me out, all because I finally decided to take on my father. I'm bleeding support, and if I can't do something fast, this is all finished. Then there's a curse, and a box tumbles down from the stacks. Suddenly, Jovan's screaming like a dying cat as he charges me with a box cutter. The old bastard almost gets me. I'm distracted by my thoughts and taken off guard when the box clatters to the floor, and Jovan's a lot faster than I thought he'd be. If he had a gun, I might be dead right now. Instead, I twist out of the way at the last minute. He snarls, stabbing forward, and I feel myself dropping into a fucking fencing stance like I'm having a basement training session with Carmi. Jovan flicks his wrist at me, the blade slicing in the air between us, and I lunge forward as his arm goes across his body. I catch his elbow, shoving forward, putting his forearm to his own chest, and kicking out his ankles. He hits the floor hard. I bring my knee into his gut, and grab onto his wrist, dropping back into an armbar. I flex my back, hyperextending his elbow, and he screams in pain as he releases the knife. It clatters to the floor. "I submit!" he shouts, writhing and tapping like we're in some fucking MMA fight. "Oh, fuck, please, Lev, I submit! I submit, I submit!" I wrench hard, and his elbow pops. He moans with agony. I release him and get slowly to my feet. Jovan stares up at me with fear in his eyes as I get my gun and aim it down at his head. His wrecked arm hangs limp by his side. He's sweating and breathing hard. "I was dead already," he whispers, pleading in his eyes. "You get that, don't you? You gotta know, Lev, I would never—" "But you did." I pull the trigger and splatter Jovan's brains across the room. What a fucking mess. I stand there breathing hard. Replacing Jovan is going to be a pain in the goddamn ass. He had good connections back to quality fake watches, and it'll take a while to figure out how I'm going to rebuild that network without him. In the meantime, I have whatever stock he's got left in this dingy, ratty place. And if I don't take it, some other asshole from around here will break in the second I'm gone and load it all up. Fucking Jovan. He should have been smarter than this. He could have given me what I asked and just kept his head down for a while. It would have been okay. Except everyone's so afraid of the Zaitsev Bratva, to the point of insanity. That didn't need to happen, but Jovan made his choice. The second he came at me, I had to send a message. I'm not to be fucked with. Even as a dead man walking. Chapter 34. Kami, Daniel's got mustard on his cheek. I keep looking at Luca and trying not to smile, and he keeps looking back at me and doing a shitty job of not laughing, and Daniel keeps getting more and more suspicious. Eventually, he throws up his hands. "What the hell is with you two?" he snaps, glaring between us. "Nothing," I say quickly. "You're just looking very good today." Luca's squirming with delight. "You two are fucking children." Daniel glares hard. "When will you grow up?" "Probably never," Luca admits. "You have mustard on your face." "Luca!" I throw a napkin at him. He laughs as Daniel rolls his eyes and cleans himself off. I know it's childish, but it's fun to mess with our stuck-up older brother. Daniel can be such a perfect little prick sometimes, and it's nice to see him get knocked down a little bit, even if that just means letting him have food on his face. It's always been like this with us. Luca and I tease Daniel, and Daniel pretends like he hates it. But really, we have a good thing going. The boys are super close, and I'm like their little pet. Or that's how it feels sometimes. The deli's crowded today. The guys behind the counter banter with the customers, and there's lots of laughter. It's warm and smells like roasting meat and fresh bread. Luca leans back in his little chair and sighs. As he watches an older Italian lady squeeze every single roll before picking two, she seems acceptable. "I'm glad you're doing good, little sister," Luca says, glancing at me. "Can't be easy. What your husband's going through, taking over his family like that." Daniel's lips press together. Imagine if we killed our father. The thought had occurred to me. And while I still love Dad and don't actually want him dead, that wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. "You don't know what his dad was like," I tell them. "It's not like he did what he did for no reason." "Killing your own dad, though," Daniel says, shaking his head, judgmental as always. "Ease up," Luca says, playing peacemaker. "Kami didn't have anything to do with it." But I support him. I sit up a little straighter when both my brothers look at me like I've gone insane. "Right. Because he's your husband, and that's what you have to do," Luca says like he's making sure I still speak English. "No, actually," I say, mocking the way he's talking to me. "I support him because I think what he did was right." My brothers share a look. "You're serious?" Daniel asks. "I told you. You don't know what Lev's been through with his family." I'm tempted to tell them Lev's story, but that would be a huge violation. If they knew, though, if they understood what Lev's father did to him growing up, they wouldn't act so fucking scandalized. "All right, I believe you," Luca says, holding his hands up in surrender, and elbows Daniel. "Right, bro?" I don't think I'll ever like this, Daniel says primly. I don't need you to, I tell him, fucking my frustration. But there's something I need you two to do for us. For us? Luca looks surprised. Seriously, Carmi, you're talking like you and Lev are actually together. I thought you tolerated the guy at best? I mean, I know you're married, but still. He's got a point. I don't know when it happened, but I turned the corner on Lev. He makes more sense to me now. When I first married him, all I could see was the bastard that lied to me about his real name the first night we met. But now he's more. The hate is gone. The anger's gone too. Now there's tenderness. We talk about the future. He takes me to dinner and lets me past his walls. I've gotten to know him in the last few weeks, and I feel myself liking everything I find out. He understands me, and I think I understand him too. I need you guys to talk to Adriano, I tell him. About what? Luca asks, curious. But Daniel shakes his head. Out of the question. Hear her out. Luca punches Daniel in the arm. You're such a fucking prick sometimes. Daniel's jaw works. Hit me again and I'll break your nose. Try me, you self-righteous fucking... Can you two stop? If I let this go on, they'll bicker all goddamn day and I won't get anything done. Adriano's not going to listen to me right now because of shit with Lev and the Zaitsev. But if you two pass along the message, it might help. What's the message? Luca asks. Daniel glares, but at least he doesn't get up and walk away. Lev and I want to find a way to get back in with Valentin. We want to pick up the Canadian job where Lev's father left off. But right now, we're cut out. Adriano can talk to Valentin. Why would he do that for you? Daniel asks. Because if Lev's on the outside, that means my marriage to him was a waste of time, and Adriano will have to start from scratch. He's got skin in the game here. Luca grunts, leaning back in his seat, considering. You have a valid point, he concedes. I just don't know if it'll do much good. This isn't just for me, I say, leaning forward. I'm looking at Luca, but really, I'm talking to Daniel. Don't you two get it? I married Lev because Adriano wanted deeper ties to the Zaitsev. But if Valentin hates Lev, all that work disappears. That's good for you, Daniel says, tone flat. You won't have to stay married. Maybe I want to stay married. I bite my tongue for a second and steady my breathing. Just pass that along to Adriano, okay? Luca looks uncertain, but it's Daniel who eventually nods and agrees. Only because I think your logic makes sense. Not because I think it'll help. Wow, look at that, Luca says in mock surprise. Daniel's actually listening to someone else for a change. Daniel calls him a cocksucker, drops money on the table for lunch, and walks out. I watch him go with a slight smile on my face. It was only a matter of time before he stormed out, I say with a sigh. Getting him to agree to help is a big deal. Luca leans closer, and his tone softens. You sure you're okay? If shit with Lev and Valentin and Adriano's getting too heated? I'm okay, I tell him, and reach out on an impulse to touch his hand. He smiles at me, but there's sadness in his eyes. Yeah, all right, I know you are. You're a good one, Carm. Stronger than we give you credit for. He swats me away. Now stop getting so fucking emotional and shit. We walk out together. I give Luca a quick hug while Daniel sits in the car looking annoyed. He'll come around, I say about my grumpy older brother. And if he doesn't, we can always shoot him. Luca lightly punches my arm. You're sure you're good? Lev's treating you well? Honestly? I smile at him and I don't even have to fake it this time. I'm the happiest I've ever been. Look at that. Shit always works out, huh? Not really. Lev's business is crumbling and I'm not even sure we'll be welcome in this city for much longer. But yeah, totally. Always works out. We'll get it sorted. Luca nods at me and joins Daniel in the car. Stay out of trouble, Daniel yells as he pulls into the street. Chapter 35. Carmi is out As my saber slices through the air, I lunge aggressively, the tip of my weapon ripping toward my opponent. He grunts in surprise as I bypass his guard and land a hit on his shoulder a second before his strike slams into my arm. "Point, Carmela," Hellen says. I scream with victory as I go back to my position. Jacques seems annoyed as he resets too, bouncing on his toes. The whole class is watching. Hellen's refereeing the bout, her sharp eyes keeping track of each touch. Over the last few days, I've been slowly fighting my way up the ranks until I'm finally fencing with the best saber specialist around. Jacques' older than me. He's in his late 20s and fenced for the University of Pennsylvania for a couple of years before getting injured and quitting the sport. He's been getting back into shape and rebuilding his old skills just like me, except he's got a lot more experience than I ever did. And I'm beating him. "Allez," Hellen says. "En garde." Jacques strikes. I knew he would. Saber's all about reading your opponent, taking initiative, and hitting hard. But every once in a while I hang back a step and let them come to me. I parry his blade, turning it aside, and take a step in. Once I've retaken initiative, I'm able to score a quick touch on his side. He seems surprised by the move as he tears off his mask and throws up his hands. "There's no fucking way she parried that," he says. Hellen's only shaking her head. "Retake your position, fencer," she says, tone sharper than our blades. Jacques curses, shoves his mask back down, and rolls his shoulders. He's pissed, which is good and bad. Now he'll be reckless, but he also won't hold back. And honestly, he's really good, maybe better than I ever was. Except he's older, and his old injuries still bother him, which means I can match him for speed and hold on with my better endurance. He scores a hit in our next 2 clashes. Class is nearly over and Hellen says the next touch wins. "Allez," she says. "En garde," and I charge. But Jacques does too. We clash and each score touches at the exact same time. Because Hellen couldn't tell who had initiative, we have to play the touch over again. And again. And again. I refuse to back down, and Jacques does too. We're both sweating and tired as we clash over and over, until finally, when I feel like my stamina's about to give out, he hesitates. I leap forward faster than he does. Maybe he's trying my trick from earlier, or maybe he's just tired, but either way he fucks up his parry and I score the winning touch right on his chest. "Bout, Carmela," Hellen says. I'm beaming as the class congratulates me. My throat's sore from screaming with victory, and even though I can tell Jacques' not happy about how that went, at least he shakes my hand and takes his loss with some poise. "Well fought," he says. Hellen stands with me as I remove my protective gear while the rest of the class filters out. "When you first started, I assumed I was getting another beginner." She's staring at me with some serious intensity. "But then I looked you up." "You did?" 2 state championships. I asked around, and apparently there were coaches that felt like you had a shot at making an Olympic team. My mouth goes dry hearing that. I had no idea. They never tell you when you're that young. Who knows what that sort of thing might do to an inexperienced fencer? But I watched an old video of your senior year victory, and you were good. Extremely good. Olympics were not that far out of the question. I stare down at my hands. The old calluses are coming back. I had no idea there was talk about me going that far, and it hurts, hearing it now. All that wasted potential. All because I listened to my father and did everything I could to please him. Those days are behind me now, I say, trying to make myself sound bright, but utterly failing. Hellen doesn't show any softness, though. "You're right. You're much too rusty to reach that level. Not at your age." I grimace and nod slightly as I pack my things. I never thought that was even a possibility. But the Olympics isn't the only worthwhile goal in the fencing world. I look up sharply. "What do you mean?" "You still have potential, Carmela. If you train with me, maybe you won't reach the Olympics, but we'll see how far you can go." I thought I was training with you. "Take it seriously. Practice at home. I'll give you extra workouts to do between classes. We'll train for a half hour after everyone else is finished, free of charge. Are you interested? Yes, I say, feeling suddenly breathless. Nobody's taken an interest in me like this before, at least not since my high school coaches. I'll be hugely pregnant soon, and I won't be realistically able to keep training through my third trimester, plus giving birth and all that. But I want this. Aline doesn't have to go out of her way to give me extra practice, especially not for free. But let me pay you. I mean, if you're going to coach me, she shakes her head. Let's take this one step at a time. If I can mold you into the fencer I know you can be, then we'll discuss payment. For now, training starts tomorrow. Understand? Thank you. I breathe deep through my nose, trying not to get emotional, and doing a really bad job of it. Thank you so much. Aline grunts her acknowledgement and strides away. There's nothing sentimental about that woman, but I've got tears in my eyes as I leave the gym for the day. I blink them away outside, and I'm grinning huge when Lev picks me up in his BMW. You okay? He asks, sounding concerned. Your eyes are watery. Aline wants to train me. I mean, she wants to do extra training and workouts because she thinks I have potential. She wants to coach me for real, Lev. She thinks I can win tournaments. He stares at me in surprise. Then his smile brightens the car, and suddenly my tears turn to laughter. He hugs me tight and kisses me. That's incredible, he says, pressing his forehead to mine. Fuck, little fencer. I'm so proud of you. I knew you were special the moment I saw you stab a guy in the throat with your lipstick. Honestly, that's a low point for me. Shouldn't be. It was a beautiful thrust. He kisses me softly. I stay like that, basking in him and floating with pride. It's not the biggest deal in the world. It's not like I just won a gold medal or something. There won't be a podium in my future, no national team honors, no dizzying heights of the sport. But I'll get good again. I'll get sharp, and I'll compete, and I'll do all that with a coach that believes in me and a husband that has my back. Even though I know everything is bad for us right now, I can't help but keep on grinning. Right up until Lev pulls up outside of our house and a car's already there waiting for us. Stay here, Lev says, reaching for the glove box. He flips it open and a gun tumbles out into his hand. I stare at the weapon, pulse racing with fear. What's going on? But as Lev starts shoving the gun into his waistband, the door to the car opens and a single man steps out. Valentin Zaitsev. Alone, unarmed, and looking annoyed. There are no guards, no soldiers, nothing threatening. Only the most dangerous pakan of the most powerful bratva in the city. Stay here, Lev says as he gets out of the car. He stands there, staring down Valentin. I get out after him. Lev looks outraged and annoyed as I greet Valentin. Thank you for visiting us, I tell the pakan, acting like this is nothing more than a normal social visit, even though I know about Lev and the silence order. Valentin gives me an appraising look. His smile is tight and knowing. Lev got lucky when he married you, didn't he? Lev is the most blessed man in the city, thanks to me. Would you like to come inside and have some tea? Tea would be nice, Valentin says and looks back at my husband. Coming, Lev. We need to have a conversation. Lev hesitates. His jaw works. I can tell he doesn't like this one bit, but there's nothing else he can do. I nod at him and gesture with my head, and he finally grunts in reply. Let's talk, he says, and heads into the house. Chapter 36. Lev Ekip, waiting for a bunch of armed men to come swarming into our house. Instead, Valentin sits at our table and accepts tea from my wife. He makes small talk with her about children and about his wife. There's nothing outwardly threatening about him, but I know the pakan. He's a clever man, brutal and efficient when he needs to be. There's no way he'd ever show up here in person after putting a silence order on my head unless something important happened. I'm on edge as Kami eventually joins us. She sips her tea and keeps on pretending like everything is totally normal. I shouldn't take up more of your time, Valentin says, turning toward me. Your wife here is overly polite. She doesn't know any better yet. "Stop that!" Carmi says, swatting at me. "He's just uncivilized, that's all." Valentin's tight smile suggests he knows a thing or two about barbarism, just like me. Nobody speaks. I get the sense Valentin's waiting for me to send Carmi away, but that's not going to happen. She's as much a part of this now as I am, and I want her here by my side. Valentin gets visibly impatient, glaring at my wife before finally breaking the stalemate. "You killed Jovan," he says, his tone cold and steely. If he thinks that's enough to scare Carmi away, he's insane. She already knew about that misadventure. "Purely in self-defense," Carmi says for me. Valentin seems surprised. Then his face softens, and he laughs. "You two don't have secrets from each other." She's aware of my business, since it impacts her too. The Paca nods to himself, considering. "She's the reason Adriano came to me, not you." I had my brothers talk some sense into my cousin. Carmi spreads her hands in a what-can-you-do gesture. "I guess it worked." Valentin grunts. He turns his teacup in a slow circle. When he speaks, there's no trace of emotion in his tone, like he's giving a lecture to a class of bored teenagers. "I'm angry with you, Lev. You killed a very useful member of my organization without asking me permission first. You did this during a very sensitive time when he was dealing with a very frustrating issue. Now, I've been left scrambling to find a way out." "What can we help you with?" Carmi asks. "We're beyond that." Valentin stares at me the whole time. I meet his gaze and refuse to back down. If I show any weakness right now, he'll pounce on me like a young silverback gorilla taking down the injured alpha. "There are men that believe I should kill you. I haven't, because I know you have potential, and I understand that what you did had nothing to do with me. Still, it was disrespectful, and I cannot abide it. So I chose a silence order, hoping you'd get the message. You murdered Jovan instead." Valentin holds up a hand before Carmi can jump in again. "Self-defense or not, I don't really care. That man was useful." "I agree, Pacan. He'll be hard to replace, but I'll find a way." "No, you won't. You and your wife are going to leave the city. I'm giving you this chance purely because my wife likes the pair of you, and she's my better half, and also as a favor to Adriano. But don't mistake this clemency for weakness." Carmi looks panicked. She stares at me, then at Valentin. "We can't go anywhere," she says. "You can, and you will. Please, this is our home. Lev can fix this. What was his father doing in Canada?" Valentin looks annoyed. "Don't push your luck. Lev can take it over. You said there's a problem and you're having trouble dealing with it. Let Lev figure it out." "Why would I do that?" "Because it would make Adriano and the Marinos happy, and it would also take care of everything else. If we fail, we'll stay in Canada and never come back here. If we pull it off, you'll have a good excuse to bring us back into the fold, and everyone's happy again. For you, it's win-win." I stare at my wife in awe. The nerve of this woman. The girl I married would never have gone toe-to-toe with the Pacan of the Zaitsev Bratva, and yet here she is, negotiating. It's remarkable. It's unbelievable. And it's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. This is the Carmi I'm falling for. This is Carmi the warrior. "She's right," I tell Valentin, leaning forward. "I'll take on my father's problem. Let me fix it for you. If I can't, you'll never see us again." Valentin shakes his head, but doesn't say anything. He's visibly frustrated. "This is Bratva business. You're not Bratva. I was, and I can be again. I didn't betray you. I took care of my father because he deserved what happened to him. Give me the opportunity to make amends with you." This is as close to begging as I'll ever get. If Carmi weren't here and she wasn't involved, I would have left the city already instead of stooping to this. But she loves it here. This is her home. Her brothers live here, and her fencing coach is here. This is where she needs to be, and if that means putting myself at Valentin's mercy, at least for a little while, then I'll swallow my pride and do it. Valentin finally looks at me and nods. You have one chance, he says. Thank you, Valentin. The relief in Carmi's voice breaks my heart. I need you both on a plane to Quebec City tonight. He gets up from the table. Carmi's eyes go wide. Wait, what? That's where you need to be if you're going to solve my problem. Get to Quebec City and wait for further contact. Do you understand? Yes, Pakan, I say, motioning Carmi for quiet. She'll miss a week or two of fencing, but that's a small price to pay. Don't make me regret this. Valentin turns and storms out of the house. I watch him go, and once his car is pulled down the street, I lock the door and face my wife. She seems tentative. I've never been to Quebec before. I burst out laughing. Fucking hell. I storm forward and pull her roughly into my arms. She squeals with surprise as I bury her mouth with mine, bruising and dominating her, taking her lips and keeping them as my prize. This woman. This fucking woman. You stood up to Valentin. You negotiated with him. I was just being practical, she says, her cheeks flushed and happy. I didn't really think about who I was dealing with. You're lucky we're not dead. God, you crazy woman. I've never wanted you more than I do right now. She beams at me. You think it's hot when I stand up for us? I think you're fucking sexy when you're strong. I squeeze her ass and kiss her again. Now, I'm going to drag you up into my room, and I'm going to break you down until you're a ball of quivering bliss. What happened to me being strong? You can struggle if you want. My grip is iron and I'm grinning like a wolf. But I'm getting what I want. And it turns out she's not interested in a fight when I throw her onto our bed and feast. Chapter 37. Carmi. Lights spread across the downtown. The view from the hotel room was gorgeous. Montreal spread out like glittering jewels, a weird mixture of old and new. Even though it's crisp and comfortable outside, I'm wearing only a pair of panties and a light black t-shirt. I see him reflected in the window before I feel him. Lev's hands press against my hips and his erection is half hard against my ass. He leans down to kiss my neck and brushes my hair to the other side. What do you think? He asks. Do you know how many times I got to travel over the years? I can feel his smile on my skin. Let me guess. Dozens. Hundreds. Never. Come on, you went on vacations, didn't you? To Sea Island, New Jersey. Not to Montreal. Definitely not abroad. He's quiet for a moment as he pushes his body against mine and pins me to the window. My fingers press into the glass and the chill brushes my bare thighs, sending a shiver down my spine. You're mine now, he whispers. One hand grabs my left wrist and pins it above my head. Do you want to see the world? I don't know, I admit, squirming as his fingers slowly move up my loose shirt and tease my breasts. Never thought about it before. Honestly, I never really thought it was in the cards. I tilt my head back and let out a soft sigh of pleasure as his fingers roll around my stiff nipples and begin moving down my belly toward the hem of my underwear. Why not? My father was kind of... controlling isn't exactly the word. He was restrictive. He had ideas about the kind of woman I was supposed to be. That didn't involve travel? Definitely not. Travel was a luxury. What did I need to travel for? I whimper lightly as his fingers brush down through my light pubic hair and into the folds of my pussy. He's going slow and it's agonizing. I'll take you places then, he whispers as one finger slides up and down, stroking my clit. I'll take you to Paris and London. I'll show you Tokyo and Hong Kong. We'll walk across Italy and eat in tiny restaurants. And who's watching the baby? He laughs as two fingers sink inside of my wet pussy. I groan, back arching into him. A fleet of nannies, he says. However many you need. I don't know. Then we'll bring the baby with us. And the nannies? A dozen or more if that's what it takes. I'm not going to keep you locked away for the rest of your life. You should get to live. It's hard to think about travel when you're doing this to me, I whisper. my breath coming fast and my voice deepening with lust. My eyes close as I press my forehead to the glass. Beyond me, an entire city to explore. A world I've never seen before. It's only Canada, but it might as well be another universe as far as I'm concerned. I never really thought about how sheltered and inexperienced I've been, but now that I'm with Lev, it's so obvious how much I don't know. He goes faster, fingers sliding in and out, teasing my clit, diving back in. I push back against him, but he holds me there, controlled and pinned. I'm gasping with bliss and riding on the edge, but I don't want to come. Not yet. I twist from his grip and face him. He smirks at me, devilish, charming, but it's not a mask this time. It's just Lev, my husband. I drop to my knees and tug down his joggers as I go. His cock's hard when I take it in my hand. The glass is smooth against my back, the city past it as I take him into my mouth. I suck his tip, my tongue rolling around the cleft, tasting his pre-cum. Then I go deeper, sucking him slowly, and maybe with other men I might feel self-conscious, down on my knees in front of an enormous window. I bet the people across the street can see what we're doing right now. But with Lev, I don't care. I'm not worried about my technique. I'm not obsessing over all the mistakes I might be making. I'm locked in with him. He groans and grabs my hair. I go down deeper, sucking faster. "Fuck, baby," he whispers. "You're such a good girl down on your knees like that." I respond by stroking him with one hand and the other on my thigh. "That's it. Take my big dick in your pretty mouth. I love watching you down on your knees. You feel so fucking good." I moan, licking him up and down, but he pulls back. I gasp, staring at him. Then he thrusts into my mouth again. Back and forth like that, in and out, fucking my face lightly. I suck hard each time he dips in, and it pops when he pulls back out. His eyes are burning. I can tell he likes this a lot. I feel sexy and free, in a way I never thought I could. He drags me to my feet. My panties are wrapped around my knees as he slides himself deep between my legs. I shudder, fingers splayed on the glass. He grabs my hair as he fucks me. "Your mouth's wet and tight, but your pussy's even better," he moans, and shoves my shirt up and presses my chest to the glass. "I want the fucking city to see your perfect fucking tits." "Oh my God, Lev," I whimper, heart thudding like crazy. "Let them see what's mine," he whispers. Then he's fucking me again. When his fingers stroke my clit at the same time, it finally breaks me. I come as he tells me how pretty I am and how he'd kill anyone that ever tried to touch me, and my brain shatters into a million pieces as his cock dominates and fills me. And finally, we're both tumbling back onto the bed, sweaty and spent. "I'll order champagne," he says after a comfortable silence. I grin and kiss his chest. "You enjoyed fucking me that much, huh? Too bad I can't drink it." He pats my ass. "Always, baby. But I mean, it's your first night abroad. Maybe you can't drink, but you should enjoy yourself anyway." I'm happy enough already. Look at this place. He grins when I sit up on an elbow and stare around the room. It's a 5-star hotel, and he bought an incredibly gorgeous suite. I don't think I've been in a room this luxurious before in my life, and it's almost absurd. When I look back, he's staring at me, not at the room. "What?" I ask, blushing like an idiot. "Nothing. Just thinking how lucky I am." "You didn't think you were lucky when we first got married?" I was too stupid at that point and distracted by everything else. He brushes a thumb across my cheek. "But now I get it. Yeah? Do you?" I lean in and bite his lower lip. He grunts in surprise. "I think you just like fucking me." He snarls and rolls me onto my back. I laugh, struggling, and we play wrestle like that until I eventually end up straddling him, my hands on his chest, grinding my pussy against his hard, twitching dick. "I definitely like this," he says, stretching his hands above his head with a sigh. Your hips are perfect. Only because I'm riding you, idiot. I breathe deep, heart racing. What were we talking about before? I don't remember. You were telling me how amazing I am. Amazing, perfect, gorgeous. He grabs my ass and squeezes it. Sexy as hell. Don't hold back now. Keep going. I grind faster before I can't take it anymore and slip him inside of me. I ride him, aching from our first session, but it doesn't bother me. You're a good partner. You're fierce when you want to be. And you look goddamn perfect with my dick in your mouth. He puts 2 fingers between my lips, and I suck them as I ride him faster. The glow's building, and I'm ready to burst. More! I beg, going faster, grinding and riding. I love every inch of this messy little pussy, he whispers, and that's enough. My triggers pull, and I brake for him a second time. Coming so hard, I bite his chest. He holds me, thrusting and taking control until he finishes too. I'm basically chafed as I roll myself in the silky sheets. He's grinning like an idiot, and we're both flushed from the orgasms. Now I'm ready for bed, I say, satisfied and sleepy. Champagne first. He rolls over and calls down to the front desk. When he hangs up, he studies me as he pulls on his boxer briefs. What do you think about coming to dinner with us tomorrow? I prop myself up and frown. Really? With your Quebecois gangsters? I'll tell them to bring their wives or girlfriends or whoever. It'll be an informal way to get to know each other with a little buffer to keep things from getting serious. Are you sure? I'll keep you safe if you're nervous about that. I shake my head, surprised to find that I hadn't even considered my own safety. No, I mean, this is your business. I didn't really think you'd want me getting involved. He sits at the edge of the bed. I shuffle over and put my head in his lap, and he gently strokes my hair. I want you there. You know what I do. You understand why we're here. I think you'd be useful. Useful. I laugh and kiss his knee. Just what every girl wants to hear. He pulls me up into his arms and we lounge on the bed together. I'm smiling the whole time. I should probably stay back at the hotel. Having dinner with gangsters and their wives isn't really my thing. Except if I'm honest with myself. My whole life has been one long dinner with gangsters and their wives. My father's a gangster. My brothers, my uncles, everyone I know. And I like that he wants me by his side. That's all I've ever really wanted, a seat at the table like I'm important and worth having around. I was joking when I said I liked being called useful. But really, I do like it. I like it a lot. Chapter 38. Lev, Montreal's a decent city. The nightlife here is full of action. The French influence means there's a ton of good eating, except my contacts decide they want to meet in some quiet little neighborhood dive at a corner booth with a stack of poutine and crappy glasses of whiskey. Here's to your father, my lead contact says. He's a stocky man named Olivier Bouchard with thinning hair and a thick gold chain. His girlfriend sits at his side and drinks a martini, lips pursed the whole time. I think her name's Amelie, but Olivier treats her like a little yappy pet dog. Here's to Oleg, his second-in-command says. Simon's the more serious of the two of them. Taller, thinner, with a serious glare. His wife's name is Isabel, and she's pretty in a tired and pale sort of way. She and Carmi are busy chatting about kids, which is good. Carmi needs a little bit of that. We toast and drink. I watch Olivier as he wolfs down more food and sends his girl to get another round at the bar. When she's gone, and Carmi and Isabel are locked in conversation, he leans in close to me. His breath reeks of alcohol. How much did your father tell you about the business here? He asks, tone very low. There's a strange, menacing glint in his eye. Not much, only that there was a problem. He snorts and looks at Simon. Hear that? There was a problem. He was right, except I doubt he was up front about the exact nature of that problem. Fucking A, he wasn't. Olivier sneers at me. I don't want to speak ill of the dead, but I have feelings about your father. I also have feelings about him, I say, tilting my head. I lay on the charm as thick as I can, practically glowing with it. Let me guess. He was a big fucking cunt and made your life more difficult than it had to be? Olivier barks a laugh and elbows Simon. Sounds like the kid was here the whole time. His characterization is perfect, Simon agrees. What did he do? I press, a bad feeling already in my guts. Your old man decided he didn't like the deal we'd already hammered out with Valentin Zaitsev. He came up to my fucking city and started making demands of me and my fucking trucks. But the problem is, you and your people don't have any way to transport your goods from the northern ports down to the lake crossing, and without that overland support, you're fucked. I sit back and study him. Olivier comes off like a brute and an idiot, but he's definitely not stupid. The man runs a trucking company that's essentially a front for a ring of ruthless smugglers, gangsters, bootleggers, and thieves. I never knew Canadians could be such cutthroat bastards, but it turns out the French kind are their own particularly hard breed. Maybe it's something to do with the freezing cold winters. What did he want from you? I ask, already dreading the answer. More money, more trucks and manpower, more of everything, and he wasn't interested in increasing the percentages our way to compensate. He was greedy, Simon confirms. I sit back, not happy about this turn of events, as the girlfriend returns with our drinks. Olivier launches into a raunchy story about a hooker working at the truck stops getting into a fight with another lady of the night and how they both ended up knifing each other. He tells it like it's funny, and I'm only half listening. Oleg fucked me. He fucked Valentin, too. I doubt Zaitsev knew what my father was up to here. Otherwise, he would have been absolutely livid. He was trying to cut himself deeper into this deal, and he was risking the whole enterprise to enrich himself. Simon, we have to invite Carmela and Lev over for dinner before they go, Isabella says and touches his arm. No, I couldn't intrude, Carmi says, shaking her head. I was just asking about your nursery setup. Happy to help a new mother, Simon says. Isabella gets up and drags Carmi toward the bar with a promise of more food. She hesitates and looks back at the girlfriend with a deep frown. Want to join us, Amelie? The girlfriend sighs dramatically and gets up. Might as well, she says. But I'm not talking diaper brats the whole time. I wouldn't dare bore you for long, darling, Isabella says, and the three women walk off together. Carmi throws me a vaguely panicked look as she's dragged toward the bar. I'm going to be direct with you, Olivier says once the women are gone. I was losing interest in this deal before your father passed, and now I feel like the whole thing's fucked. Fucked, Simon agrees. The thing is, your father was a piece of shit. No disrespect, but fuck him. Now you come up here to my turf and you think you can repair the damage that's already been done? I put time, effort, and money into preparing my fleet for your organization's business, and so far I've got nothing to show for it. I'm about to cut my goddamn losses. There's no need for that, I tell him. But Olivier's not listening. This is the problem with you selfish, fucking American assholes. You think the world revolves around you. But this is Montreal, not Philadelphia. This is my city. Your bosses don't mean a duck's barbed dick here. I struggle to maintain my composure. I understand my father wasn't the easiest negotiating partner. He was a straight-up cocksucker, Olivier declares. I hold up a hand. That's enough. You said it yourself, friend. You called him a cunt, and you were right. Very right, Simon echoes. I'm tempted to break his fucking jaw, the useless asshole. That's because he's my father, and I get to speak about him that way. I understand the kind of man Oleg could be sometimes, but he's still my family, and you should be more respectful. Olivier's jaw twitches. Sounds like a bunch of demands I don't really give a shit about. This is spiraling. Or maybe this relationship was always broken, and I didn't realize it until now. The damage my father did might be impossible to repair, and I'm not even sure I want to if that means taking more abuse from this worthless, truck-driving Canadian asshole. There are other crooked transportation options in this goddamn country. I should break his neck and move on. Everything okay over here? Carmi asks suddenly. She's standing at the end of the table like a waitress and hands over a fresh drink. Olivier throws back the dregs of his second and accepts the latest offering. All good, mon chéri. Merci beaucoup. Carmi glances at me, her smile getting bigger and faker. How about you, Lev? Doing good? I plaster on my best smirk. Fantastic. Since we're all getting along so well, why don't we meet up again tomorrow night? Simon, I don't think a house visit is going to happen since we're not in town for long, but maybe you boys can take us somewhere else that's local? Carmi beams at them, and I swear, if I didn't know any better, I'd think she was just a pretty, naive girl inserting herself into a bad situation. But she knows me by now, and she must be able to tell I'm struggling over here. This is her way of giving me an out and an opportunity to regroup. I don't know, Olivier says, frowning at his partner. Maybe we could go to the Bald Pelt? Simon seems unhappy about that. You spend too much time there already. We'll show them a good local spot. Olivier's sneer is ruthless. How's that sound, Carmi? You in for the Bald Pelt? She does not seem in for it at all, but she makes herself nod and politely accept, and I'm left to hammer out the details with our two French-Canadian friends before she drags me back out into the Montreal evening. I'm going to kill them, I tell her as we walk back toward the hotel. Go easy. And I'd kill Oleg again if he were still alive. He's been trying to strong-arm them for weeks. He was the goddamn problem. Now that he's gone, we can fix it, right? Olivier and his ass-kissing second-in-command both seem like they're not all that interested anymore. They were insulting me to my fucking face. Carmi puts a hand on my arm. This is why we're here, she says softly. I know she's right. Fixing this deal with Olivier and Simon is why we came up to Montreal. It's the only way we can make Valentine lift his silence order and accept me as the head of the Fedorov branch. If we can't make this happen, we'll have wasted our time, and I don't know how we'll ever manage to fix this shitty situation. But God, I hate those sneering pricks. Fine. I'll meet with them again. But I'd rather just shoot them both in the skull and move on. She stops in the street and puts her hand on my chest. Her lips press to mine in a soft kiss. I love that little smile on her face as she touches my cheek. That's why I know you're going to be a good leader. What, because I'm not going to murder a couple Canadian cocksuckers? You're putting the family ahead of your own personal needs and pride. Even though you don't like it, you know figuring this out with those two is what's best. Yeah, well, murder's not entirely out of the question yet. I know. Just keep it in your pants a while longer. She kisses me again, but this time it lingers. Now, can you please take me home? I'm tired and I want you to fuck me in that big jacuzzi tub. Then rub my feet when you're done. Chapter 39. Lev, the Bald Pelt, is a run-down strip club in a formerly industrial part of the city. This area's all warehouses and business parks, and I get the feel that the Pelt is a sort of informal home base for Olivier. The truck depot's not far from here, Simon explains as Olivier greets every half-naked waitress by name and orders expensive alcohol on my tab. Some of the boys like to come after their shifts and see the girls. He doesn't seem happy about the idea. I wonder what his wife would say to all that. Let's see some tits, eh? Olivier seems like he's in his element as he posts up beside the stage while a bored-looking brunette girl gyrates around a pole. He hoots and shouts at her in French and shoves singles into her G-string. The whole scene's skeevy. Olivier clearly isn't interested in talking business tonight. I'm paying, which means he's going to wring me fucking dry. At least Simon's holding back. He's watching his boss with a mixture of disdain, especially when Olivier uses his teeth and tongue to shove more bills into a new dancer's thong. How many kids do you have? I ask Simon, and he tells me a bit about his family. An older daughter from a previous marriage and 2 young sons, the second barely past 2. Never thought I'd be a father again in my 40s, he admits, but Isabella's only 29 and she wanted kids. Good for you, I murmur. He grins crookedly while Olivier gets a lap dance. He's loudly shouting at the woman and raining more money on her. The bouncers are watching with annoyed expressions, and I get the feeling he'd be out of here if he weren't such a loyal customer. Izzy's a good woman. Hates it when I come here, though. Can't blame her, though. Your boss in here a lot? Every night, at least when he's got money. There's a reason why he's always got a new girlfriend every week. Most can't stand him for long. Seems like you two have very different personal lives. Simon gives me a hard look. But we're aligned when it comes to business, and that's what matters. I nod and let the topic drop. Olivier drinks more, flirts with strippers more, and even goes back for another lap dance in the private rooms, all funded by my credit card and my wads of cash. Meanwhile, I'm stuck with Simon. He tells me about his oldest daughter and how she wants to go to a private college, but tuition is obscenely expensive, and she didn't get any scholarship money. Housing in Canada's a nightmare, too, so forget about finding a cheap apartment to keep her in, which means room and board on campus. On and on like that for over an hour. The more Simon talks, the more I start to understand his dynamic with Olivier. The stocky leader's an outgoing psychopath with enormous appetites, while Simon's the more conservative brains behind the operation. Olivier takes the risks. Simon runs the books. They've been working together for years. Except Simon grew up. He got a wife and kids. While Olivier was boozing, whoring, and getting in petty fights, Simon was investing in retirement funds and looking into expanding their legitimate operations. I catch myself looking at my phone more than once, checking to see if there's a message from Carmi. Simon must notice too after the fourth or fifth time, and he's smirking at me over his third whiskey, buzzed but nowhere near as shit-faced drunk as obnoxious fucking Olivier. You and that wife of yours are happy, eh? It's not common in our line of work. I think you could say that. How did you meet? We were an arrangement. His eyebrows raise. Wow. People still do that? Sometimes. If they have to. Must have been a nice surprise to see her that first day then, eh? You have no idea. I smile slightly at the memory of Carmi in her wedding dress. I hated her and loathed what we were doing, but my God, she was radiant. We've got that much in common. I almost gave up on finding a good partner until I met Isabella. We bumped into each other by chance at a bar, got to talking, and now here we are, hitched and with babies. Funny how life is, yes? Olivier appears at the table just then and slams his fists down, practically frothing at the mouth. That whore just sucked me off for $50. Canadian dollars too. My God, what a good woman. I need more money, Lev. I need her again. Simon grimaces. You know they're going to talk about this. Amelia's going to hear. Amelia? Fuck her. She's nothing to me. Olivier stares into my eyes, deranged and sweaty, his ruddy face pink. Money now, please. Then maybe if I'm nice and satisfied by this worthless whore, we'll talk business later. I toss him a stack of hundreds. Enjoy. He shouts a loud laugh and storms back into the private room. Simon's watching him go, and for a moment, there's true loathing in his eyes. I let the moment pass and ask him more questions about his kids. Olivier doesn't emerge for another hour. This time, he's practically staggering, and I don't even bother asking for change. Simon helps him out the back door. We emerge into the night in a dank, empty alley. Clouds cover the moon, and our footsteps are muted by the close brick walls. I shrug on a light jacket and tug on a pair of thick leather gloves. Fuck, hold on. Olivier groans and says something in French. Simon pushes him away, and the stocky man leans up against the wall with one hand and starts pissing all over the ground. Simon looks disgusted as he walks out of the alley, mumbling to himself. Curses or what? I can't really tell. Olivier's stream slows and stops. He's shaking himself when I stand up close to him. The fuck are you doing? He grunts at me. I'm all dried up now, if that's what you're looking for. Not interested in men usually, but you're pretty. Maybe some other time. You have no clue how much he hates you, do you? I say very softly. Olivier looks up. He seems confused and angry. Who the fuck are you talking about? I knee him hard in the gut. He gasps, his eyes bugging, as I slam the heel of my right palm directly into his chin. Olivier's head snaps back, and his eyes go unfocused as I grab the front of his shirt and swing him hard into the wall. His head thumps against the stone and leaves a smear of blood as he collapses to the ground. I kneel on his chest and wrap my hands around his throat, digging in tight. "What the fuck are you doing?" Simon shouts, standing a few feet away with a gun wobbling in his hands. "Doing you a favor." I squeeze tighter. The darkness in me screams for blood and feasts on Olivier's death. The stocky asshole is only half conscious, but he's trying to struggle out from my iron grip. "Let him go." Simon's voice is small. "When he's gone, the crew will be yours. Think about how much better things will be. No more Olivier to get into trouble. You'll have more money, more freedom. Let him go or I will kill you. Think about your daughter. Think about Celine. Keep your finger off that trigger for 30 more seconds and she'll have enough money to go to college and then some. Olivier won't be in the way of our deal. You and I, Simon, at the rate you originally agreed on with my father. No bullshit, no more problems." Olivier gags. He chokes and gurgles and claws at me. His eyes roll as if he's searching for Simon, and I know what he's thinking. Why won't he shoot? Just shoot! Save my life! I'll pay! He can't beg because I'm crushing his windpipe. The barrel of the gun waves. Simon's finger is still on the trigger. I'm on the knife's edge. If Simon decides whatever history he's got with Olivier is more important than his own children, I'm going to die. But this is what I'm good at. Meeting people, getting to know them, reading them, and making decisions based on my understanding of who they are. I'm right, more often than not. And I know I'm right here. 10% more on my end, Simon says. And I want a bonus. 10,000 American. Done. I lean into Olivier's throat, putting all my weight on him, grinning like the monster I am. Hear that? You just got sold. Olivier's face is dark red, then purple. Then he's not struggling anymore. I climb to my feet once I'm sure that he's dead. His body is cooling in a puddle of his own piss as I walk over to Simon and take off my gloves. The new leader of his crew puts away the gun and shakes my hand. Congrats on your promotion, I tell him. I appreciate that. I look forward to a long and fruitful partnership. To that and more. He glances at Olivier's body behind me. I'll take care of him. I appreciate it. Poor Amélie. I doubt she'll mind all that much. He grins and laughs, and the tension breaks between us as we leave the body behind for the rats to gnaw. Chapter 40, Carmi. I knew something was up when Lev came home in a frenzy after taking Simon and Olivier out that night. He was voracious and barely keeping his mask on as he feasted on me. It was like a beast came storming into our hotel room and fucked me until I was so satisfied I could barely think straight. Then we got the hell out of Montreal the next morning. We should go on a honeymoon, he says as we drive across Canada, heading toward the border. Ottawa isn't far. We'll stay in nice hotels and tour the country for a while. Then it's down to Toronto, and then we'll cross the border back into the States. What do you think? I put my hand on his thigh. I think that's a good idea. You sure you're up for it? I'm pregnant, not dying. We stick to main roads and take our time, detouring into little towns on the way. At one point, he pulls over onto a gorgeous, wooded country lane and I ride him like it's the last thing I'll ever do. We're nearly caught when an older man in a tractor chugs past, but he doesn't spot us. Or maybe he just doesn't mind that we're fucking on his property. But it's only 2 hours to Ottawa, and soon we're in another gorgeous hotel room showering together and sharing expensive room service. Sophie. Hello? Did you forget about us? Franny. She's busy, guys. Sophie. I'm just trying to have a little wellness check on my girl. You alive, Carmi. Gia. I think she's Donazo, fucked to death by that big gorgeous husband. Franny. R.E.P. Good way to go. Carmi. I'm alive. I'm in Canada. Sophie. What are you doing there? Carmi. Exploring, having a honeymoon, eating good food, the usual stuff. Franny. Hotel Sex. Gia. Is that the name of your latest band, Fransky? Franny. Ha ha ha. But yes, actually it's a good one. Sophie. We miss you, Carms. Gia. We do. Carmy. I'll be back in the States soon, and when I am, we're having a gathering. Sophie. That's gonna get messy. Sophie. In the best way. We spend a week in Ottawa. I want to pretend like I did a lot of sightseeing, went on some hikes, saw a play or whatever, but that'd be bullshit. Mostly, Lev and I wrecked each other in the hotel room, took a break to eat nice dinners, and went at each other like absolute maniacs the second we got back. It's like something took him over, and I have no clue what. But I love it. He's unhinged and vulnerable, and we spend hours talking and getting to know each other like we're on some intense reality TV dating show. We're packing years of dating and courting into a week, and it's overwhelming and incredible. I can barely stand and think by the time we finally come up for air and head into Toronto. It's going to be weird going back to Philly, I tell him as we cruise the highway. Where the hell are we going to get good poutine back home? Maybe we can move here. I doubt that. Why not? You liked Ottawa. I liked the hotel room. All right, you like Montreal then, and you'll like Toronto. Our lives are in Philly. He shrugs, staring out the window with a little half smile. He seems so much more relaxed now than he did before this trip, and it eases a strange knot between my shoulder blades. I release the tension and let myself be myself in his company. No more worrying, no more obsessing over every little thing. It's freeing in a strange way. I could let Alex run the shop. Everything else, he gestures in the air. Sounds like you're trying to run from your responsibilities. Come on, I want to get back to fencing with Aline. I want to see my friends and my brothers. There's no way we could become Canadian. I shiver at the thought. He laughs and agrees he also couldn't stand being so damn polite all the time, and eventually, we reach Toronto. It's the biggest and nicest of the cities so far, and he picks out an obscenely swanky hotel in a gentrifying and fun neighborhood. We spend a few days exploring the town and ruining the bed before he gets an invitation we can't really turn down. The restaurant's a contemporary French fusion place. It's quiet, though, and when we arrive, Valentin Zaitsev is already sitting at the table in the back. It's good to see you, he says, shaking Lev's hand. We have business to discuss. We sit at the table, and I ask him how his wife is doing. He talks about becoming a father and being an active parent while also managing a large organization. You'd be surprised how many lessons I've learned in my position that are directly applicable to being a parent. Are you saying your people are a bunch of children? He shrugs, trying not to smile. Something like that. The waitress brings wine and takes our order. I like the way Lev effortlessly guides the conversation. His charming mask is back up, but now it doesn't seem like he's struggling to maintain it. If anything, he's even more magnetic than normal. I keep my hand on his knee, unable to help myself. I'm too used to touching him all the damn time. When our meal comes, Valentin finally gets down to it. Things are moving quickly now, he says, watching Lev from behind his glass of wine. Whatever you did seems to have worked. There was a problem, and I took care of him. Him. Valentin's smile is very knowing. I noticed there were some organizational changes recently. Olivier had a change of heart. I hear he's missing. I wouldn't worry about him turning up. Lev's grin is huge, and Valentin laughs. And now I understand what happened to our old friends. It should bother me knowing that Lev killed a guy. Except I didn't really like Olivier, and I genuinely don't give a damn. Which probably makes me sick. But I think it's more than that. I understand how the world works. Sometimes blood and violence are necessary to get things done. The old Carmy would have been squeamish about that, but I'm embracing the warrior fencer hiding deep in my soul. Well done, then. Valentin raises a glass, but Lev doesn't return the toast. You should know something. It was Oleg from the start. He was strong-arming the truckers into giving him better terms and pocketing the difference. I had to take care of some things to clean up his mess, but my father was the problem from the start. I don't like hearing that. I should have seen it sooner. It's the truth. My father always did know how to get a cut. Valentine's glass lowers. He doesn't speak for a moment, and it's clear he's not happy with this bit of information. I'd guess he would have been better off never knowing, but it's clear Lev needs him to understand just how disruptive Oleg could be. A change of leadership in the Fedorov family isn't such a bad thing, Valentine says finally. That's what I think too. There's an edge to Valentine as his voice lowers. When we go back to the States, that's the story we'll tell. Your father was disloyal from the start and you came up here to prove it. Once I found out the truth, I forgave you. Is that what you're doing? Forgiving me? I'm considering it. I liked your father. He might have been a snake, but he was my snake. He had his uses, and I'm not sure you're the same as him. Lev nods slowly. I watch the two men. It feels like they're about to start strangling each other. You're right. I'm not like my father. I'm a different man, but I can promise you, I'll be as loyal and as hard-working. I solved one problem already, and I'll solve more. And you won't try to fuck me behind my back. I'll more likely fuck you right to your face. Valentin laughs. The tension eases between them. I squeeze Lev's knee. My heart's racing in my throat. This is the moment I've been dreading, and I'm still not sure where the Pakan's going to land. If he goes back on his order and lets us rejoin the organization, that might make him look weak. But Lev did him a favor and saved one of his most important projects in years. That deserves a reward. We finish dinner and walk out into the night together. Valentin's men are waiting nearby in a black town car. Both are big and clearly hiding weapons under their dark leather jackets. Here's what I've decided. Valentin watches Lev carefully. You will stay in Canada for a few more months. You will make sure the pipeline is functioning properly, and you'll be on hand to solve any issues that may arise. Back home, I'll tell everyone you're cleaning up your father's mess with my blessing and that you're no longer dead in my eyes. Do you understand? I can tell Lev doesn't like it. We were joking about staying in Canada forever, but this is his one chance. He opens his mouth to reply, but looks at me first. What do you think? He asks softly. I slip my hand into his. I'm with you no matter what. I'm too aware of Valentin studying us, but screw him. This is a big decision. You'll miss fencing. I'll find a new teacher. And the baby... We'll get health care. And it's not like we're far from home. We'll make Toronto our home for a few months. It'll be fun. He turns to Valentine. You heard my wife. It sounds like we're staying in Canada. Good choice. He looks at me with a sharp smile. I'm glad you two decided this match works. He forced the issue, I say, which makes Valentine laugh again. We'll need time to wrap things up back home, Lev says. Take a couple of weeks, but I want you here for the foreseeable future. Valentine's smile is warm as he turns away. Good luck, you two. When he's gone, we're alone on the sidewalk. I lean into Lev and he wraps his arms around me. Looks like we're Canadians now. Lev groans. Don't joke. He leans down to kiss me. And don't feel like this is something you have to do. Lev. He pulls back so he can look into my eyes. I know it's asking a lot, making you stay here with me. If you decide you don't want to, I'll understand. I'm your wife. My place is by your side. And anyway, the poutine, right? He leans down and kisses me softly. I love you, he says, resting his forehead against mine. My heart skips and my stomach twists. I press myself tighter into him. Did you really just say that? He kisses me again. I did. Should I take it back? What? No, absolutely not. You're right. I take it back. Lev, you're not funny. What? You want me to love you? He kisses me again and again. You like that I fell for you. I love you too, I say, brushing his cheek with my fingers. The way his face lights up confirms everything I've been thinking. This is right. It's absolutely right. I love you so much that while you're gone, I'm going to practice my fencing, he said as we begin to walk back to the hotel. Oh yeah? You think a week or two is going to make a difference? I think when you come back, I'm going to beat the shit out of you on the piste. I look forward to you trying. I jab a finger in his side and he grunts. And I look forward to winning. Chapter 41. Lev-fed jeweler looks different. It's not that it was rebuilt after the fire. Everything about the structure is new, but the neighborhood's the same. It's the same old shop in the same old diamond district in the same crusty section of Philadelphia. The same characters, the same problems. Nothing ever changes. Not really. But it's different now. I can't figure it out until I push my way in through the front door and greet Dasha. The salesgirl is leaning against the counter on her phone, looking bored. "You're back," she says, perking up. "How was Canada?" "It was so good I'm going back." "Really?" She seems skeptical. "I mean, it's just Canada." "Business." "Alex here?" "In the back." She waves a hand and sighs as she looks back at her phone. "Did I tell you about my new boyfriend? There's always a new one." "Not true. Sergey's been around for—" She pauses, thinking. "Weeks, probably. He's such a bastard, though." "Tell me another time," I say, breezing past her, and I realize what changed. It's me. I changed. The old Lev would have sat there and let her go on and on about some guy that won't ever matter, mostly just to keep up the facade. Good, charming, happy Lev, always easy to talk with. But that's not me anymore. I'm the head of the Fedorov family. My father's old associates are falling into line, one by one. Some via phone, others in person. But they're bending the knee now that Valentin's spreading the good word. Lev Fedorov is back from the dead. "How many people did you have to kill to make this happen?" Alex asks me, grinning huge. "Just one." "How's the shop?" "Profitable. Despite your best efforts." "Bastard." "Idiot." I shake his hand and dip forward into a tight hug. It's good to see my best friend again. "How's my sister treating you?" "You know Natalia. She's always perfect." "That's not the girl I remember. Then you clearly don't know her like I do." Alex stretches and smirks at me. And if I didn't know any better, he was being disrespectful. Except he really is as obsessively in love with Natalia as he pretends to be, and now I finally get it. I feel the same way about Carmi. I tell him about the trip, about Simon and Olivier, about my solution for the problem, and about the honeymoon afterward. As I talk, I realize how it happened. How I fell in love with Carmi a while back, maybe on that very first night, and struggled to learn how to deal with it. The monster inside of me has always been a deal breaker. I've never let myself get close to anyone, mostly because I'm afraid of what might happen if they ever get to see the real me. Except it didn't scare Carmi. If anything, she kind of likes the darkness. Maybe just the watered-down, safe version, but still. She doesn't look at me like I'm a terror. It feels fucking incredible. "Months in Canada," Alex muses as he tries on one of our latest Rolexes. "That's going to be a pain in the ass." "You're not kidding. What's there to do in Canada? Same shit down here, only more problems." "And Carmi's going with you?" That's what she says. He grunts and nods to himself. "You got a good one." I know I do. We make more small talk. I don't want to get to why I'm really here. All I want is to sit around with my friend and pretend like shit's the way it's always been. Like Stepan's going to walk in through the door any second now and everything will be okay. But my brother's dead, my father's dead, and Natalia and I are all that's left. "Listen, I need to talk to you about something." I lean back in my chair. Alex looks up from where he's polishing a bracelet. "It's about the store. It'll be fine without you." Might be better, honestly. I throw an empty box at him and he slaps it aside. "You're making this hard." "Making what hard?" "I want you to be co-owner of this place with me." His eyebrows raise. When my dad died, control of Fed passed into my hands, and Fed is basically the centerpiece of the Fedorov power. Making him co-owner is like sharing the entire criminal organization with him. "That's big," he says at last. "You deserve it." "No, listen, you know you do. You've been holding this family together for a lot longer than I like to admit, and you should formally be in charge." "How's that going to work?" "You'll get a 40% stake to my 60. That makes you minority owner. And you're second in command? If you'll accept it, that's the idea." He tilts his head to the side, cracking his neck. "Is there a pay raise?" I bark a laugh at him. "If you can earn more, you can keep more, you greedy prick." "Just making sure." He grins at me. "It's a lot of responsibility, but I accept." "I figured you would, you fucking bastard." He pulls a bottle of whiskey from a drawer along with 2 glasses. He pours out shots. We toast each other, and the alcohol fills my throat and guts with a pleasant warmth. This is what I've been missing. Family and friends. Power shouldn't flow from hate and violence, although that helps. Real strength is in the bonds we build together. Alex and I were like brothers. Then he married my sister. And now we are brothers. This is only deepening a connection we've been fostering together for years. You're the local liaison. I'll make sure Valentin knows. Whatever our Pakan needs, I'll handle it. And hey, don't fuck things up for me too much here, okay? If by that you mean run things so efficiently nobody is going to want you to come back home, then I'll do my best. Something like that. We lapse into comfortable silence until a customer enters the front shop, and I get up to help out. Not because I have to, but because it's good to be useful sometimes. Especially when you're home. Chapter 42, Kami. "How long have you been cooking that for?" I ask Luca as he stirs a pot of sauce on the stove. The pasta's boiling away and the steam rises up to the ceiling, breaking against it like waves on stone. "All afternoon in anticipation of my sister's triumphant return." Luca beams at me. Daniel's sitting at the table, and he rolls his eyes. "Let me guess, that one hasn't helped at all." "I've been working," Daniel says defensively. "Lazy as hell," Luca agrees. We bicker happily like old times. When dinner's finished cooking, Luca serves it out. Dad's still back in his office and probably won't emerge for a little while. He's always busy doing some bullshit back there, and usually doesn't join us for family dinners these days. But that's fine with me. It's good to be back in the old house. Even though nobody lives here anymore, only poor old Dad, we still like to gather in the kitchen we grew up in. I'm nervous as we chat about nothing much. Luca's got a girlfriend he doesn't want to talk about, and Daniel clearly doesn't like her. And then there's Daniel's new business venture, something to do with crypto and e-cigarettes. He's elbow deep in that smokeless tobacco stuff. What's it called, Zin? The kids love that shit, Daniel says with a shrug. And I'm pretty sure it's fueling like half of UPenn right now. Gross, but lucrative. Luca slaps his brother on the shoulder and beams at me. Always an entrepreneur, our boy. Fuck off. Daniel's trying not to smile, but it's hard for him sometimes. The money really is good, though. I'm happy for you. And I mean it. Daniel's a hard ass, but he takes his business seriously. It defines him in some ways, and I worry that he cares about it too much. Just don't fall in love with some stupid co-ed. The ones buying from me aren't exactly my type. Luca jokes about what Daniel's type really is, and his characterization is far from flattering, which leads the two boys to argue again. I sit back and watch them, smiling to myself. These guys go at it, but they love each other, and I'm going to miss them while I'm in Canada. I need to tell you two something before I go, I say as we're finishing up the meal. Dad still hasn't made an appearance, and I don't feel like waiting any longer. They exchange looks. Daniel clears his throat. We know already, he says. What do you mean, you know already? He means we're not fucking stupid, Luca says. What's that supposed to mean? You're not drinking, Daniel points out. So what? I've never been a big drinker. I have self-control, Unlike you two idiots. They exchange another look. You're pregnant, Daniel says finally, and I groan, throwing up my hands. What the fuck? You two always ruin everything. That's a confirmation if I ever heard one, Luca says as he gets up, beaming like crazy. Come give me a hug. And remember, Luca Jr. is a great name for a boy. That's not really how it works, but sure, I say as he squeezes me tight. I look back at Daniel as I sink into my seat again. He's studying me with a serious look, caught between uncertainty and something else. I realize my knees jostling, and after all this time, I still worry about what he's going to think the most. I don't even know why I care, but I really do. I'm worried, he says softly, and that's when I understand. It isn't anger or disappointment all over the tense way he's holding himself. He's scared for me. It's okay, I say sincerely. Really, I promise. You barely know your husband. It was an arrangement. You two have barely been married for a few months, and you're already knocked up. I don't like it. Jesus Christ, Daniel, it's not about you, Luca snaps at him. But Daniel doesn't look moved by that. The old Carmi would be pissed. Sometimes it really does feel like Daniel can't get past his idea of how things should be, just like Luca said. I know better now. I reach out a hand. He hesitates, but takes it. He cares about me. This is how he shows it. Daniel's worried that I'm going to get trapped in an unhappy and loveless marriage, and it has nothing to do with being a proper Italian princess. He's worried about me. I'm fine, I say very softly. Seriously, we're happy. This is a good thing. Are you sure? I'm positive. Really, if it wasn't, I'd tell you. His jaw relaxes slightly. Then congratulations. He squeezes my hand. I guess I'm going to be an uncle soon. I am too, you fucking prick, Luca shouts, and we're back to smiling and laughing again after that. I feel light for all of 10 minutes. My brothers finally know about the baby, and maybe I didn't tell them the exact timeline of my pregnancy, but they don't need to know that. We're talking about having kids and raising babies, and I'm getting ready to start cleaning the dishes when my father finally decides to make an appearance. You're here, he grunts at me, frowning as he goes to get himself something to eat. When did that happen? She stopped in to have dinner, Luca says. What have you been so busy with? Don't concern yourself with that. Dad glares at me. You should be home with your husband. This again, Luca says, rolling his eyes. He gets up and looks like he's going to say something, but I cut him off. I'm pregnant, Dad. It's nice to see you, too. That knocks him off balance. It's nice to see my father struggle to find words. Normally he's got a comment, a quip, or some fucking lecture ready at all times, but right now he seems too stunned to form words. My brothers quietly exit the kitchen. Guess that's good, he says at last. You can't fuck up the marriage. Now you're stuck. I let out a bitter laugh. That's what you care about, not that you're going to become a grandfather soon? I care about you doing the right thing, Carmi. I know. You've been telling me my whole life, and you've mostly listened, but sometimes you don't seem to understand. If you want to get anywhere in this world, I have to play by the rules. Thanks, I've heard that one before. Dad puts his plate down on the counter with a clatter. Did you come home just to give me attitude? For some reason, that does it. This man has been a controlling asshole my whole life, and finally, I have a little piece of good news for him, something that might even make him happy too, and he somehow manages to twist it around. That's my father's real skill in life, turning things sour. Honestly, I came here to see my brothers. I think I'm done seeing you. He snorts and gets a beer from the refrigerator. That's dramatic. No, really, Dad, I mean it. Want to hear something funny? Go ahead. Make me laugh. He cracks his drink. I'm fencing again. You're doing what? Fencing. You remember that, don't you? I won state twice in a row. Remember? I had colleges recruiting me and you shut them all down? He's frowning as he drinks. I vaguely recall that. You said it wasn't proper for a lady. You said I didn't need college. And you know what I did? I listened. That's because you're not always an idiot. No, Dad, I listened because I was weak. I let you push me around. I let you make my choices for me. I always thought one day I'd get ahead, just like you promised, but it never happened. Now I realize that's all on me, and that's fine. I'm fencing again. What the hell is this, Carmi? You always criticize my decisions? I have a laundry list of all the ways you fucked up over the years. I turn my back on him. I'm not interested. You better get interested then, girl. I don't give a shit that you're pregnant or that you're married. I walk away. I let my father rage as I go. His words don't mean anything to me anymore. Dad doesn't run my life, and he never should have. I can see it now so clearly it's absurd. I have a warrior in me, and I let that warrior starve to please my impossible father. Never again. Don't bother coming back, Dad shouts as I walk down the stoop. I don't tell him that I'll be in Canada for a while. It's not like he'll even notice. I get half a block away before Luca catches up with me. He's breathing hard and looks at me, and he buries me in a big hug. It's okay, he says, rubbing my back. He's just a dick. I know. You all good? I'm fine. Really? A year ago, a fight like that with Dad would have set you off. He leans back, studying me. But you seem fine. That's because I'm good. Really, I'm moving on. He nods slowly. Good for you, Carmi. Took me long enough. We all move at our own pace. I take my time as I stroll back toward Lev's house, which is my house too, and I feel better than I've felt in years. My father hates me, and that's okay. His opinion isn't important anymore. But mine is. Chapter 43, Carmi. 2 months later, Sophie flops down into the booth next to me and clinks her wineglass against my water. Oh, Canada, she sings. But since those are the only words she knows, she keeps saying them over and over. You sound like a frog, Gia says, beaming and leaning forward. I do not. Sophie frowns a bit. Okay, maybe a little. We all know I've got the pipes in the group. Franny's on Gia's side and has her legs stretched out. She's glassy-eyed from one too many drinks but grinning like a maniac. Despite her pathetic lack of texting skills, she's actually drop-dead gorgeous. Thick, dark hair, full lips, a nose a surgeon would be jealous of. The sort of body that I've had to work for but comes totally naturally to her. Franny comes across like a goon via phone since she generally hates technology, but she's brilliant and pretty in person. If I have to hear you sing one more Taylor Swift song, I swear, Gia starts. It's not over yet, Franny declares. The Swift shall rise again. She raises her drink, spills some of it, and laughs as she drinks down the rest. Sophie leans her head on my shoulder. She's the soberest of the group. Small, funny, outgoing Sophie, with a huge personality in opposition to her tiny little frame. We're going to get kicked out. Don't worry, they know me here. Mostly because Le Chat Noir is one of Lev's latest Canadian business ventures. I think we're good. Speaking of good, Gia says loudly. She's scanning the crowd, her dark blonde hair bouncing as she moves up and down in her seat. Where's that husband of yours? I thought you said he was going to show up. You scared him off. Ah, come on, we're not that bad, Franny protests. I'm a delight once you get to know me. You're all a bunch of terrors, I say, beaming at them. Speaking of terror. Franny sits up straight and nods into the crowded bar. Look at them. She starts drooling over a group of enormous guys with thick flows, and I'd bet my right hand they're professional hockey players or something. Go easy, Gia calls as Franny slips out of the booth, clearly on the hunt. She sighs and follows. I'd better make sure she doesn't kill someone. Once they're gone, I wrap an arm around Sophie. She seems really relaxed for once, and I love it. Normally she's extremely high-strung and bouncing off the walls, but it's like the second she left Philly behind, suddenly she can calm down a bit. We chat a bit while the girls are busy flirting with the hockey players. Sophie's interested in the minutiae of my life in Canada, but there's really not all that much to tell her. We have a nice apartment in downtown Toronto and split our time between here and Montreal, depending on Lev's business. He's got his fingers in a dozen different pies, while Alex runs the jewelry store and manages their illicit affairs back home. I have an OB right across the border in America in case anything happens, and we want to get back home as fast as possible. And otherwise, it's a normal life. As normal as things can be, anyway, when Lev's involved. The night continues. Franny strikes out with her flirtation, mostly because he's married, and Gia drags her back to the table. They order food, more drinks, and by the time midnight rolls around and I'm exhausted, they're well and truly drunk. There's the famous husband, Franny slurs when Lev finally makes his appearance exactly as planned. I wanted him to stay away and let us have some fun together, but I made him swear he'd show up right around now to make sure we all got home okay, so I wasn't stuck babysitting my drunk friends. "How's Canada treating you all?" he asks, and his mask is fully in place. That charm oozes off him, and I can tell the girls are eating it up. He jokes and teases them as we leave the bar and get into his car, and they're practically fawning over him when we arrive back at our condo. Franny passes out in one of the guest rooms, and Gia decides she wants to take a shower. That leaves me alone with Sophie in the living room. Lev makes himself disappear as I turn on the fire and listen to Sophie obsess over the view from the huge windows. I know I keep saying this, but you're sure everything's good? She curls up against my side as the gas fireplace heats our feet. I know you and Lev had a rocky start, but things seem... She trails off, glancing at me. We're good, I say, trying not to smile. How am I supposed to explain this to her? We're really good. You love him. I love him. I agree. She sighs and flops back onto the cushions. That's such a relief. I told you that already, I point out. It's one thing to hear it via text and another to actually see it. Were you worried he had me chained up in a basement or something? Only a little. Well, here I am, fully unchained, and looking good too. She tilts her head, studying me. You're in shape. I better be with the tournament tomorrow. You're going to be fine, you know that. I shrug a little. I hope so. Been working my butt off. Which is true. I've been training 3 times a week with a fencing instructor Aline recommended while we're here, and doing my own workouts the other days. And the pregnancy? Going about as well as it can now that the morning sickness passed. And his work? I shrug slightly. She knows the deal with Lev, not the details, but his general profession. So far, so good. You really do have it all. She grins and pats my knee. I'm happy for you. There's a crash in the other room and a shriek. I leap to my feet, but Sophie beats me over the back of the couch. We find Franny glaring down at an alarm clock on the floor, swaying slightly. I wanted to get up early, she explains. Okay, you're done, Sophie says, and waves me off when I try to help. I got this. You get some sleep. I leave the girls to it. Lev's in our room reading something on his phone, and he glances up as I come in and shut the door behind me. His eyebrows raise. Should we lock that? He asks. I doubt they'll come in here. You never know. They're pretty drunk. Franny's hammered. Did you have fun? I curl up beside him and snuggle in tight. A lot of fun. Thanks for letting me do this. Absolutely. I just hope you're going to be ready for tomorrow. You're going to be great. They came all the way here to watch me. I close my eyes, ready to fall asleep in my clothes. I don't want to disappoint them. Baby, they came all the way here to see you. They don't care if you fall over and break your ankle on your first thrust. I gently slap his chest. Don't say that. Bad luck. You know what I mean. There are 0 expectations for tomorrow. All you need to do is go out there, compete, and have fun. You're good to me, because you've been good for me. He kisses my hair. Now let's get some sleep. Think we can with a drunk Franny on the loose? I think we'll manage. Nerves jangle in my guts. The gym's full of people. Multiple different fencing strips are lined up all over with judges watching carefully as the bouts rage all around us. Foil came first, but those are nearly done. Sabre is next. My specialty. You've got this, Sophie says, giving me the thumbs up. Go, Kami, Franny shouts. I have no clue how that girl seems so chipper and alive considering the state of her last night. But somehow, she manages it. Win this shit, Gia shouts, grinning huge. I go through my stretching and warm-up routine. Lev is nearby, not saying much. Other competitors are prepping around me, talking strategy with their coaches, going through simple drills to get themselves ready. Everyone's younger than me, or obviously more experienced. I shouldn't be here, I murmur to Lev. Why do you think that? It's been so long. What if I embarrass myself? You won't. You've got this. I don't know. 2-time state champ. Don't fucking forget who you are. He grabs my wrist and pulls me toward him, glaring into my eyes. Where's that fire, little fencer? Where's the warrior? I feel her inside of me. She's buried under normal, nervous Carmi right now, but she's still there waiting for the chance to come out. I lean in and kiss my husband. You're right. I've got this. That's my girl. Fuck her up for me. The judge calls my name. My opponent is a few years older, lean and tall. Her mask is on, and I don't even know her name. But it doesn't matter. I slip on my gear and walk toward the piste, toward my position, and the first bout in a very, very long time. I'm buzzing with the electricity of it, with the anticipation, with the elation. Fencers ready? The judge calls. I look to the side. The girls are there cheering me on, and Lev is right in the front. He nods, face storming and serious. Fuck her up, he mouths. Fencers? The judge says again. My opponent is already at her place. I step forward onto the piste, take my stance, and get ready. On guard. Chapter 44. Lev, 4 months later. You sure these fumes are okay? I ask as Carmi rolls more paint onto the wall. It's fine, probably, I think. She shrugs a little, and fuck, she's beautiful. Now that she's showing, I can't get enough of touching her bump. And when the baby kicks, kills me just a little bit. That's my child in there waiting to come out. You know, if we had found out the sex, I start, but she silences me by flinging paint in my direction. We're done with this argument, okay? I want to be surprised. She gestures at the walls. Gender neutral is fine. Gender neutral is... Sure, it's fine. The walls are yellow. A weird, pale yellow. It doesn't look bad, but it doesn't look good either. Except, this is what Carmi picked. And if that's what she wants, that's what she gets. Things have been tougher for her lately. The pregnancy is slowing her fencing down big time. She's training a little bit, doing what's safe. But her doctor doesn't want her competing, which means the small handful of tournaments she competed in back in Canada will have to be enough until after she gives birth. It's nice being back home. We're only here for a little while. Things up north aren't totally settled yet, but it's a nice visit. Carmi saw her friends and her brothers, spoke with her dad a little bit, and met with her fencing coach to go over a reasonable training regimen. Meanwhile, I've been making my own rounds. Dinner with Valentin, meetings with members of the Zaitsev Bratva, conversations with Alex about business and what he's been up to. It's a lot, but it's good. I like staying busy. I like having purpose. When I feel the mask slipping and the darkness in me roaring for blood and pain, I can remember what I'm fighting for. Carmi and the baby, the life we're building, Alex and my sister and their kid. Everything's coming together. We finish painting and call it a night. Carmi sighs as I rub her feet on the couch. It's late, and I can tell she's ready for bed, but there's something bothering her. You want to spill it, or do I have to force it out of you? I ask her as casually as I can. I'm that obvious, huh? only to me. She shifts slightly, pulling her foot from my lap. It's the baby, and Canada. We discussed this. I know we did, but I really want them to be born here, in Philadelphia, not just across the border. Carmi, I say softly, you know I have to be there. I don't want to be, but until Valentin tells me otherwise, that's my place. I know. She looks down at her lap and starts blinking rapidly. Ah, shit. I made her fucking cry like an asshole. Come here. I pull her closer and kiss her gently. What changed? Seeing everyone, talking to my brothers. I just don't want to raise the baby in Canada without my family and my friends. It's cold up there and I feel so isolated. What should we do then? Talk to Valentin. Tell him we're done. Baby, please, Lev, can you do that for me? I kiss her softly. I'm not sure that's going to work, but we have been in Canada for a while, and the deal with Simon's been solid. He's a trustworthy and competent partner, everything Olivier never was. The goods are flowing as promised, and while there have been small issues, it's nothing that I couldn't handle from here. Exile has to end sooner or later, I say softly, nodding to myself. 6 months was a long time. It was so long. I'll speak to him. Ask him for 1 more month, and when we're a month out from your due date, we'll come back. You're really going to ask? I hug her tight against me and press my hand on her belly. The baby doesn't kick, but that's okay. There's time for that. There's still a lot of time for me and her. This is everything to me, I tell her quietly. And it's amazing how much my life has shifted. She's my axis now. Her and the baby. This thing we're building together, this family. I never wanted it. And now that I have it, I can't imagine giving it up for anything. To me, too, she whispers, and then makes a face. Well, this and fencing. I laugh and kiss her, and the kiss turns a little deeper, and soon we're making out like we just fell in love for the first time ever, and the voice in my head is dead quiet. And honestly, it's pretty damn good. I could get used to this.